Hello and welcome to the Boise State Gamepants Esports Arena. I am here tonight for a series of pretty incredible games, and not only are they incredible, but it's kind of bittersweet because it is the final broadcast here for this season for the Boise State broadcast. But joining me on desk, I've got some fantastic guys. I have here Michael Fisher and Daniel Glovely. What's your last name? Finley. What's your last name?
No, Clock.
Clock.
Think of it like on a wall, and then you put a K on there. See, you know, they don't even get it right.
Oh, so it's like Death Clock.
Back in the production room. So sort of like
it's like Death Clock.
Yeah,
like
a letter
with the K. Yeah.
Put a K in there.
All right, well, we are jumping into League of Legends tonight before anything else, which is usually the thing that we do last. So you're just Glovely to me. I think that's what it is. We normally do League of Legends last, but we get to get into the super hype stuff early on. How are you guys feeling about that one?
I think you sold it short there, Jolly. Super hype because we're on the new patch. This is the preseason patch. The first game Boise State will play on the broadcast on the preseason patch. It's only been out for a couple days, Glovely. There's going to be a lot that we're going to probably relearn on the fly because I forgot most of the changes already.
I agree.
Yes.
I mean, I think a lot of what we're going to be seeing today, a lot of it is going to be focused around the dragons. So objective control is going to be a huge thing in this new season because those dragons are going to be so impactful to the way that the teams play the game. If you get 4 dragons, you have the dragon soul of whatever element it happens to be, and that could be absolutely devastating depending on what dragon it happens to be.
Elder Dragon is busted. So if we get to that point in the game, which doesn't happen incredibly often, it is essentially a win. The Riot has even said that, okay, yeah, that needs to be something that is adjusted. So lots of focus on the Dragons, but we are going to be facing off against Utah State Esports here tonight for our final broadcast, at least for the League of Legends portion on that one. And there we can see the players. As always, you got to flash the Ducks keys to the game. At least this is versus Utah State in particular. We update these for each team that we are opposing. Early vision control, jungle mid coordination, first tower, first dragon, so like we were talking about earlier, and eliminations equals vision or objective. So if you are taking people down, you are making some ground with that work. So a lot of jungle focus, it looks like, in this one in particular. And what does that kind of tell you guys about the opposing team?
What it tells me is that we need to take those objectives first and use them to get ahead. Ideally, we want to play into an early game style because that's the easiest way to get objectives. You force your opponents to concede the lanes, and that allows you the freedom to roam and pick up towers, to pick up dragons. Already we're looking at the bans here, and Utah State has banned away Morgana, while Boise State has banned away Hecarim.
I feel sad that Boise State banned away their own Bronco. That's just so sad to see.
And I'm assuming, I mean, we have been seeing a bit more of Hecarim. There have been a lot of changes as well when it comes to items in terms of that. That means that the champion meta is also going to change, not just because of the champion stats themselves, but how well items go along with some of these guys. Now, Thresh, another one of their own here being banned out. As we all know, that is Dean's favorite. I don't see Dean up there, though, tonight. We do have a little bit of a swap, I guess, on the roster. Oh, and as we're being handed things. All right, that is super helpful. There it is. So we can see it is, we've seen all of these players before. The Lelouch in the top lane, not Koba in the jungle, 24-lap keyboard in the mid lane, Nightberry in the ADC position, and Zach as the support. And then rounding out those bans, Lucian to follow that up. Not Senna, Lucian. This is, Senna is up and available in this one. She is surprisingly already not as OP as you would think she would be upon initial release because they have kind of adjusted things with this newest patch. Jarvan is going to be Utah State's first lock-in, though. A very solid jungle.
I'm surprised, at least from my experience, I feel like junglers that can solo dragon early, especially with how this new preseason has gone. Someone like that, someone like an Udyr, someone like a Nocturne, someone that has self-healing built in. Those, I think, are more important. Olaf is another fantastic one as well. So Jarvan 4, I think, is a little bit weak in the preseason from what I've seen, but we'll have to see how Utah State does it as Boise State picks up the Olaf, who is fantastic, especially with some of the new items.
Oh, yeah. All right. And this is you know, Glovely where you shine, so don't be so quiet. Pipe in.
Well, when we're talking about the 2 junglers that we have on the board, Olaf has some scary scaling, has the ability to plow through teams with relative ease. Cobalt has played it very well in the past. Marvin is more of an early game jungler, so he's going to try and get that level 2 and hit the lanes as quickly and as possible to try and get those early ganks. Kaisa Galio going to be picked up for the side of Utah State, going to be able to enable him to do some of those ganks with the taunt, with the Justice Punch engagements, while Boise State picks up Nami and Vayne for their bottom lane.
That is aggressive. That is very aggressive.
Yeah, that it is, and it'll be interesting to see how the new support style handles out. They changed all the support items. Also, supports can't really farm minions because Riot said that's no fun. Their gold is dramatically reduced if they attempt to do that very hard. So I am curious to see how the teams come out with their support builds, because the first item's free, but after that, gold is going to be hard to come by.
Oh, yeah. And in particular, too, if you're trying to run a tanky support, I mean, we do still have on the heavy engage ones, it's easier because you're going to be in the battle. But, I mean, it's just a lot stronger right now to go with somebody like Boise State is going with, somebody a little more aggressive, one of those Meiji-style supports. And Nami, you know, I know that we have seen already a bit of Zach on the Nami and his work before, and I'm pretty sure we've seen quite a bit of Night Terry on the Vayne as well. So this is something that they play pretty often, and it is not Koba in the jungle, if I'm not mistaken, on this one, because it is the other team that Boise State has here. I'm not sure if it's the blue or the orange, but part of it. And Ornn as that top pick there for Boise State.
The Broncos have had a lot of success regardless of who plays Ornn. He's just a fantastic character. For a tank, he does a ton of damage. A little bit susceptible to hyper carries up in the top lane, and I'm assuming the Aggies are still picking a top laner, so that might be something to watch out for, but he's an all-around solid character.
Now, it could, in fact, be the Galio top, although recently we haven't seen him up there because he has so much more influence over the map in the mid lane. On the other hand, though, they are going to pick up the Ryze, also a very powerful mid laner because of his ability to roam, because of his super high-level scaling. And, of course, he hasn't been touched since Worlds, so we can assume that he'll still be at that level of power.
Yeah, he's still post World Rise. There's the Ahri, so that actually means it's a support Galio.
Yeah, as soon as the Rise was locked in, you were just talking about hyper carry. Instantly, that was my impression. That Rise is going to go in the top lane. That also allows for more roam. And in Ahri, you've got early wave clear. You should have priority in this one unless somebody does respond to that, because Boise State does have that mid laner as the final pick. And it's going to be a Tristana mid lane, and that is incredibly aggressive right now. Oh my goodness. No, they're not gonna. They're not gonna. No, they're not gonna. No, they're not gonna. They're not gonna double jungle. They're not gonna double
that
jungle.
Would be
right?
fantastic.
They're not gonna double
jungle. Fantastic.
It is a thing. It is more than a thing. You send into the bottom lane because it's 2v1. You send somebody pretty tanky, like the Ornn, for instance. You send the Tristana into the mid lane, and then you have two junglers roaming around that standard 1v1 in the top lane. I only said that because I saw the Tristana, and Tristana is incredibly good right now for the mid lane in regards to that setup. But it's kind of difficult. It is easy to shut down if you don't get any sort of early advantage. You essentially try to starve out the jungle. That's the idea behind it. And so the reason I'm saying they probably aren't is because they don't have really the amount of aggression I'd assume they would in the jungle there.
Yeah, a lot of Boise State's champions at this point are very late game focused champions. Olaf is somewhat early game, but even then, it's not, say, to the same level as, say, a J4. They also have the Vayne, who really needs time to scale, Ornn, who's very item reliant, so he needs time to scale. Tristana can have some early game power, but she's generally more focused around her ability to be a hyper carry in the late game once she has her crit items built.
And lots of push is definitely the idea of having her in the mid lane right now, as opposed to keeping her in the bottom lane. You have a lot more opportunity to roam, steal things, as well as just having lane priority I mean, Ahri is difficult to have lane priority over. I think Tristana has lane priority over Ahri when it comes a little bit later into the game.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And I really think it comes down to how quickly somebody can rotate down to help either jungler get to that dragon. We talked about it in the pregame. I think dragons are so key. The new changes make dragons even more overpowered. Some of them are just borderline ridiculous. And then they change the map as well when we get to the third dragon, which is also fantastic. So Dragon's going to be a huge priority, so I think, as you talked about, Jolly, having lane priority as a mid, being able to say, all right, all my minions at the tower, I can rotate down to Dragon, that's going to be key for either side.
And I do think that's kind of why Doc's keys to the game have changed for this week. In the past, we've seen them a lot more around, the mid to late game. In this one, it's about focusing on the jungle and the roam and things that Boise State definitely does, but not usually until they have a couple of objectives, because it's still kind of rocky grounding for them at that point. Now, with how powerful Dragons are and what they can offer to specific team compositions and individual champions, I mean, it's insane not to have that at the top of your list.
On top of that, you have to consider how
it's a Vayne mid.
You need to consider the way that people are going to play around the fact that the map itself is going to change. Once 2 dragons have been taken, the entire map transforms, and we have no idea how it's going to transform. One of 4 different ways: more brush, less brush, more blockage. Do we have speed?
I'm so happy with Riot. Like, the past couple of months, man, Riot has been on fire. That's for sure. And I feel like this is a really good change, because the past year, if you guys recall, last year before the season started, they said this next year, and I think it was 2 years ago as well, they said these next couple of years are going to be really rocky, because what we're trying to do is make a giant adjustment from the game the way it is, from hyper-carry champions and following the meta, to be something else. And the focus was towards objectives. And they're finally now reaching the point of, getting through kind of some not great patches and some really rough parts of the meta. They finally, I think, gotten to the point of, all right, we get to kind of get to what we wanted to get to this entire time. We wanted to make it so that Dragons could adjust it. We wanted to make that the high priority. And it's worked. I like it. Honestly, I love it. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, it is Boise State versus Utah State here in the Gridiron series in League of Legends. I'm going to hold praise for it for now, Jolly. Some of the things I've seen in my games, I just sort of question.
Oh, it's buggy.
If it really, I mean, not buggy. I'm just talking about the fact that Elder Dragon executes you below 20%. If you get 4 Cloud Drakes, you get 40% alt CDR, which on some champions, I'm like, I'm sure that doesn't really feel great.
And bugs on top of it. There
is going to be
bugs.
There
are quite a few bugs, yeah. I guess I don't mean it's definitely not perfect, but this is, I think, what they were going for. Now they just have to get out the buffing cloth, really, and clean things up and adjust things. But I think it's nice to see the end goal, at least. Now in our sights, it's like, all right, things are getting better. Because for a while there, people were really complaining about the state of the meta and the state of current champions and certain champions and things like that. And I think it's working itself out. Riot did the right thing in doing something that would take a long time, but doing it right.
And I think one of the interesting things is that if you look at the patch notes, there wasn't really any changes to any of the champions aside from Senna, who was really just getting a change so that Spell Thief would work with her AD, so she didn't have to build AP scaling items, because now she has the ability to build that AD no problem.
Yes.
The champions themselves haven't changed. It's just the environment around the champions, some of the items, so like a Moment of Silence for Spear of Shojin, Ohm Wrecker, Zizzarat Portal, and
Spear of Shojin.
Raptors.
Really, one of the few ones that they took out because it was just too powerful. It was just too good on certain champions.
The Spear of Shojin, like, if you could use Spear of Shojin, you could abuse Spear of Shojin.
If it was viable for your champ, it was.
But otherwise, I mean, all of the items were just sort of items that could shape the way that the game was
played. I bought Ohmbreaker every game.
They were either too overtuned or not overtuned enough. So Ohmbreaker, as much as I love it, is no longer around. Zizzarat Portal and Ohmbreaker, at least in name, still get to stick around on the towers and in Malzahar's kit. But it's, what we get. It's unfortunate, but those items will live on in our memories. But in the meantime, we do have a game to talk about. We have some stuff to focus on. So early game, I really like the way that Utah State is set up. I think Ari has the ability to roam around the map much sooner than Tristana does. Tristana will push more naturally, but Ari has the ability to sort of shove out that lane, especially once you get the first item. But it's going to be Vayne mid, yes.
Yeah.
So Vayne, I don't really like as a mid laner. She's not very safe. She does have that tumble to try and get out of the way of things, but aside from that, she's very vulnerable, and she takes so much time to scale, and that's not the kind of champion you really want to have in your mid lane, especially against someone who's really great at catching you out and assassinating you.
And also, as I mentioned before, Night Jerry definitely has played Vayne in the past and done really well on the Vayne there. So It'll be interesting to see. I don't want to discount the selections there, but just the overall, I would say it looks like Utah's composition, in my opinion, for the current meta or the current state of things, is a little tastier, in my opinion. Again, in my opinion.
Well, I think we did get baited because it actually looks like it is Tristana.
It is. All right. Okay, so you were wrong, ourselves. Twitch viewer. Haha. They did call it early on. They're like, I'm calling Vayne mid. It was before the Tristana was even selected, actually. And honestly, Tristana's so good in the mid lane right now. I don't know why you would swap that around, so I am glad to see that this is the case. It is a Vayne bottom, and Vayne and Nami is also a better combination, in my opinion, with the Condemn and having a bubble.
Yeah, they have the ability to stun someone up with a bubble and then condemn them into the wall to keep that crowd control chain going. It's also additional healing. It's just a very safe lane, gives you some disengage. So you have a lot of tools to keep this Vayne alive until the point where she hits that sort of hyper carry point and just starts ripping through the entire team with that true damage passive of hers.
And it is, again, I mean, what haven't I used? One of Knight Larry. One of Knight Larry's favorite champions. So we know that he can play this Vayne incredibly well. Nothing too crazy in the books yet for the start of this game. Pretty standard starts here. And no invades from Boise State. They're holding back a little bit on this one. I do love seeing Olaf, though, on the Boise State team. We have seen a lot of Cobalt running it. Right now, we're seeing Notkoba there in the jungle. And Notkoba has kind of been playing back and forth between this team and the other team, so he's been getting a lot of experience in a lot of different areas of the game.
I do want to say it's an interesting mid lane choice by Garchomp to go for those corrupting potions. That gives you a lot of extra mana and sustain early on, which suggests that he wants to try and match the natural push of the Tristana.
Exactly.
Which will enable him to shove the Tristana out and to be able to roam to help his lanes, put a lot more pressure across the map.
Yeah, that is a great thing, because I didn't even recognize it, but the second you said it, that is definitely the idea. Ooh, that was a little scary push there from Will of D. He is going to back out of that one, though, after taking a bit of poke. Absolutely, that is the idea behind it, because the idea behind picking Tristana over Ahri, there's really one idea in my mind behind that, and that is to have lane priority. And Ahri does have the potential early on, especially for the lane priority. Already Dark Fields, though, finding his way up into the top lane. A flash out from Lelouch means that Flag and Drag isn't going to hit one. Tower is going to knock a little bit of health off of Dark Fields' bar right there. Just one summoner spell down, though, and an unsuccessful gank for Utah State.
Yeah, it's interesting that they try to gank Orange. As you see, Will D is going to land the taunt onto Zach. He will dodge the Killer Instinct, though. He's going to keep him alive. Interesting to note they tried to gank Orange. I never have liked it. Orange is so tanky, especially the way Boise State plays it. It really just feels like you're wasting your time if you go up there. Prioritize different lanes. Try and get bot lane. Maybe you see that little new alcove you can hide in there as a jungler if the lane pushes up.
Smoker's pit, as they call it.
Yeah, but I don't like ganking Orange, especially with a pre-tier of the Goddess Rise. I mean, there's just not enough damage in that game.
Yeah, definitely not enough. And I'm not sure if he was at level, I thought he was at level 2. He likely, you only get so much out of that. You either have the Runic Prison combo or you have the lockdown. So you'll have to make a selection if it is pre-level 3. And again, I'm not 100% certain. It might have been right at 3. The good charm there from the Ahri. And a lot of damage coming out there from the mid lane on Boise State. Dark Fields finds his way down there. The Ignite, 2 flashes coming out. Will it be enough? No way! He survives it! Just barely! The flash coming out of Dark Fields, though, and the Ignite coming out of that Ahri mean that, man, Tristana must be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, that was a great job. I mean, using the rocket jump offensively will put you in those positions. Darkfield was there perfectly, but a great job by Thyglow Lamb. The rocket jump came off. Cooldown. He saved his Ignite. Maybe that Ignite would have even killed Garchomp. I don't know if he was in range, but Garchomp was also pretty low, but a great job there. Unfortunately, it will mean he has to back first, which means lane goes over to Ahri.
And because that rocket jump was initially used at the beginning of that fight, I'm surprised that Garchomp didn't stick around and do a little bit more damage, because it seemed like he threw down an orb, he threw down the Ignite and was like, all right, I'm good to back off because I've already taken so much damage in return. Had he gotten, one auto, though, off in that fight, it would have been the end and first blood over Utah State.
It looks like they've actually kept their Tristana around in the lane for a little while longer just to soak up a little more CS. Does have that Doran's Blade to get a little bit of lifesteal, but overall, Ahri with the Corrupting Potion is going to be a lot safer. We saw just a really dangerous Q come out and going to be sidestepped there by the Tristana, but only getting caught by one ability. will spell elimination for this Tristana, so you have to be extremely careful.
The other thing it does is, as you can see on the map down there, it looked like Nakoba is on the Dragon. I don't know if he was able to get it. I think he ended up having to fall back. He did, and now they're going to re-engage for Utah State, but it kept the Ahri away from checking the Dragon. We are going to see a teleport come out, though, so Utah State's going to fully commit. Meanwhile, though, they're going to trip on the Kaisa. There's 4 members there. Night Carry's going to dodge that charm. I'm not sure anything Boise State could do about this. This looks like it's going to be the first Cloud Drake, slowly but surely, going to go over the side to Utah State.
Now let's hope that Cloud Drake doesn't turn out to be the one that affects the Rift.
That would be a scary thing for sure. You would have Draco up there in the top lane, ulting all over the place. I mean, that is definitely one of the more busted ones for sure. So fingers crossed on when that shows up next. That'll be something different. I really like Mountain, actually. Yeah, I think the Mountain is really cool. I like the double pit entrance there. I think it's pretty tricky. It's a little more jungle focused because it's, still objective focused.
Indeed it is. I mean, I'm just curious. Great job there by Nakoba to try and do the Dragon. Unfortunately, I don't think he needed help. I mean, from my understanding, when I've done it, Olaf doesn't need help. It's just it takes time. Good job by Utah State rotating over. We're going to see a taunt. Almost lands on Zach. He is forced to flash away, though. So Utah State going to keep up their pressure right after that Dragon. So the Broncos have got to find a way to respond, maybe get a first blood, catch back up on the gold differential.
He definitely needed to be safer on that engage for sure. Good thing to point out that Olaf can do it. You just need the time. And there were way too many members of Utah State there for Nakoba to feel comfortable enough to stick around. And that's the thing. He broke away, but he was not able to re-engage because of how low he was on health and how far away the rest of the team was. So maybe a little bit of earlier navigation along those lines, too, might have been able to help. We still have teleport up for Lelouch there in the top lane. Potentially he could have come down and assisted with that one on the initial engage. But, I guess potentials are in the past, right?
One of the dangers of having this bot lane the way it is that because you have the Vayne, you don't have a lot of ability to push, and you don't have a very powerful bot lane until the later stages of the game, which means a lot of that early game objective priority is going to go over to Utah State, unless Boise State can find a way to pressure in these lanes to keep priority over that area. They could be staring down the barrel of a very, very dangerous situation.
And Dragon should be a high priority. I was going to say, maybe, they're focusing more on Rift Herald, but you have plenty of time between Dragon spawn and that Rift Herald spawn. And there's the second Rift Herald as well, and that's not going to affect the map itself. So really high priority should certainly be on pressuring in that bottom lane. So a good job to Utah State for doing that. A good taunt there is going to hit Night Carry, and a lot of damage coming out from the Kaisa. But Nami is here. Zach comes to save the day. His presence alone sends that bottom lane back.
A very good condemn there actually ended up blocking the Justice Punch, keeping that from connecting just a little bit more damage. And sometimes that makes all the difference as the fight breaks out in top.
Lelouch is going to go on to Kodo Draco. Unfortunately, though, that's going to turn immediately on his face. He's going to get poked down. He's going to have to go back. Going to see a charm land on Thygolam in the mid lane. He will go boom on Garchomp. Unfortunately, not enough to kill him, but they are even in health. One thing to point out here in the bot lane is we do see they are both level 6, and neither for Boise State is level 6 as Darkfield try to gank is that Night Carry went for the recurve bow first item, so his AD is vastly limited compared to Keaton on Kaisa, so they cannot trade effectively right now.
And that is an interesting choice in, maybe the thought behind it is to push the lane more, but if you don't have the damage behind your attacks, it's going to essentially equate to the same thing. So having more damage allows you to have those small moments of poke accessible to actually doing what you need them to. And oh my goodness, Will of the D is deciding to go under tower. He flashes out as we see the ult coming in from Lelouch. He gets charmed though, and first blood goes over to the Ahri. Will of D with the hero's entrance. It was very heroic, but nobody was there to witness it.
I'm not entirely sure what Boise State's plan was there. They did have the ability to try and collapse underneath the tower, but I don't think they needed to commit the teleport to it, especially not when Lelouch was so low already up in the top lane and then continued to chase, continued to use up the ultimate for it.
And I think the biggest thing was the ultimate, because it was coming in at that point, kind of like those Gnar boomerangs. Everybody can see where it needs to be, or where you need to be to knock that back. So the second he was in position to hit that ram, the Ahri charm came through. There was no way he was going to make it out of that, being as low as he was, like you mentioned earlier there, Glovely. So it was an interesting engage. A more interesting decision, I would say, by Utah State at the start of that, especially having to use a summoner spell, Will of D going behind the tower, no minions in sight, taking a tower shot, and then he didn't even risk taking another tower shot, which he would have survived. He just flashed. He was like, I got to get out of here right now, guys.
See a charm land on Thyglow Limb. No mana though for Garchomp, so he's actually going to take a little bit of damage in that as well. But yeah, that's the other interesting thing is that Tristana's not your typical mid laner. Thyglow Limb just rocket jumped right over the wall, and immediately Utah State was left kind of staring at themselves like, there's no minions here. We should kind of go away. So I do agree with Glovely. I'm not quite sure what Boise State had planned because Thyglow Limb got out, and then unfortunately we saw Lelouch come in, commit the call of the Forge God, and unfortunately go down.
And the more questionable play, or the questionable play initially came there from Utah State, but we've got a good engage here from Boise State. Though coming out from non, Will of D is going to be the first one to go down, and a fantastic bubble means Darkfields will go down there to Zach, actually, the Ignite being the one to finish that off. Ignite did come from Will of D, but did not find anybody on the elimination in terms of that bottom lane, and both summoner spells expended from the Kaisa.
Great counter gank by Not Koba, and that means that Boise State has the priority over the Dragon. They're going to pick up the second one for them, and then we'll see the Rift magically change before our eyes. I hope you're all excited.
I'm so stoked. And we got a Shelly up and available in the pit as well. Boise State likely going to try to push out this lane and head that way if Utah State doesn't decide that they want to go there. The mountains rise, everybody. Mountain, it's one of the visually less exciting ones, I would say, but I think it is one of the more underrated ones.
And I think Mountain plays perfectly for Boise State's game plan because, Glovely, you talked about how this is a long strategy for Boise State, a late game focus. The new Mountain Dragon, they did change. It gives you scaling armor and magic resistance. That's the only dragon that's going to spawn for the rest of the game until one team gets to 4. So Boise State has to love that because now they can just get more tanky until everyone's finally scaled up, and then they eventually will be able to take down Utah State with the really fed Vayne and the really fed Tristana.
On top of that, all of those walls are going to be fantastic for this Vayne. The ability to condemn someone into so many more targets that you have in the jungle make it a lot easier to use that in the middle of a hectic team fight, because sometimes it's hard to line that up. But if there's more walls, it's much easier to land.
Oh yeah, that is perfect for them. You're right, with the condemn on the Vayne there, and with how much damage hopefully will be coming out. Now we can see the Bilgewater Cutlass there finished off. And also, we've got to anticipate the Ornn's Masterwork items going on to someone like a Vayne, someone like a Tristana, which can be absolutely insane. As we get the overview, Lelouch missing the Ram Horn, the flag, and drag means Lelouch is going to flash out of that one. The flash in from Kodo Draco spells Lelouch's demise as Not Koba does everything to get away. The minions are on dark fields here. A bit of an advantage, though, found from Utah State, and they will likely head down to that Shelly pit, that Rift Herald pit, and focus at least another objective they can grab.
That was just really unfortunate for Lelouch that he missed that College of the Forge God. Might have been able to turn that one around, but as soon as that missed, just too much damage. The Cataclysm was still up for Darkfield. That was just truly unfortunate for Boise State that was unable to connect, because Rise doesn't have many items. He doesn't do a lot of damage besides just scaling off of mana. He doesn't have his Archangels finished up yet. So I thought Boise had a good chance. Fortunately, Call of the Forge God missed. But speaking of items, Glovely, is there anything you see you want to point out?
So we're getting into the early game already, and the focus on that top lane for Lelouch has been building the Catalyst into the Abyssal Mask. My fellow casters are getting excited, and from what I can see, that is double Blade of the Ruin King.
Yes.
The build is almost identical.
It's literally identical, actually. The only thing that is different is the boots, and it's just the fact of runes being taken there because the inspiration was the secondary for the Vayne. So that's so much late game damage. And I mean, on the other side, you're going to expect a lot of these guys to get relatively tanky. The Galio already right off the bat, the Jarvan, these engagers for the side of Utah State, they're going to be able to engage, and then they're going to immediately get borked and not be able to escape.
On top of that, I think it's really great for the fact that there's going to be Mountain Dragons this game. And that means that if Utah State does manage to pick up that extra armor, Boise State's going to have a lot more power in order to shred through those targets and to stay alive for longer periods of time with the lifesteal, with the attack speed, with that bonus damage onto tanky members. But now there's a fight in the mid.
Getting on to Thyglow Limb. The rocket jump unfortunately was disrupted. Cataclysm going to come out. He will flash away. It's not enough. Garchomp 1 is going to pick that up for Utah State.
Did use the Ignite, and now Shelly is going to come out. And again, keep in mind, it's 2 Rift Heralds now for these games. As we've got the updated one, Darkfields deciding he wants to take a couple tower shots there before the minions get into range. That is going to give them the first tower of the game in mid lane over to Utah State. That top tower is also looking dangerously low for Boise State, and most of the pressure has been on the Broncos this game.
It really hasn't. It's been a great job by Darkfields. Using what Jarvan has in his toolkit, the ability to gank, the ability to flag and drag into the Cataclysm is a ton of CC that most champions, if flashes down, don't have the ability to get out of. We saw the flag and drag actually disrupt the rocket jump, which has really ended up being the demise of Tygo Lamb. It's been a great job by Jarvan for a jungler that we sort of questioned at the start. How effective is he in this dragon-focused meta, making up for it by ganking everywhere he can.
But at the same time, you talked about at the beginning how you didn't really like Lelouch being the first one that was ganked. And if you look at the scoreboard, he's really the only one that's badly hurting at the moment. Looking at CS and things, everything is relatively even aside from the top and the jungle terms. And that has a lot to do with the pressure that has been put on him. But that means that this Vayne has been able to essentially do what she wants. A finished Blade of the Ruin King there in the mid lane and in the bottom lane. So when these engages occur, it's going to be very difficult for Boise State to make it out alive. Tygo Lamb is going to get the Ignite down. Will of D flashes in, the taunt hits, and Darkfields is going to steal that with the flag.
Great job there by Tygo Lamb. Thought he had guard chomp all by himself. It looked like he almost had him, just didn't quite get enough damage, and a great rotation by Utah State, realizing that they've sort of not given up on bot lane, but they've given Will of D the freedom to roam wherever he wants. He's basically playing that River Galio now. He's not a support anymore for the Keaton factor, as we're going to see Utah State's going to hop right onto that first Earth Dragon. They're going to pick it up. It's the only one that's going to spawn, so we're going to see another one, but they're already a little bit more tanky.
Blade of the Ruin King certainly will help that, but now you've got a Tristana sitting at 2-0, and a pretty bounty sitting on the Ahri on the opposing side there. Now is when this lane priority is really going to come into effect, because Boise State has later lane priority. The Tristana now should be able to push very hard, but he keeps getting himself into situations like that where he's putting a lot of pressure on. I thought I saw stutter stepping or like maybe auto cancels or something, because there was no damage coming out. Speaking of damage, a Cataclysm is going to be Nami ulted. The jump in from Will of D, his taunt lands, and the root lands as well. Darkfields taking that one. Zach finds Will of D though, so a 1-for-1 so far.
Here comes guard chop 1 though. They're going to finish the tower dive. He's going to take a lot of damage. He's going to have to run away. Unfortunately, the Night Carry also taking a lot of damage. He is going to go down to the Keaton factor. Heal's not enough to save him. The tower is on the Broncos' side, but unfortunately no one else is, and Utah State will pick that up as well.
It feels as though the roam pressure is definitely not on the side of Boise State. Utah committing multiple members down to this bot lane to just overwhelm the forces they had. In the mid lane, they did manage to pick up a tower, so good on Boise State, and put some more damage on the second tower. But aside from that, that's not really a worthwhile trade. It's just sort of trying to staunch the bleeding.
And their response times have also been much slower than Utah State's. Anytime one of the members of Boise State jumps there on Utah State, we just saw in the mid lane. It happened with Ahri when the Ignite came down. Immediately Tygo Lamb was jumped on by the support who had roamed up early on. So you can kind of tell that the communication is a little bit stronger right now on Utah State side because of that instant response time that they have. Boise State, we saw the teleport come out from Lelouch, but I mean at that point in the fight, they were really behind. When the other team feels comfortable fighting you under your own tower, that's when you should probably not engage on that fight.
As we are going to see, Night Carry's actually on guard chomp 1. He isn't going to quite get him. The Silver Bolt's not quite enough. He'll pick up that kill. And I agree, and I want to expand, Jolly. It feels like Boise State's responses have been too panicky. You see the 3-man tower dive, just get out. If you can't get out, just die. You don't need to commit Lelouch's teleport there. That really wasn't a winning fight because he is a tank. He's an Ornn. He's not going to change team fights unless he CCs everyone under the tower and the tower just starts popping off and assisting you. So I think Boise State has been a little bit panicked sometimes. We're going to see Will of D. He's going to jump right onto Tygo Lamb. He will get the top call. The Forge God is going to get a knock up. The Keaton factor, the first one to fall. And this is the response we were looking for Boise State. A double kill for Tygo Lamb.
And the engage that we wanted from Boise State this whole time, just talking about how much roaming we're seeing from Utah State more speaks to the lack of roam that we're actually seeing on Boise State side, because we talked about how roam capable they are. It does, I guess, take a little bit later into the game for them to be that comfortable to do it, but they're sticking together, and that is what matters. A good bubble there It's going to scare the Jarvan, but not enough to actually send him away. He's going to continue chasing after these guys a little bit longer. The Ahri there was with him as well as Rise. And now we see some pings coming out. They're going to want to take this scuttle and now really keep the focus on the Dragon.
Yeah, and as we reach that 20-minute mark, Lovely, the expert of our items here, I want to get into a discussion with you about the new item, but before we get into that, what do you see?
What do I see is that currently Lelouch is just one level away from upgrading everybody's items, and there are a number of items on the side of Boise State that are going to get those big power spikes for them. So Blade of the Ruined King is going to be a big one, and that might be why Boise State committed that to two members of their team for the ability to get those extra bonuses from that. And honestly, just a good item in general for the side of Boise State. Now, what you want to talk about...
What are you excited about there? I think I see it in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I'm excited about that, but the new lifesteal lethality item they added that makes you the solo kill master.
It's incredible.
I love that item on Olaf, by the way. I think Notkoba would be very smart to build that because it stacks with your W and you just pop it on somebody. If there's no ignite, it doesn't matter how much damage they're going to do. They're going to heal up. But Glovely, I want to get your take on that item and if you think it fits on anyone on either side in this game.
When we talk about that item, it's all about lethality and it's all about life skill. And fight breaks out.
Willa D's going to get a taunt on to Zach. He's going to go down. The Ragnarok's going to come out, but the Cataclysm is the one thing that can stop you, Notkoba. And it might be enough. He's going to go down. Double kill over to Keaton there, but the Broncos want to keep going. Lelouch is going to get the knockup. Rocket jump onto Darkfield. Unfortunately, he's going to live a triple kill for the Keaton factor. And now we're going to see Night Carry. We'll go down to Kodo Draco. Lelouch left all by himself. The Keaton factor is going to jump onto him. There's not much he can do. A quadra kill and an ace for Utah State.
Once again, Utah State engages on the fight, knows exactly who they want to go for. They found the multiple pop-ups. They got just a little bit of CC down, and a phenomenal job as well there by Darkfields to jump in and manage to keep Notkoba in his Cataclysm and keep Notkoba aggroed onto them until the damage could come up. I think it was the Kaisa moving up from the bottom lane there. So a really good engage. Boise State really didn't have a chance to respond at all there, aside from potentially running away, which they did not consider for their strategy.
Now, unfortunately, Utah State is going to pick up their third Earth Dragon of the game and Baron Nashor. That ability has not been changed aside from the duration of that buff. It might be too powerful, it might be too weak. We're still trying to figure out all of the information in these preseason changes. But either way, that's a huge boost of power for the side of Utah State.
And, the most important thing is that it looks cool.
No, I don't like the new buffs, actually. I think I don't bring back the old buffs. You know what?
Really? I like the new blue and red.
Nope. I hate those.
No, okay.
Nope, I don't like them.
Okay, no.
I feel like they're
I didn't realize that this was a black. I thought I was giving my opinion. No, apparently I am just raw.
I just feel like they're harder to see. They're aesthetically pleasing, yes, Jolly, but when I quickly glance at someone, I'm like, what do they have? I can't even tell.
I do think that if they decrease the opacity of it, I think that would really help.
Yeah, and when they're all stacked like this, it gets so confusing.
Right. Well, I think that's my favorite part. Is that it's like remember that art the little spin art that you used to do? That's what these look like. They all combine together and they all click together in a way that just I think is really visually appealing. But I do think they need to be just a little bit darker or a little bit brighter. Some of them, I would definitely say some of them need to be increased in size or thickened or boldened or whatever it is. But this is the first patch in this preseason stuff. So we have to expect that they're going to encounter a few issues. Baron, I think, is actually easier to see now because it's such a big area underneath them. But, I mean, we all know they have Baron buff.
Yeah, and Notkoba is going to find out the hard way that they are also in his jungle. Cataclysm comes out. He's still stoppable, and he is dead. The Keaton factor is the one that's unstoppable. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Thygleland hops onto Kodo Draco. That's not going to work out. That's 2 kills picked up for Utah State.
And, if he had listened to your advice and not using that aggressively, it might have worked better for him. Lelouch has 2 members of Utah State under his tower. He hits his Call of the Forge God, which is good to see. Zach going to have to flash away there from the Kaisa, the Nami ultimate coming up to follow. A missed bubble from Zach, but Night Carry is dealing a lot of damage there to Will of D, who is the tank. Maybe not the one you want to focus, but he manages to take him out. In response, though, Will of D did use that Ignite and eliminated him there. So 3 down on Boise Boise State's side, starting there with Nakoba at the initial engage, and only one for Utah State. Certainly a victory in their eyes.
At this point, all of the members of Utah State are just really far ahead. Kaisa has hit that huge item, Power Spike. Rise has finished his Archangels and now has finished his Zonia's Hourglass as well. Able to duel only the 2 items on that Tristana mid lane and shove them out. And because of that, Boise State didn't have any pressure in the bot side, easily able to just walk up with his Baron buff and take the tower. And now there's no one who can really match him either.
And you saw where the power for Boise State could be. We saw Night Carry start popping off, just shredded Will of D. If he had a front line in front of him, just because everyone was scattered and we had seen Nakoba go down, it didn't help. But if he has a front line in front of him, we see where the power could come from. The question becomes, can Boise State get to that point in the game where Night Carry can start popping off like we're used to seeing Banes do?
And with them being 10K down almost now, 9K, a little under, that's really hard to do. And at 25 minutes into, that's not a time you want to be 10K under. 5K is something you can come back from at that point. But 10K at 25 minutes in means that you are forced into your base and they have full control over the jungle. And with the game so heavily focused now on the objectives, and with Utah State already having priority on those objectives, unfortunately it's not displayed up at the top for you, but Utah State does have all but one of those dragons, if I'm not mistaken, as well as the Rift Heralds there. So it gives them even more control than it used to.
Yeah, and the next dragon for Utah State would force the Elder Drake to spawn. Elder spawns now when a team gets 4 dragons. And Elder Drake has an execute passive baked in that is just ridiculous. I don't even know if we'll see it.
It's GG. Honestly, when Riot admits that it is broken, there is no coming back from that. You don't even have to be near the enemy team. You can be taken down to 20% in farming minions, and you're just done.
If they look at you, you die. And it's basically how it works. Sacrifice yourself for Elder Dragon kills now. Don't sacrifice yourself for Baron junglers. Sacrifice yourself for Elder Dragons because that can save you. We do see some Bookwushy set up there. Unfortunately, Nakoba, he tried to check. He's unstoppable, and the flash comes out. Here's entrance as well. So a good job baiting out a couple of ultimates there. Unfortunately, Nakoba taken very low.
But the only thing that made that an acceptable play from Boise State is that the rest of the team was there to back them up. If you make those moves into your own jungle in a situation like this, where you don't have at least 2 other members there to back you up, it is a misplay. And now Boise State has actually started the aggression here. The Nami ultimate going to come out, call the Forge God as the engage changes over to Utah University. Ignite coming down with the Galio. The fight continues here as the Vayne takes out that J4. Kodo Draco, though, is on the back line and just destroying everyone. Lelouch incredibly low. A triple kill going over to Kodo Draco, and that charm means an ace is going in favor of Utah State. Kodo Draco picking up a triple kill. And, you know, the Dragon as well, I didn't even see. Did the Dragon go over to Boise State? Or
No, the Dragon was actually stolen away by Utah. A great play there by Dark Helix to jump into the pit and be able to pick up that Mountain Dragon Soul. That's going to be some additional shielding, just keeping these members even more safe than they already were.
And this should be the end for them. I mean, at this point, they can do the tower dive. They have a couple tanky members up, the Galio in particular, on that front line, plus those buffs. It was a perfect split, honestly, and Boise State kind of started the split. We saw Lelouch move down as he sent Call of the Forge God behind him, but there was no recollection of them after the fact. Utah State just did such a good job of peeling the members away and really taking advantage of that buff that they had gotten instantly as well. And I eat my own words, it is not the end of the game. Boise State is going to spawn in time. It is less than 30 minutes in, so those respawn timers aren't incredibly high. But Utah State certainly in favor. Oh, he would have had it if he had thrown just a second earlier.
He hesitated.
It's because he threw down the ward, I think, and then saw it. If he had thrown in the axe before he threw the ward, he would have hit. But
that's not always a smart play.
No, you
ward first, then you check.
There were a bunch of members of Boise State right there, and he was the final one to be recalling, though. So Boise State could have actually shut him down it's not a shutdown.
No, he's the one member who's not a shutdown. The other thing there is Kodo Draco. I picked up a triple kill in the Dragon Pit. He also got top inhibitor for the super minions to be pushing. So now Boise State is really far back on their heels. They have to be very careful. And they don't have a lot of wave clear.
And one tower down right at the nexus.
Yeah, Boise State
you get some minions in there, and you know, you're looking again at moving over to these objectives here. You're looking again at the Baron. You get some Baron minions in those 2 lanes, and that's it.
There is a split focus on the map here. Utah State forcing Boise State to choose. Do you want to fight us at the Baron, or are you going to let Coda continue to push the top lane? Boise State picks the fight.
Call the Forge God starts it. Unfortunately, no knockups there. We are going to see a ton of damage come on to Zach Garchomp. The first one get the kill. Cataclysm going to go down as well. Hero's entrance will help out a little bit. A double kill for the Keaton Factor. He will go down, but unfortunately, Boise State is going to join him. We are going to see an ace onto the Broncos. All the meanwhile, Kodo Draco is pushing the base. He already has the second Nexus turret down. He probably would have killed the Nexus regardless of who won that fight. So Utah State is going to pick up game 1 of this Gridiron series.
And the final one at that, the final Gridiron series here tonight. But it is a best of 3, so, you know, don't fret. And not only that, this is our first game of the night. We've got Rocket League and Overwatch coming up after that. But since it is a best of 3, I believe we are going to take a quick break. But before that, let me just introduce our special guest that we have viewing us all together, Washington Technology Magnet School. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for being our special guest here tonight. St. Paul, Minnesota has got about 2,100 students, 95% students of color, which for Idaho, we don't have a lot of that diversity, so it is great to see that. And about 30 students that are competing in Hearthstone, SSBU, so Super Smash Brothers, Fortnite. They do League of Legends with Playverses. They are part of NASAF for League of Legends as well. So they're a growing esports community within that. And we love to see it because being a college, obviously we're growing too. So to see it occurring in smaller schools, it just makes my heart warm. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll be giving you little shout outs throughout the night. If there's anything that you want to let us know, throw it up in chat, and I'm sure our production will give us a little heads up on that. Any special facts, any shout outs, just let us know. We're here to hook it up for you guys tonight. He said something and I didn't hear it.
So I think it's a new thing. I don't know if you've done this with it, Charlie. It's the progress report. So we'll run it down. Just give us your grade and your explanation.
Oh, for me.
We'll run it all down. We'll run it back and forth, but you can start it.
The draft, now, I guess for
Boise State.
So this is all for Boise State. Ooh, you know what? I liked the ideas behind it because of the new meta. I'm gonna give it a B-.
I'm going to give it a C+. It showed in the game they had way too much AD, didn't have a traditional mid laner.
I'm going to be even more harsh on them. I don't think Boise State had a very good draft at all. They didn't have a lot of early game pressure. They put so much focus on their late game. They drafted so much on the AD. I'm going to give them a D on this one.
And literally, as I say B+, I'm like, oh, but the lack of tank was another big thing. I brought it up at the very, very first start, the pick, the Vayne, and the Nami. That's really tough to do. And with a Galio down there, it's even tougher. So vision control, second step, vision control, oof, I'm gonna give them a C on that one.
Yeah, I'll give them a C as well. They got one dragon, felt like they knew where they were happening, but it's a C.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to give them a C+. I do think that they did have some vision. They knew things were happening. They just weren't able to do anything about them. And as a result, they got pushed further and further behind.
Objective controls, the next one. I'm going to stick with a C. They had a lot of potential for the composition that they had, and they just didn't get that early game pressure enough to focus objectives.
I'm going to give them a D. They lost every dragon but one. They lost Baron. If they would have got Elder Dragon for Utah State, it would have been an F for me.
I'm going to agree. I do think that they definitely got a D. Again, the only objective they managed to get was one dragon, that Cloud Drake, and they were still getting out-rotated.
Mm-hmm. All right, time management on the next one. I'm going to give them a B- on this one. I think their time management, they at least knew what they were trying to focus. Maybe not so much in the jungle. We didn't see a lot of presence there, but one of the more hopeful parts of this.
I mean, I'll agree. I'll give it a B because not Koba. He got to the first dragon, thought he had it, got rotated in on. He knew when it spawned, though. I give him a B.
I'm going to have to agree with you guys. I think Boise State did a great job, so B for me as well. Great job just knowing where to be, just not really being able to do anything about it.
Mm-hmm. And the last one we're going to check here. is the team fights. Man, this one's I got to go C- on this one because every single one of the team fights, they engaged too late, they stayed too long.
Yeah, I agree. C- felt like they weren't always coordinated. We started some fights with Call of the Forge God. You usually see that as sort of the turnaround point in a fight, so I go C-.
3 for 3. Boise State had some power, but they weren't protecting their damage-based members. While they were able to get some key eliminations, they weren't able to do anything that would have turned the game around.
All right, and I'm hearing, since this is my first time doing this, we get to pick a checkbox, but we're going to skip over that because we're going to take a very, very quick break here as we get back into the Gridiron Rivals. Tonight, it is the Broncos up against Utah State Esports. And we have a special guest watching as well, Washington Technology Magnet School. Stay tuned, just a quick break, and we'll see you very shortly.
Boise State Esports is brought to you by Gamepants Arenas and Equipment, Omen by HP, and Archon Clothing, makers of official licensed Boise State Esports apparel. Hello and welcome back to the Gridiron Rival Series here at Boise State University up against Utah University. And, you know, we've got a rough game going for the Broncos so far today. Here to cast this with me is Michael Fisher. We've got Glovely on board as well. Utah State, who we're going up against here. So far, Boise State lost that first round, but it is a best of 3 in League of Legends. So what do you guys think, and I guess we'll start with Fish because you're closer to me. What do you guys think Boise State needs to do in the draft phase, since it seems like you guys rated them pretty low on that one, in the draft phase to help start this next game?
My first key would be, we've seen Boise State do fantastic with the Ornn. The one problem, and I think it kind of reared its ugly head, is he is countered by hyper carries. Rise kind of fits that boat. He is a hyper carry, and he was just, Kodo Draco was popping off. He was incredibly fed. He was split pushing wherever he wanted. Then he teleported and get triple kills. So just be wary when you pick the Ornn that the top laner isn't picked for Utah State. Don't pick the Ornn if they can still pick a hyper carry would be my one suggestion.
I want more focus on the early game and the objective control. You have so many champions that you could be using to control those dragons, which are having such a huge impact on this meta. But Boise State drafted a very late game composition and lost control of the map. So something like Nunu, Cho'Gath, champions that have the ability to have that early game impact, like Xin Zhao or Jarvan II or Jarvan IV, would be great champions to use. But Boise State needs to be able to draft for that. Do they have champions like that in their pool that they can use to benefit from in this preseason? And
then finally, just build everything new. Just so we can learn it as casters. Since this is a show match, I want Sanguine Blades.
Yeah, I don't want to have to play the game.
Yeah, I want Sanguine Blades. I want the new Keystone.
I want Rengar so that we can get that vision item out as well.
Yeah, that's what we should see here. Just everything new at this point.
It is going to stay the same, aside from Boise State, though, with the respect ban on the Galio for Utah State University. A good choice, because giving the Aggies Galio again, it's not going to work for you, especially if Boise State decides to go aggressive in the bottom lane again.
And I'll say that's a respect ban on the Rise by first picking it. I mean, that's basically your fourth Rise. We're going to see the Lovers duo for Utah State, the Zaya Rakan. But Boise State showing some props to Utah State and say, all right, let's see if you can do it again, but we're going to make sure you don't play the same team again.
It is potentially a flex pick as well, because it is risky to do Ryze first pick in the top lane like that. So I would assume that this is, it has many positions. That's the good thing about somebody like Ryze. It's okay to first pick him. And then you get to kind of adjust from what the first picks for Utah State are going to be there. And they went with some really good selections, and it's kind of hard to go up against that, especially having the Morgana band out there, so they can't do that dynamic duo that they were running with the Caitlyn Morgana. They are going to go with the Caitlyn here, though, and we'll see if they stick with that Nami. And they listen to you in part. It's not an item,
yes,
but it's a new champion.
Yes.
Senna hopping in. They didn't respond. The coolest thing would have been if they responded with the other lovers, though. And Lucian and Senna, as Senna is Lucian's wife, returned from the lantern, I suppose.
Return from the grave. There's the Jarvan 4 going to come out for Utah State. Fantastic play last time by Darkfield on that. We'll see if he can repeat that and how Boise State wants to handle it. Last time they went with the Olaf, went more farm happy. Maybe didn't work just because Jarvan 4 was everywhere. So be curious to see. My recommendation is we see the Respect Olaf band going to come out from the Aggies. Pick something that can do the Dragon first. We saw Nakoba try it, Olaf. It's a little dicey. You've got to make sure your lifesteal is on point.
And that the lanes are pressured,
Yeah.
that you know where the enemy jungle is. They didn't have any deep wards at that time either. So we knew it was risky. I think he knew it was risky.
Yeah.
He's like, this is either going to be awesome or it's going to fail miserably, but hopefully we can still come back from that. They weren't able to, but that doesn't mean that that it wasn't enough for USU to consider banning it, and they did. And they're going to round it out with the Jace, just like the last round, just something that they are not going to want to deal with there. And the last ban for Boise State, who did pick blue side on this one, it is loser's pick. First choice goes to Utah State, so they would have picked blue initially. And the Zoe, they don't like those hyper carries in the mid lane. That was some really good play there from Utah State. So certainly focusing the mid is going to be a very good idea for Boise State here.
Yeah, and it is curious to see where they want to flex this Ryze. As you mentioned, John, it's probably going to be top or mid, but they haven't really officially picked it, and the Aggies still have to pick theirs. Kali, mainly a mid laner after the rework, but that could still flex either way. Poppy comes out, all but confirms that is going to be a Ryze mid. And then the Lee Sin, the final pick up there for Boise State. And the top laner for Utah State is going to be, I know what Glovely wants.
I mean, I'd love to see Garen, but I don't think it's very likely in this matchup. I do think he beats Poppy, especially with the Conqueror, but I also know that Garen's not a very popular pick. I think that there are a lot of other champions that they could use very well to try and shove this Poppy out, something with range or just a champion that's going to straight up farm Poppy out of the lane.
Yeah, and I was going to say it wouldn't hurt to have a little AP. Because, so it does, I would say the Akali is going to go into the top.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what I think up against the Poppy. That makes more sense to me. The Ryze, Syndra should have the opportunity there. She has the range on that, on the Ryze and does not have to get the combination down to really make do with the kit as Ryze does. So I think better picks overall in general. I am, once again, though, if we have to pick, I've got to say overall, I like the composition for Utah State a bit better. They have a better mix of AD and AP. There's a lot of AD on the side of Boise State, and that might get a little bit riskier later in the game.
Well, they tried to pull it off last game, so we'll have to see. You know what? Kodo Draco used to do Keystone on Akali. In my mind, I feel like it could be good. It's probably terrible, but that's what I want to see. I want him to. I don't know.
Oh,
we're going to
okay.
have to see, but I want him to. Use it.
Yeah, I mean...
I've tried it a couple of times. I haven't found anything it fits on at this point.
Ooh, dear.
I tried him in the jungle, and it felt like you can't do it in the jungle because you just keep wasting them.
I would just think, I haven't tried it yet either, but that was my initial thought on hearing the description is Udyr, just because he's so versatile already.
It just feels lost in the jungle.
Yeah.
My first takeaway is because you just spend the first 5 minutes, it just kind of cycles through, and you're like, none of this helps me in the jungle right now.
So maybe top lane then
like
would
a top
be,
laner melee is really where it felt key on.
Lovely, what experience do you have?
I haven't actually used that Keystone yet. I haven't had the chance to play around with it. I did, however, get out of the game playing as Garen into this top lane Akali, so I know just what a powerful champion that can be for the way that you can shove out waves to very quickly dance in and out of your opponent. However, you are going into a Poppy, does have the ability to shut down a lot of that mobility. So it's really going to be a question of how is Akali going to use it, and is Poppy going to be able to predict whatever dashes that Akali wants to use.
You know what? Thank you, Kodo Draco, for watching our stream and letting us know. He told us the new Keystone is bad and he can't take it. I appreciate him checking in at least.
Yeah, no, seriously. Like this is one of the few opportunities. Every so often, if you guys say something directly to us, the production will throw it up. But during the pick ban phase, we get to see it during that time. So like when you guys correct me, you know, like I didn't actually see it before it popped up there, the Utah State thing. But you know, you got now people just promoting Dean. Guys, he's not playing right now. He's not even playing.
They're just
but it does look like they've taken a page from the book of the main team. Lee Sin, one of the popular ones on that. The Caitlyn constantly coming out. The Ryze actually coming out a few times there in the mid lane. So maybe some of these swaps, too, have to do with not Koba potentially going back and forth between these two teams and recognizing what might work well in the compositions. But this is also the point of trial and error. And this is the last broadcast that we're going to do, so we don't get to, unfortunately, watch the progression of this trial and error. Boise State, the teams are going to have a little bit of time to play during the winter break and before the next semester starts, before we start doing that broadcast. So they'll be able to kind of figure things out. But just once again, Boise State, the Broncos, going up against the Aggies here, Utah State University Esports. They did take game number 1, Boise State falling in about 30 minutes on that one. Overwhelming, I would say, for 4 of the Aggies there. They found every advantage they could take, and they took it. They did not even let Boise State have the chance there. And shout-outs. I love these things, man. We got our special guest today, Washington Technology Magnet School. I see you guys. Thank you so much for watching us. They also have a 95% graduation rate, which is just insane. Absolutely miraculous, especially with over 2,000 students being there. And 95% free and reduced lunch. That indicates that you're looking at lower income families. And a 95% graduation rate. You kids are awesome. You guys, seriously, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for keeping school a high priority and, you know, being a part of something as cool as this, as an esports program within that. And I mean, we've got 3 Fortnite players, 10 League of Legends players. They're currently 8-0 in the Central Play versus standings. And they've got subs for all of their teams too. So even right off the bat, you guys are finding ways to kick butt and take names, and I love it. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll check in with you, you know, every so often. And I've got a whole sheet of these awesome
full
facts.
of facts.
Oh yeah, I love it. Doc hooks me up with all kinds of amazing things, and the high school stuff in particular is really my favorite. But going back to the games at hand, Utah State dominating, you know, it still took 30 minutes. It wasn't incredibly high, but really taking advantage of the new meta. What do you guys, I know you want to see more items and stuff. What do we want to see more of? I know we didn't see anybody in either of the smokers pits, and we didn't see a lot of advantage taking in terms of like the dragon pit changing. So what would you guys like to see?
I'd like to see some replays.
So I was going to say, while you answer, weekly replays. But I mean, as we talk, we might as well discuss this here. The jump in, a great taunt there, and I think the flag and drag, the interruption of the flag and drag, is what turned that fight for Boise State. It allowed them to finish off the Galio and then turn to the Jarvan there.
Yeah, that was a great overall play by Boise State, able to counter gank on an opponent who likes to gank very early. And here we see a very good jump over the wall, able to catch actually a very key target there on that Kai'Sa. And being able to eliminate that damage is a big deal, but Boise State had trouble doing it consistently throughout the game. We saw that they had the ability to do so, to make off these big plays. But they failed in their consistency. They weren't able to dictate the pace of the game, to the engages, the locations of the fights, the objectives. Just having a lot of trouble in that game. I think that they've got a better shot at in this game. I think that the Lee Sin is going to give them a lot more pressure in the jungle, especially because he does have a lot more early game presence than Olaf, has the mobility to get over walls. And hey, he might build some of those new items for us.
He may. If he's listening to Fish, he
should.
will.
He should just go full new items in the new Keystone. What could go wrong?
Just build just for Fish. Don't even build to win the game.
I mean,
You've got a third one. you know?
Well, they've got to win to get a third one.
Well, you're talking Boise. I mean, Utah.
Oh, yeah, Utah State. I mean, yeah. I
saying,
expect, yeah, come on. It's full new items, full new keystones.
But what would you say then, because Utah State, since Boise State didn't really oppose anything that they did right, everything they tried to do right, they continue to do right as we hop into the game. What do you think Boise State needs to do to clean that up? What do they need to take advantage of? We didn't see any movement bottom lane.
No, I mean, I would say take advantage of one of your lanes. Have not Koba get in early gank, kind of like Darkfield did. My guess would be it's either going to be mid or bot. Poppy, another one of those tanky champions that well, if you get a kill on a Poppy, it's okay. It's not fantastic. It's still a kill, but it's not.
It was Ryze versus Ornn, though, and there were a lot of ganks in the top for Ryze. So.
Well, then gank for Ryze here. Gank for Thyglow Lamb. See if you can punish Garchomp 1, because unlike Ahri, Syndra doesn't have a lot of mobility outside the flash. If you miss your stun, you're kind of just sitting duck. So take advantage of that. That would be my key for Boise State.
I think that you need to focus on that mid lane. I think the bot lane does have the danger of being jumped upon with the Caitlyn and the Senna, and being able to get ahead would be great, but losing all that bounty gold just as quickly would be a problem. Meanwhile, the Ryze needs to be able to scale into the mid and late game in order to be a real threat. So if you're able to get him ahead early, you get there to that point in the game that much quicker. Boise State going to pick up 10 gold for the early gold advantage, but it's just a little bit.
was the one that got that, right? Yep, Night
Scary.
No, Night Gary. Night Fairy?
Well,
it's a game that we play.
Now that the Night Fairy has
He
picked up
encourages
the
us to do this. This is the first game. I'm consistently doing it, and you guys haven't been playing long.
We were unaware of the rules of the game.
He's told about them a lot. Will of D's going to hop in the Ignite, immediately coming down onto Zach, so focus onto that Senna, because she was the one that was found out. Night, what's another one? Night Harry? He did use his heal in that one, and then the flash as well from Senna. So 2-1 on summoner spells, and quite a bit of damage there going on to Zach.
And that's one of the problems with this bot lane. They have the ability, or they don't have the ability to disengage from these fights. Caitlyn and Senna don't really have that much in terms of mobility. They do have the net. They do have the swirling shadow thing that I can never remember.
It's very delayed, though. It's not as immediate as you would think. It's not as, all right, we're all invisible, we're going to get away. If there's anyone next to you, it's like a very poor Twitch stealth.
I mean, no, it's very similar to Pyke in terms of the camouflage. It is when you are within range of them, or a certain area for Pyke at least, you can see them. And similar with Senna, you can see them in a manner, but you have to be close. And there, a good buckle coming from Lelouch as Kodo Draco gets down very low. He is able to shroud away.
And a great job there also, a gank by Nutkoba. He got the flash away from Garchomp 1 there, so now you're setting yourself up for a return gank. I think he is going to go down. It looks like he's on that red buff, so you could immediately come right back. There's a ward in the middle of that lane. Another stun, though. Going to come on to Kodo Draco. No shroud this time. An excellent stop of the flash away. Unfortunately, the flash comes out from Kodo Draco. Great job, though, by Lelouch punishing that Akali. Couldn't dash away in that little sort of shield that Poppy says, but a knockup is going to land onto Zach here. Darkfield there as well. The Flagon Drag is going to land. Night Gary is trying to get a kill onto Will of D, but unfortunately for Night Jerry, he's going to take that little alcove. He's surrounded, though. That is going to be a kill for the Keaton factor.
Nightmare going down in that one, and man, that was a rough one.
Yeah, unfortunately, that bot lane just is really hard to disengage with. If you get on top, they have great poke, they have great pressure, but that leaves them so vulnerable to these ganks, and Night Fairy just not able to do anything to turn this around.
He did try, and a lot of that had to do as well with the positioning from the Keaton factor early on, but as I speak of it, Utah State just walks straight up into the mid lane. Thyglow Lamb is going to make it out in single digits of health there. But that was kind of obvious. There was a pretty easy move there. Maybe he got benched because he left his Panda Express trash on the couch.
Wow, okay.
No more of that.
Don't leave your trash around.
I don't even know who it was. I'm not the one that said that. I'm not really sure. I'm assuming that was Twitch chat showing up. It was important. It was important enough for production to show it to me, so I'm going to put my all into that one. But that was an obvious move there from the bottom lane.
Yeah, that was a full gank squad by Utah State.
It really was.
Thyglow Lamb had to burn the flash. I don't know how he got out alive. I mean,
I don't think he had flash. I didn't think he burned the flash in that
He
one.
used the flash earlier on during that gank with the Lee Sin to try and get into position. Wasn't able to do anything with it, so I thought it was a bit of a questionable maneuver. So he did manage to survive that despite not having that flash. One more auto attack would have spelled his doom. Meanwhile, Boise State, though, does pick up the first dragon of the game. So good on them. They're going to have that additional regeneration that'll help their bot lane stay a little bit safer, assuming they are careful to not get ganked.
Was that the Cloud Drake, though?
Was it a Cloud
thought
Drake?
that
No, it was Notion.
No, I think that was Cloud.
Well, we don't have any more indicators to tell us, so
we don't
Riot,
right
fix your
now.
spectator.
Exactly. Yeah, Riot needs to get on that. We should take a pill to see if BSU should add Monster Hunter World as a varsity esport. When you show me a competitive mode and show me enough people interested, and I will fight for you. I will.
I think we'll see
I'm
Tetris
behind
99
whatever
before
game.
we see that.
I play everything. I'm willing to cast whatever. If I find people for it, I mean, I don't control anything here, but I'll at least put a little note in the Dropbox. That's all the power I have.
Yeah, the more casting jobs, the better, right? I mean,
Yeah, oh, totally, absolutely. Let's take a look at CS, though. It seems like it's pretty even across the board here. Slight advantage in the Akali's favor, and this Poppy has also been pushed under tower for the majority of the game. That should give Koba a little bit easier of a time deciding, should I go top lane? No. We're already pushed in. So the aggression is going to be down here in the bottom lane as Koba shows up, just giving a little bit of a scare to these guys and allowing the pressure that Boise State needed after taking that dragon. One of the key points that Doc brought up. If you're getting eliminations, if you're doing things, you better make something out of it. They got an objective, and they pushed a lane from it.
Cyclo Lamb taking a lot of damage in the mid. He has to be very careful. Syndra is one of those champions that can burst you down immediately. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Lelouch is going to get the stun on Kodo Draco. The Shroud will come down to keep that Akali invisible to Poppy, and he will be able to disengage with ease. Take a look at the SCS usually translates into items globally. So why don't you take a look at the items for us? But before you do that, a gank is going to come out. A kill for Garchomp 1 on the Cyclo
Yeah, shut up, Lovely.
Now you can talk about the items globally.
Boy, I was about to open my mouth, but I saw exactly what was going to happen there. So looking at the items currently, nothing too particularly big. We do see the BF sword has been picked up by Utah State, and unfortunately Boise State hasn't been able to match that and picked up a Carisha's shard and a dagger there on the Night Fairy, and now there's going to be a skirmish between the junglers.
Cataclysm is going to come out. Flash away, though, by Koba. Koba was level 4 when that started. He leveled up off the blue buff. Darkfield is level 6. That huge level advantage nearly played in the favor of Utah State. Any other items, though, Clevely? I think we should be safe.
At this point, Tyr, the goddess on that rise, going to start stacking up for Thigao Lamb. So really important item. In the top lane, Lelouch has actually opted for the Corrupting Potion and the Doran's Shield. So extremely safe laning phase, but unfortunately not a lot of early power, and none of those items are able to translate into bigger items in the later stages of the game.
And no one's really backing in this top lane. Akali just has a Doran's Ring and an Amplifying Tome, so somebody's going to back and somebody's going to finish an item like it looks like Kodo Draco is doing right now.
And Kodo Draco is going to have to walk back to the lane, so yes, it is a good opportunity for Lelouch to push, but it might also be a good opportunity to recall. There it is, and teleport back up since he does have advantage, and then follow it up with the push there. As we can see, Nightberry trying to be a little bit sneaky there and throw down some vision, but Utah State is going to stay on top of that. They've been doing a very good job of keeping vision away from Boise State here, and we can see how much it has led. Almost a 3K gold lead here, 9 minutes into this game.
Yeah, Utah State, it's really been a lot of Darkfield. He's been everywhere he's wanted. He's been on all 3 kills in this game. So Boise State, Koba got a little bit behind. A couple of his ganks were just unsuccessful. So if Koba can catch back up in level, I think that's really where Boise State can sort of get back into this game, get some ganks going from Lee Sin. Once you hit level 6, the Dragon Kick can really change a lot of fights.
Utah State is seeming to tease a little bit of power down towards that bot side, but Syndra going to return to lane. And Boise State has Koba in the wings, so they will be safe in this situation. Just going to clear out some vision, set themselves up, and continue poking in this bot lane, but maybe Thigao Lamb being caught out.
He is going to be. He will dodge the flag and drag. The Senate snipe going to give him a little bit of a shield. And Utah State will be forced to disengage. If that flagging dragon hit, I would have thought they would have gone all in. Cataclysm must have still been on cooldown from Darkfield earlier. I'm surprised we didn't see it if it was available.
I think it was available, but he just really didn't have much of an opportunity. The second he jumped in there after the flag drag, he got stunned down, out. comes the ultimate from the Xayah, though. And Knight Legendary is going to be the focus of attention there. Not Koba now just trying to escape. It does not look like he will be able to. Kodo Draco being accredited with that one. And in the meantime, Tygo Lamb is going to be jumped on here by this Rise. The ultimate coming through to save him just in time because that Cataclysm secured him for quite a while. No eliminations going in that mid lane and 2 going down the bottom in favor of Utah.
That was a fantastic teleport by Kodo Draco. Immediately after the quickness came out, he started going down there. I think Utah State once again had their sights set on their dragon. They are going to pick up this Ocean Drake, and then very soon, it's another Earth Dragon. So almost a repeat of last game. We're going to see a lot of more walls, a lot more tankiness for whatever team picks up these dragons.
I was hoping to see something. Come on, Riot, really? Like, way to mix it all up for us. We just get to see the mountains rise again. I mean...
And a lot of tankiness.
Yeah, and a lot of tankiness. Yeah, which, you know, that's fun utility, but
it's all about damage.
It's all about the damage, man, and it's all about seeing the new stuff too. I think
exactly.
This is part of what we want here. Where now, I guess, would Boise State need to move their focus? Because now the mid lane and the bottom lane, which is what we were talking about, them focusing, have gone in favor of Utah State. Do they adjust their focus to try to push for that top? And as I ask the question, not Koba is the focus here. The ultimate coming out from Lelouch, gonna bump that guy away. Get out of here, Jarvan. We don't want your smite around because we want Shelly. And now it is in the pockets of the Broncos.
After a bit of a troubling first game, Lelouch has really been pulling his weight in this game. Now as Not Koba goes diving in, isn't able to catch up with Jarvan, does have the flag of drag, but now there's the bot lane.
Knock up right onto Zach. He's going to get rooted as well. We'll have to flash away. The Boise State bot lane taking a lot of poke damage from this Lovers duo.
And only an Ignite available in terms of summoner spells there. They also don't have vision, and they're kind of pushed. And there is a ward in that bush, as well as a couple towards the side of Boise State. There we go. That's what I want to see. It is scary, though, to see that being pushed that far without any vision. And now as we speak of it, the Keaton factor finds what he needed there. Down it goes one. Tygo Lamb is the next focus here. A good stun, though, from him means the Syndra will not take his life just yet. Lelouch taking damage. It seems like Utah State gets super excited. Once one team member is like, all right, I'm going in, the rest of them are like, all right, I want some action too. I'm going in here. And now they put a ton of damage down on Boise State. They may not have gotten an elimination in that, but they've done the poke necessary here. Oh my goodness, a flash out, another Cataclysm coming in there. Lots of damage from the Syndra. Tygo Lamb is so low, and Darkfield will take him down immediately after. Garchomp finds Not Koba, and that is after the ultimate coming out of Not Koba there as well. So Boise State likely going to lose several plates, if not the first tower of the game.
It was a fantastic rotation by Utah State. They have been communicating so well. Really, Will of D and Darkfield have turned into sort of not quite a double jungle, but they are almost always together. It's been a fantastic job by them, basically being able to say, all right, we're going to gank this lane. After the flag and drag hits, we're going to get the knock-up as well. So that's been a great job rotating by Utah State.
Boise State, on the other hand, has been really having trouble capitalizing on their jungler. He's been ganking into lanes that weren't pushed. He's been trying to find targets that still had their defensive tools up and hasn't been able to fully commit to an engage. Currently sitting at 0-2-0, not even picking up any assists yet or really putting much pressure on the lane. He's not a bad champion, not a bad player, certainly, but has been having so much trouble.
Do keep in mind, it is impossible for him to get assists in this game because there are 0 eliminations on the side of Boise State. That means that you're the only hero that hasn't, the only champion that hasn't died yet is the Poppy in the top lane. Everybody else is sitting at 0-2-0, 0-3-0, 0-1-0. So everybody on Boise State's side is uncomfortable in this game. And it's not even necessarily that they're playing things incredibly wrong. I think it's just that Utah is doing things so very right. Their communication, I'm not even near them, and I can tell their communication is intensely strong because of the reactionary times that they have had in all of these fights and all of these objectives.
Yeah, Utah State has been communicating very well, rotating very well, but you can always get back in the game with one good item, Glovely, so what are you seeing?
The biggest thing I'm seeing on the side of Boise State is that their bot lane doesn't have a big AD item. We have the Carisha's Shard, the Cloak of Agility, so it's attack speed, and it is crit, but you don't have an actual damage item in order for your attacks to be able to multiply that crit damage for.
And Caitlyn, being, you know, a relatively slow shooter but heavy damage dealer, she needs it. And there comes the ult. The recall from the Keaton Factor, who picks up an elimination. Speaking of ultimates, Dark Fields decides to throw down the Cataclysm. The Senna does respond with her own ultimate, and Lelouch teleports down and uses the ultimate to assist his team and prevent another death on the side of Zach, and makes it out alive on that one. A great play from Lelouch in the top lane.
That was a great job, a great teleport there by Lelouch to lock down Darkfield, who maybe got a little bit over-aggressive, overzealous, trying to take down Senna. Utah State, you'd gotten your kill. Maybe that's when you disengage, but when you're so far ahead, it can be hard to do that. But Boise State, seeing the Darkfield down and with a respawn, they're going to try Dragon, but now Knight Jerry, he's caught out, and Knight Larry is going to go down the Keaton Factor. Unstoppable. Meanwhile, Kodo Draco is going to pick up that first tower.
I had some hope for that. It looked like Zach was down there to bait out the fight, because it appeared that just the Xayah and the Rakan were moving up. Communication should have been strong there. I thought that Zach was going to come try to pinch them, but by the time he engaged on the fight, Knight Solitary was already down, and he is not somebody that is going to survive in this or deal the damage necessary to be able to secure the objective. And now at this point, the rest of Utah State has respawned, and they're already at the objective.
Now Utah State is going to go on that Dragon. The Sonic Wave came out from Notkoba, but he will smartly not follow that one up. No point in sacrificing your life for that, so that is a second Dragon and an Earth Dragon over to the side of Utah State.
More Earth, guys. More
tank.
Yeah, we still have 3 more, or at least 2 more Earth Dragons to go. But I gotta let him get caught out in the mid lane by 5 members of Utah State. Just really unfortunate, not able to do much about that. Very clean tower dive by Utah.
We're 17 minutes into this game, though, and you're looking at 1-11 on the kill death spread. You're looking at 0-3 on the towers, and you're looking at 9.5K, essentially, in a difference. That is massive. At this point in the game, if you are Boise State, this is not a good engage, even if you have some sort of advantage. Zach trying to engage on this one, but he's going to be immediately turned on. They have no advantage here. The Keaton Factor taking that one for himself. Get another kill going over to that ADC as the Xayah there. So what I was trying to say before Lelouch made a questionable engage there, he was able to escape, but only because another member sacrificed himself. They need to be buying sweepers, buying wards, and only going into their jungle at this point if they know where the enemy is, or only moving as a team. They can collectively clear areas and throw down vision, and that will give them the only advantage really right now that they can find is going to be vision advantage and play advantage in that sense. At least from what I see, you know. I'm wrong very often. So
well, we'll see. We will see another new thing. It's not an item, but it is the second Rift Herald of the game. The new thing.
Is it Shelly the second?
Shelly
Jr.?
Shelly Jr. is going to be here. If you kill Shelly quick enough, the respawn will line up. She is also spawning a little bit sooner as well. So we will see Shelly Jr. come out. Unfortunately, Utah State was the one who's going to take claim to Shelly Jr.
I mean, only unfortunate if you're not Utah State, or if you're a Boise State fan. For them, it is certainly fortunate, because that means they pick up another objective for the team, which I think every single objective... Wait, did Boise State took the first dragon?
Yes, Boise State got the first dragon.
So just like the last game, Boise State taking that first dragon, and then everything going over to Utah State, including a second Shelly Jr., who is hopefully cuter.
I would assume they look almost nearly identical.
They do. I would like to submit to Riot that
breathing now, don't run away. We can still figure it out. Why do I do this? Why do I push you down? I'm reaching out. You think that I wanna let you go? Well, look at me and your ice and bones. I wish that I knew what was wrong. What's wrong? You tell me, I don't know why I do more harm than good each time I let you. You turn to stone like I'm a suicide. Need my eyes all out before we both break down. 'Cause I'm a suicide. Medusa. Keep moving, don't wanna meet your eyes, 'cause something's wrong. Feels like your love is alive. Stop and think, maybe you're the bad guy. Say it's me, but why? You think that I wanna let you go? Well, look at me and your ass and bones. I wish that I knew what was wrong. Could it be you that's wrong? You tell me, I don't know why I do more harm than good each time I let you. You turn to stone like I'm a suicide. Need my eyes all out before we both break down. 'Cause I'm a suicide. Medusa. Is this what I've been waiting for? 'Cause I'm feeling a little too comfortable. And I think it might be the perfect time. Yeah, to have a taste of my own advice. From places I've never been, in colors I've never seen, from places I've never been, in colors I've never seen. Colors that 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 I've never seen. Is this what I was hoping for? To live by my uncertainty principles. 'Cause I think it might be the perfect time. Yeah, to let my head and my heart decide. Keep everything that spills out of the dark locked up behind your lips. It's blooming out of nothing but a thought, like secrets that slowly slip. Shadow in the spotlight, no stars inside, chasing the daylight. If you don't care, I don't care. We're out after midnight. You're glowing like the writing on the wall. I finally meet you again. We're slowing down under the moon, painted trails where we've been. Shadow in the spotlight, no stars inside, chasing the daylight. If you don't care, I don't care. We're out after midnight. We're out after
Welcome back to this Boise State Esports broadcast. The final game of our Gridiron Rivals series on this Friday is about to happen. It's going to be Overwatch, Boise State versus Utah State. And joining me to help call the action right now is Lisa Jolly-Mauhaus and Adam Fish Fisher. And I want to say to you guys, this is the final match of the night, but really kind of a momentous occasion because it's going to be the final match of our regular season broadcast. for the year and, actually for the decade. The next time we broadcast in a regular season match, it will be 2020, a brand new decade.
Yeah, what's your vision on that one?
I don't even want to make any predictions. You know how Caster's curse is. But.
I made a joke. 2020 vision.
Oh,
never mind.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I got it. I was there.
I saw him hang his head. I saw him shake his head at me and roll his eyes.
I'm sorry. I wasn't in the mood to catch bad puns right now.
I see. Yeah, so. It's not a pun. It's a play on words. Anyway, Utah State again for this, and yeah, it is bittersweet. And not only is it the last broadcast of the season of the decade, it is the last broadcast of everybody's favorite Soul Papa, Soulpan. His last semester, his last game up on that stage. As Doc mentioned earlier during that interview with he and Nakoba, he's going to be hanging around. We're going to see him and stuff. But, we know how much you guys love seeing Soulpan up there. We've had a lot of Soulpan fans from the very start. But that means that we're going to get some new faces up on there.
Yeah, and last game of the year, the broadcast of the decade of the century, whatever you want to say. It also matters because it's the it's the tiebreaker game in Gridiron. You can't go out you can't end 2019 on a loss to Utah State. So there's a lot of pressure on Boise State to finish out strong.
That's a lot of pressure. And this is a team that we've played up against relatively often, and it's a tough team. You have 3 members that you are looking at right around 4,000 for their SR. And then they've got a little bit of a mix, though, because they've got a kind of a drop in between that, 4,000. And then when you get down to like players 5 and 6, you're looking at basically sub 3,000. So some new players, which is always nice to see, or some players that maybe just haven't played a ton of ranked in here yet. And we know our players, too, are still working on finding footing with all of the changes recently to the game itself, to our setup, and all of that. There we can see, and Dr. Keys to the Game popping up there. These are all very important. Pre-fight prioritization, so knowing who the focus is beforehand, coordinating pull and punch, stabilize, and wall and maul, which has definitely been a strategy they've been going about recently.
And Doc's Keys to the Game, if you didn't know, Jolly, are brought to you by none other than Boise State University.
Oh, really?
Where you can choose from more than 200 areas of study and have the chance to combine minors, certificates, internships, hands-on research, work opportunities, and more. To make your educational experience unique, whether you're currently a student or are planning to start the next decade off right by enrolling at Boise State, you can go to boisestate.edu for more info.
There's some good info. You can also find our schedule and stuff on there. So those of you, I know we had actually somebody that was in here that it was the first event he'd ever gone to, and he's going to be coming back. He's like, yeah, I just started joining these. Anybody interested in the next semester wanting to see more of the good stuff that we offer here at Boise State? .edu as well. How's that? Esports.boisestate.edu in particular. And I think they made the tab a little bit more obvious now. It's the schedule. It's not under watch or anything like that. It is under schedule. And we keep that up to date. Rarely things change on that, but keep an eye out for more of the events that we're going to be having, in particular the Armed Forces, the United States Army. Mm-hmm. We're going to be doing a lot more things with them. So it's just a lot of cool stuff coming for the next season.
A lot of cool stuff, and I don't know about you. It might not be maybe a meta pick or maybe with the recent balance changes, but regardless of what's meta or not right now in Overwatch, since it is Soulpan's last game, I just want to see just one more thing of him on Reinhardt and hopefully one last fat shatter. We saw one in the match against Wyoming, so maybe hopefully to end his season off right, we can see at least one more of those.
Depends on the map, for sure.
Yeah, Reinhardt. No, it doesn't. Just throw it down.
No, it doesn't.
Throw it down. It's your last game. Just throw it down. Just go in there and throw down a fat shatter. That's all that matters.
We want to talk right now. We want to give some props to Washington Technology Magnet School for tuning in with us all night. We've been talking about them all night, but just a little bit more information for them. They are located in 6 St. Paul, Minnesota. 95% of their demographics are students of color. They have a 95% graduation rate as well, and they have 30 students competing in Hearthstone, Smash Brothers, Fortnite, League of Legends. They just have so many great programs, and it's a great honor to have them tuning in, and we welcome you and hope you enjoy the show.
Keep up the good work, guys, and definitely we'd love to be able to cast you on this stage if you end up being interested at all in the Idaho area. We do have, varsity team won the NASEF Eastern Conference last spring, and they were able to compete in Long Beach for the national championship. They ended up getting 4th place. Still fantastic to see your guys' involvement in that one. And I know I did see that you have had 2 players move on to League of Legends for universities, both in Minnesota, Bethany Lutheran, and Concordia. We'd love to see you guys come out here to Boise State University and check out Idaho.
Well, and speaking of 2 players before the match starts here, I got to say I feel the 2 Hearthstone players on the team braving it by themselves. Right now, let's get into the match.
We're going to see an early engage here by Boise State. Lake is going to be the first one to go down. He will be taken down by Haskell. Ironically enough, Haskell's going to pick up another kill, Jolly, and the Broncos are down 2.
Haxel. CBMX is going to be his next. It looks just like it. That's Cheesebreaker going to find the next one. Maximus is going to take one for himself, and Jeppy as well. Going to wipe Boise State clean on that one, and now they're sitting at 5% with that ticking up as time goes on. Boise State going to need to come into this one with a little bit of a different strategy. They did take down the first opponent, Lake, being that one, but my goodness, Haxal on that Reaper needs to be priority number 1 because he was cleaning up.
Yeah, it really is a state where those damage champions can make or break you in these current matches.
We're going to hop in once again. Soulpan already down, Nerdy Bird as well. Lake going to go down. A great defensive strategy by Utah State, and another wipe, Jolly, for the Aggies.
Soulpan and Basilisk being the only ones up and alive right now. Basilisk trying to make it out of there. He wants the reset to not be staggered, and it looks like that's going to be the end of that fight.
I got to give props to Boise State for trying to find another way to try to get to the point. Unfortunately, because they were so close to the edge of the map, that led to a very nasty boop off the side for them. Weren't able to make any sort of progress after that.
Coalescence going to come out from both Moiras there as both teams are trying to get a little bit of sustain. The Blizzard going to come out from Cheesebaker. Unfortunately, not going to be enough as Modern Frost is going to get the first elimination onto Cap Laps there. The Broncos finally finding their footing. They're going to get another elimination as well onto Cheesebaker. And now we're going to see them onto the point. Modern Frost taking a lot of damage, Jolly, but the elimination is going in the Broncos' favor.
And healing coming through for him. Everybody back at full health here, and now Utah State are the ones that are running away from this fight as Boise State tries to capture the point.
Utah State, but they are going to have a lot of ammunition for this next round. They're looking at 4 ultimates. Boise State currently has 2 up, but they've also got Sopan and CBMX, both above 90, so you can bet that there's going to be a lot of action and a lot of really powerful plays coming out on this very crucial next engagement.
And a lot of the same ultimates.
Here we go. We can see the sound barrier come out. Gravitic Flux used as well. Perfect answer from Basculus. Unfortunately, CBMX is taking a lot of damage. He's going to use his own Gravitic Flux. The Death Blossom going to come out from Haxel. Sound barrier going to come out from the Aggies. But the first kill is going to go over to Modern Frost. Cheesebaker goes down on his own Death Blossom there. And the Broncos just clean that fight up.
A phenomenal engage there by Boise State. A lot of good damage onto Haxal early on. Definitely spelt a good rest of the fight for them there.
Utah State still is going to be able, they did keep the bongo for the Orisa, so they're going to have that extra offensive capability here. Boise State already used it toward the later part of that engagement, so they're not out of the woods yet.
Here comes that supercharger from Caplast. Maximus is going to use that Coalescence as well. Nerdy Bird hanging on to it is now they're going to use it as Lake is the first one there to fall to Jeppy. The Broncos trying to regroup, trying to stabilize just a little bit there. The supercharger is still down for Caplast and building those ultimate charges for the Aggies. Modern Frost is the next one to fall, Jolly.
Caplaps takes him down here. Nerdy Bird is on fire, doing a great job of keeping these members alive, but Basilisk is dangerously low. He ends up going down, and CBMX, right as the Gravitic Flux gets taken down as well. Nerdy Bird and the rest of Boise State get wiped here. Utah State regaining control of the point.
I mean, I do have to wonder whether the Coalescence was up or not on that last engagement, because Nerdy Bird didn't activate that until one member of Boise State had already gone down. And that was just too little too late in that engagement. Utah State already had the upper hand.
Gravitic Flux going to be used by CBMX. Unfortunately, 2 of his teammates are behind an ice wall there. Cheesebaker is going to get the first elimination and use his own Blizzard on the member of Boise State, Baskus, and Lake taking a lot of damage.
And there we can see Modern Frost trying to be cheeky and maybe pull aggression from the rest of his team. It did not end up working, and Lake taking so much damage there from behind, goes down to Haxel. In the meantime, El Cuno found 2 eliminations, and Utah State is going to find the first victory.
I mean, one thing's for sure that we're going to be seeing throughout this match is that these are two very skilled teams. I mean, an 82 and 100 on the charge count, it's hard to pick out. You can pick out little things here or there, but this isn't going to be one of those matches where we see glaring problems open up in either side. This is going to be very technical, just seeing each team's just really master the fundamentals of how you play the game and getting their technical plays up to really the highest level and see who can pull it out in the end.
We'll see if they make any changes as well in terms of composition for this section of the map. A little bit more close quarters combat on this one. And that gives a little more opportunity for some people to pull out some cheeky heroes or some cheeky strategies.
Yeah, this definitely opens the map up if either team wants to run a pharmacy combination here, something that both teams have run to a lot of success. Doesn't look like it for now. We will see a Torbjorn, though, on the side of Boise State. Cheesebaker going to answer with the Doomfist. See how that works out. For now, though, Bassus is going to take down Doomfist. He'll be the first one to fall down, and Boise State immediately applying a ton of pressure to the Aggie. Catlap, the next one to fall, and Haskell is taking a lot of damage as well.
And Utah State doesn't know who to focus in this fight. They're taking damage from every direction, and that is going to lead to their demise. Before going down, Haxal does find out Lake, the first one there for Boise State to fall, but that means that they are going to have a first capture on this point.
I mean, it's good that Boise State took the capture there. It's a little bit unfortunate. Maybe Lake can get back to the point, but since he was eliminated, that is going to throw a little bit of a wrench if you wanted to set up some sort of defensive turret on the point.
Yeah, this next fight could be easily determined by where Lake puts those turrets. Can they get some chip damage on the side of Utah State before the fight even starts? The Coalescence immediately used by Maximus there. Nerdy Bird going to use hers as well, but CDMX is the first one to fall. Supercharger comes down there from Soulpan, and that might turn the fight around as Modern Frost will kick down Catlap. The Supercharger is going to be eliminated there, and now we're going to see the Molten Core come out from Lake, but Soulpan and Haxel both pass away at the same time.
Modern Frost manages to find him out, and a good one to take down early on. Looks like Lake is still in this fight. Modern Frost going to burn that Death Blossom there. Cheesebreaker is going to take down one of Lake's turrets. Modern Frost not picking up anybody there with his ultimate, but he does find out Jeppy immediately after. The Blizzard coming down now from Cheesebreak here as Modern Frost and CDMX both fall. Caplap's taking one of those for himself. El Cuno does have the sound barrier up, but it is not necessary. Looks like Maximus is going to burn off that Coalescence, take out Soulpan, who's on the Wrecking Ball, and Haxal doing what he does best, punching some people and shooting them in the face and taking down multiple members there of Boise State there, and now Utah has found their point.
You know, if you want any footage to show just kind of what the struggle it is on playing a support hero, look at that last minute with Nerdy Bird. I mean, really, how effortlessly she switched in between healing and knowing when to do offense. When you're seeing those little crosses show up on every side of the field, it's just amazing how skilled these players are in performing their roles.
Coalescence going to come out from Nerdy Bird. The Catlap going to use his Supercharger. Cheesebreaker, the first one to go down. Nerdy Bird will fall as well for Boise State. Soulpan going to get eliminated by that Death Blossom. He's going to pick up another one as well, and the Broncos will get quickly wiped.
They did burn a lot of ultimates, though, on the side of Utah State. And now Boise State is looking at the beat for the Lucio and also the Gravitic Flux, and also a Molten Core coming up for the Torbjorn. Don't get to say that very often. But hopefully, and the charges aren't that high on Utah State except for the Coalescence, which that's cool at this point.
Exactly, and that's one that usually pops at the same time, or at least one relatively put together.
Gravitic Flux going to start this fight for CBMX. Sound Barrier, though, came out from El Thuno. Bastos uses his as well. Bells the Molten Core from Lake, and Catflaps is the first one to go down. Coalescence from Maximus is not enough to save Haxel.
Nerdy Bird getting taken very low, and Lake is going to be the first to find his demise. Nerdy Bird there soon after. That means you've only got one support left in this fight. Jeppy taking both of those down. Soulpan after finds El Cuno, though, and two supports down now for Utah State as Modern Frost finds out two others. That means Boise State is going to regain control of this point.
I like the little bit of the fun and cheekiness there on that last play on the side of Modern Frost. Every time he turns the corner, there's someone that he's right in the face of, ready to just take a couple shots and get those eliminations.
And that's definitely the idea behind a successful Reaper right now, because Reaper is definitely a staple on the current meta. You need that heavy burst damage.
And let's see if he can get off a sneaky sort of Death Blossom. We saw a switch there. Lake is on the Soldier there. Nerdy Bird going to use the Coalescence. Cheesebreaker going to use that Blizzard. Soulpan will use his Supercharger. CBMX and Soulpan just get roasted, but the Death Blossom on the other side could turn this fight around for Boise State.
Cheesebreaker did take down Nerdy Bird after that. Basilisk is going to pop Jeppy away from this one, and Boise State finds themselves full control and takes round number 2.
Soldier 76 catching Utah off
So
guard.
good.
It was just he was just standing there one after the other, just mowing them down. That was beautiful to see. A great move played out by Boise State. And like I said, two very tough teams going against each other, and we're seeing it in this first match as it's going to the tiebreaker.
Indeed it is, and this map is a little tricky. Usually the fights start above the point, and it really comes down to whichever team loses the first fight, how do they get back to the point? There's a lot of sneaky hallways, and if you telegraph your movements, we've seen Boise State do it a lot. They just sort of keep a team in their spawn and camp them for all charges.
Oh yeah, the other side of that though is if you cannot find a sneaky way to get back, it's impossible to break through for some players and some teams. They're going to have to navigate pretty tightly together, whoever does engage, and it's just some pokes back and forth.
Soulpan on the Reinhardt. I'm liking this.
Soulpan on the Reinhardt as this fight's going to start off. He doesn't need a shield. So Uno, the first one to go down. Modern Frost takes down Haxel, and the Broncos get the ace.
What a pin there from Soulpan. Gets the elimination with that after smacking some guys in the face there. Utah State may have to consider picking that up for themselves because Jeppy is still currently on that Sigma.
Soulpan, do you really have to go after seeing a performance like that?
Yeah, it is. It's it's going to be tough. This team, he's been a rock for sure for League of Legends first, and now on to Overwatch.
Great rotation there by Boise State, recognizing that Utah State had shifted around. And there's the shadow! Unfortunately, dies as it goes off. Nerdy Bird going to go down as well, and now the Broncos back on their heels.
And Lake has a lot to do with the success that Boise State was seeing there. He managed to pick up 2 with the Riptire, and one of them as well with his explosive Cheesebreaker. We can see is swapped over to the Hanzo and is finding a lot of success.
I could tell a little bit of each of our souls died there.
Yeah.
We were so looking forward to a fat shatter there. We both leaned back in our chairs, ready to cheer, and unfortunately it didn't work out.
He saw the opportunity.
Yeah.
He saw it. He just was not able to follow through with that.
As unfortunately, though, for Boise State, going in very staggered, so they kind of lose that fight and just really delay their own death timers. A couple of potential swaps. Lake went over to the Tracer and then immediately swapped back, so nothing's going to change. But those alt charges for Utah State are getting very, very dangerous, all of them above 60%.
Yeah, it is a question whether Boise State just wants to use this next engagement to try to bait some of those ultimates out.
Might not be a bad idea. They are going to try to put a little bit of pressure on, though, from Utah State to get the builds. There we go.
There's the Dragon Strike, and that's going to start that fight off. 1 kill. Capsule's going to pick up another. Lake, though, will turn it around a little bit for Boise State.
Lake's doing a great job, and there is the reset. CBMX recognizing not everybody is going to survive from that one. He might as well just jump off and get those timers going. They do have a couple more fights because Boise State had the control of the point for the most of that, but they have to play this right.
Oh, this is the Junkrat you hate to go up against. Just that constant stream. Soulpan's going to be there to put up the shield, though. Hopefully push Boise State through.
Broncos will finally be able to push through. They'll take down the steel trap, and immediately the Riptire is going to come out. Haxel, though, will die before he's able to use it. Coalescence going to come out from both sides there. Lake is going to be the first one to go down for Boise State, but they still have 2 down for Utah State.
A good burn on the Supercharger there, as well as the Coalescence from Maximus. Cheesebreaker going to find one. Jeppy going to find Modern Frost there. And Boise State definitely on the losing end of this battle. Looks like CBMX, yep, he was going for the reset as well there. He ended up getting taken down anyway. And this is the last fight, I believe, Boise State has the chance for.
Last fight in high stakes is both of them have 3 ultimates, but all of them, with the exception of the Lucio beat, are different ultimates, so it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. One last chance for a fat shatter from Soulpan.
And Lake did swap over to the McCree, so keep an eye on that extra damage and stun. And there it is!
There's the Triple Man Death Blossom as well. Another one going to go down there. Cheesebreaker, the only one left alive. He snuck away, but the Broncos are going to get on the point, and now the fight's in their favor. Only problem, they had to commit 2 of those ultimates, so they've got to be very wary.
They do, but they stopped it. Oh my goodness, he got him! No way, that was incredible. incredible last-second shot right before actually getting to his own spawn point to heal up there. 2 ultimates for Boise State, but they stopped Utah at 98%.
It's going to be very crucial to see how this is going here. There is the Dragon Strike available from the Hanzo, as well as Gravitic Flux and the Coalescence cooldown at this point. And, there it comes out. Nasty.
Sound barrier canceled on a lot of that damage, though. Great job by Basilisk. We're going to see Elf Uno, the first one to go down. Gravitic Flux from Jeppy will help Cheesebreaker get a kill. Capslaps is going to take down Soulpan, and the Broncos find themselves in a 4v5.
A great move around there. Nerdy Bird following up Modern Frost. CDMX is going to be the one to take it down. Jeppy, great transition of aggression from Boise State. And Nerdy Bird doing a fantastic job of following around that damage priority for the Broncos here. Now Nerdy Bird is not going to survive very long, going down to Maximus. Modern Frost did take one down, but Soulpan is really the only one left here on the point. It is overtime. They need to take as much as they can here, and now it is the trickle through.
Yeah, unfortunately, Utah State got it right back and no overtime there. So the Aggies will take the third map and game 1 here.
But my goodness, what a close match that is. We could be in here, ready here for a lot of a very long series of games as we're looking at here. I want to say, ultimately, I wish it was Haskell because of all the jokes we could make.
Yep. Oh, absolutely.
But whether it's Haskell or Haxel, just proving why Reaper is such a force to be reckoned with in the meta. Just so much burst damage and so much, not only with great burst damage close up against heroes, but such a huge ultimate that literally we've seen it turn the tides of battle once you can get, 3, 4, 5 eliminations off of one single Death Blossom.
And the Reinhardt too. The meta is just a little more difficult because of things like Gravitic Flux being thrown in, because of these disruptions that people have now. It's much more difficult for somebody to get in and get a fat shatter like that because you have to be on the front line. Obviously, you're a Reinhardt with the shield, and you need to be close to get that shatter to hit everybody you want it to, but at the same time, you have to avoid all forms of crowd control.
This is going to be a very tough match. We are looking at Boise State Esports versus Utah State Esports. This is the final game of our Gridiron Rivals series tonight. Who will come out on top in this Overwatch match? And I will say, we did at least get to see one last shatter from Soulpan, so I'm happy about that.
Yeah, and almost the fattest of shatters, too.
Almost. It was two milliseconds away from going off. Unfortunately, he died.
Yeah, because with that one, too, you release it, and it does actually have to hit and go through. So he used his ultimate, but he was stunned before it actually landed. So that's, you expend the 100%, you have to restart that charge. It's a difficult climb, but they were still able to make a play off of that as well. So Boise State, even from round 1 to round 2, to round 3, because they run round 2, lots of progression.
Yeah, it was a great job by Boise State. But yeah, the other problem with Reinhardt is his shields are not portable.
Yeah. I guess the new meta is, shields you can throw.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's out.
I mean, despite the fact that a shield throughout all of history has been something that people carry on them, that's just out the wall. You need to throw shields around.
This is not Earth.
This is the future.
This is not only the future. You've got, the leader is an ape. Like, the leader of this is a big gorilla. I'm pretty sure all of our standards have gone out the window there for Blizzard.
Probably.
They're like, yeah, go ahead, try to argue. It's our world, okay?
Well, Boise State is going to have the map choice in this second map as we go into hybrid. What maps are you thinking Boise State can pull out to turn this thing around?
Oh, goodness. Is it bad that a really good hybrid map doesn't immediately pop? There are so many struggles when it comes to Overwatch, and it is so heavy-sided in these games. We rarely ever see, 5 matches. We rarely ever see more than the 3 necessary because there's generally such a gap. So, goodness. I'm just thinking of ones, that haven't gone horribly wrong.
Well, we've got Kings Row, we've got Numbani as well.
Yeah, see, that's...
Neither of those are ringing a bell.
No, okay, Kings Row, though, I do know they like Kings Row.
Yeah,
I guess that one should have been the first one to pop to my mind. I was thinking things like Numbani and stuff where it really tends to just not go in our favor. Kings Row, I think, is probably what they'll go with.
We've seen a lot of Kings. Yeah, we've seen a lot of Kings Row recently. I wouldn't say that that's always a huge success for Boise
Yeah.
State. It's really gone either way, but I will say they've shown a lot of teams actually have shown a favor. So we almost always see Kings Row no matter who wins game one.
Yeah.
I don't know why teams love Kings Row so much. Maybe they like being crowned king when they win the map, but I'm going to guess it's Kings Row.
It is a cool setting, I will say.
Yeah.
It is a very cool, dramatic setting as
It's
well.
a classic. You know,
Yeah.
I guess if you could have classics in the first iteration of a game like this.
Well, with Overwatch 2 coming, this becomes a
Yeah,
classic,
this
right?
is now a classic, I guess, because it was one of the originals, you know, and one that they definitely have a lot of experience on.
There's also Hollywood as well.
Yep, that's all right. I guess that's one that I would say overall, more so than Kings Row, has gone in favor of Boise State. I think a lot of that has to do with the turns and the re-engage areas and different opportunities of either going above or below. They're really good at setting up ambushes, though. And I think Hollywood actually allows a lot of opportunity for ambushes. I would rather see Hollywood over Kings Row for this team, but usually they go... I'm pretty sure I just saw.
Yeah, I think the background.
It's just the background, the quick background there. I'm pretty certain I saw Kings Row, so that's probably what we're going to be expecting.
Man, Arisa, you got Arisa and Sigma on Kings Row. What else could you ask for?
I
It's
will
so
say
classic, I think I could watch it again and again and again.
The one
classic.
thing that you can say for Boise State plays in their favor for Kings Row is the boops by Basilisk at the very end.
Oh,
We've
that's
seen
true.
those
Yes,
several
yes.
times. That's really the one of the few hybrid maps that allows that potential.
Yeah.
That may be the one difference between this and Hollywood.
That is,
you can't boop anyone off Hollywood. You can boop people off Kings Row.
Well,
at
if you
the
get them
very
like way off track.
Okay, yeah, but no
They
one's
can't,
fighting
but, yeah,
over there.
You have to go to like the corner, you know, like a little garden area or whatever, and they have to jump, and then you can move them. This does give them some of that opportunity, and we know how much Basilisk loves to do that.
I will say one of my favorite moments was when Boise State put a Bastion turret on the top of the statue, because the idea
Yes.
of an Omnic shooting at every single thing on top of what's supposed to be the symbol of
A
peace
peace,
between the Omnics and humans.
Now, I
Too
will
good.
say, actually, recently, being just the past couple of weeks, Boise State has taken a very good strategy here. Normally, I bring it up every time, normally you hide in front of that statue around the corner here so that you can engage if they're in the building on the left-hand side, so you can have somebody on either side, basically, as they come through. You ambush them, and that's what most people expect. Boise State sets up back on the point so that they can actually shoot you from afar, see exactly what strategy you're going through and what production stop, what you're doing. And it gives them a lot of an upper hand because the other team is just really not expecting it to be a later engage.
I think Boise has to watch out for is the
I hate you,
pharmacy comp right now that is on the side of Utah State. No hit scan for the Broncos. Modern Frost is going to get eliminated by that combination. The Broncos have got to find a way to get into the air and get into it quickly. They will take down Hackskull, though, but Sound on My Ski, a substitute for the Broncos, took a lot of damage and ended up going down.
He took a bunch of damage on that engage and was not in a good position to save himself. Cheesebreaker on that Farah is decimating. That is the power of a good Farah Mercy combo, and Cheesebreaker is nailing those shots.
With an immediate switch over to the McCree, that's going to give Boise State a little bit of hit scan. But that's one of the problems. This is one of those pharmacies where you need to answer it right away, or else it's going to be a continuous thorn in their side. And Utah State already has the payload after just one engagement.
Okay, Utah State did a fantastic job. We'll see if Sound on My Ski can answer Cheesebreaker on that Farah there. He's done very well in the past on that McCree as that hit scan. For now, though, he's taking a little bit of chip damage there. The Broncos basically being baited around the corner by Utah State. The Aggies holding back. Sound on My Ski taking a lot of damage. Coalescence is up on both sides, and Cheesebreaker is very, very close to that barrage. Dirty Burger starts the fight with her Coalescence immediately onto the side of Utah State. Cheesebreaker is in the back line, but Capslap will be the first one to go down there. Maximus used his own Coalescence as well. Soulpan going to be the next one to fall, and they've got to look for that barrage.
Some solid shielding going up there from CBMX and Soulpan, but now with those two tanks down, Boise State has a lot to face. The barrage taking down to Haxal there, finds out Modern Frost, and El Cuno does have the ability to resuscitate Cheesebreaker. So Utah State currently with an upper hand, and Maximus just at the end there being able to take down Basilisk, who was trying to come back, and now that's going to stall their reset here.
It wouldn't surprise me if the Broncos sort of wait around that corner and basically just surrender that first point to Utah. It makes the defense incredibly hard because there's going to be so much time left on the clock here. But you could take advantage of a 65 as one member of the Aggies is back pushing, but unfortunately Nerdy Bird and Bastos both go down to the Dragon Strike there. CBMX and Soulpan follow very quickly.
And we can see just from the perspective of these Boise State members, it is absolute mayhem in these fights. They don't know who to aggress on. They don't know who's aggressing on them. They have no vision of the enemy team because they are immediately on top of them.
And I would say Boise State is going to be having the ultimate advantage, but Utah State, they've only been using 1 or 2 ultimates in each engagement. Their ult economy has been so good that they're able to match up Boise State. When Boise State's been making an effort to save and Utah State hasn't, yet they're still ahead on ultimates.
And Salad on my ski, as soon as he swaps over to the Widowmaker, gets knocked very low, and Maximus manages to find that final hit with the damage ball, the death ball.
Good for Salad on my ski, though. The respawn is so close, so he will be able to respawn on that Widowmaker and be right back in the fight. The Broncos do have 5 ultimates, and here comes the Supercharger to start it. Coalescence going to come down from Maximus. Going to see the Supercharger from Capslap as well. Modern Frost tried to use the Death Blossom, but he got eliminated. Another kill for Maximus with that Coalescence.
Basilisk just used the sound barrier. There must have been nobody around him, though. CBMX going to be the next to go down. Soulpan Salad on my ski does not have a lot of health, and Modern Frost knows that he has to get in, but he has to stay alive, and that's going to be very hard to do when it is 6v1, and they don't even get the chance to defend this point. Now it is the last couple of seconds, not even getting into overtime. Round 1, very fiercely going in favor of Utah State.
Was there any engagement there that went in the favor of Boise State? I think Utah State won every single one, if I'm not mistaken.
Time remaining is 4:14. That is huge. Almost 5 minutes on just that final fight there for Boise State to come in at. And yes, absolutely, you're right there, Jim. I didn't really see anything going in the favor of Boise State, so maybe Kings Row was a bad choice.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, though, at the very end, Bastos was maybe 3 inches away from what looked like a 5-man boot.
Yeah.
He almost booped all of them off the point, but unfortunately just not quite far enough. The metal grating extending just a little bit too far. That would have been incredible, and that might have turned it all around. But, yeah, Boise State's got to find an answer. And that is the one thing about bringing out a pharmacy after you don't show it in the first round is Boise State just wasn't ready for it. I mean, when you don't have any hit scan available, it can be a problem, and that proved to be the point.
There we can see our players here, and everybody that is currently on the board right now is up there. We did have a little bit of a swap out as we had Lake, who's one of the newer players on that main team. Looks like Salad on my ski, though, wanted to hop back in.
It is going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Boise State has such a tall order ahead of them. 4-14, that's got to be deflating to your spirits. What do you got to do mentally right now to prepare for this next round?
You got to go in with confidence on this one. I mean, don't let it tilt you for sure, and don't try to live up to those same expectations, because you're going to have to literally win every single engagement, and you can't go in thinking that things are going to work out that well.
Yeah, you just win the first fight. That's the easiest way to do it. If you win the first fight, your confidence can go from there.
Baby steps.
Exactly. Baby steps. Realize that overtime is not something you can win on the first point there. As we see, an interesting composition for Boise State. We will see Salad on my ski swap off, so only one sniper, and actually everyone's going to swap. It looks like they just wanted to try and put some chip damage there on the side of Utah State. Didn't work out for them in their favor.
They may have also spotted out the fact that Cheesebreaker's there on the creep and an engage.
We're going to start that fight right away, and the Broncos putting a lot of damage on. Unfortunately, it's all being healed off by Utah State. Sound on my ski, trying to get in the back lane. A great May wall there by Haxel will separate the fight. CBMX, the first one to go down, but Sound on my ski will answer, and he'll take down Maximus to continue this fight.
He will then immediately be taken down there by Cheesebreaker. Modern Frost taking a lot of damage, but staying alive thanks to the supports there. Nerdy Bird and Basilisk still a part of this fight. Now Boise State have found themselves very healthy and a couple advantages here. Modern Frost taking down Capslaps. The Coalescence coming down from Nerdy Bird now. A solid wall did break a little bit of the tension there for Utah State, but Cheesebreaker's going to find Soulpan to start a re-engage on this fight here. Salad on my ski's going to go down. The last thing they want now is a trickle of deaths on the side of Boise State, but that's what they're going to get from Utah.
I mean, they were able to get one tick up on the board, so that is something that's a little bit of a silver lining here for this first engagement.
Yeah, it is gonna. They lose the half once Utah State sits on the point. Taking that back, but baby steps. We just said it, and that is certainly a baby step in favor of Boise State. There, even a little bit goes towards the final count here.
We are going to see the Broncos are going to engage once again. We are going to see a stun on to Haxel there. The Gravitic Flux comes out from Jeppy. Cheesebreaker is going to use that Deadeye, and he'll pick up 2 of those. And it looks like Boise State will just fall back because both those kills were on the tank.
Salonowski does take down Haxel before dying himself. but there was no damage onto Utah State. We saw one ultimate at least coming out there. We saw some really good attempts, and Utah State just took no damage and dealt a lot in return.
And it just looks like you can throw the concept of baiting ultimates out of fight out the window because of how well Utah State's been playing.
Double supercharge is going to come down. We're going to see the Death Blossom. That's going to pick up a couple, but unfortunately on the back line, Soulpan and Salamai Ski are both going to go down as the sound barriers used as well as the Gravitic Flux. The Broncos throwing everything at Utah State.
CBMX and Nerdy Birds both taking one. Cheesebreaker finds Modern Frost on the back line. 2 ticks now in favor of Boise State as they contest this point. Basilisk takes down Cheesebreaker. Immediately then it goes down to Jeppy there. We can see Modern Frost on fire. Salad on my ski, finding Maximus. That's going to be less healing for Utah State. And another 2 going down as CBMX takes down Jeppy. El Cuno staggering that reset for Utah State.
It's just like we said, baby steps. You know, just focus on each individual engagement. And it's one of the big rules in Overwatch. You know, if you're trying to follow up a tough performance, is never think about the past. It's always about what's happening in the present and what you can do in the future to turn the tide in your favor.
Unless it's, not repeating like bad history.
Well,
they definitely remember what didn't work, but don't let things tilt you, for sure. Selling on my mosquitoes in a tough position.
Yeah, that ice wall by Haxel was perfect to sort of catch out on my ski out. He will be able to survive, though, but he is still taking a lot of damage. Nerdy Bird can use that Coalescence to try and stabilize the Boise State health bars. The ice wall will separate that fight once again, though. So the Broncos down their lone ultimate, but Modern Frost wants to continue this fight. He will take down Cheesebreaker, who is on that Tracer. We're going to see the Coalescence come out from Maximus, but Caplaps will be the next one to go down.
And the engage continues. Modern Frost finding 2 more. Salad on my ski doing a great job of aggressing onto the back line. And Boise State has found the pressure they need to continue this escort.
Yeah, they definitely do have the pressure that they need right now. If you got to look at the ultimate situation right now, Boise State does have a lot on deck. They are going to have basically 4 for this next engagement, where Utah State is going to have 3. So now a little bit of a turn in the tides. Hopefully Boise State can leverage that 1 ult advantage to let them get this next checkpoint.
Supercharger is going to start the fight from Soulpan. Modern Frost is going to use that Death Blossom, and he's going to pick up 3, and the rest of the Utah State falls immediately. It's a team kill for the Broncos.
I think that was a 2-3 second fight, maybe at most. A very clean wipe, and the combination of that Supercharger just now ended. So it ended like 3 seconds, 4 seconds after Utah State was completely wiped there. The combination of Soulpan with that Supercharger and Modern Frost with the Death Blossom is just...
Well, there comes the Supercharger out from Caplap. See if the Broncos can avoid a similar fate. They will fall back to try and get that out of line of sight. Saw on my screen. Going to use that Meteor Strike. Unfortunately, he will go down to Axel there. Blastos is going to use that Sound Barrier, but immediately those shields are getting ripped apart by the Aggies. But Nerdy Bird going to turn this around, get a kill onto Cheesebreaker as Maximus is going to use his Coalescence.
Soulpan is on fire, doing a good job of frontlining. That Coalescence did not do as much as he would have liked. CDMX now has the Gravitic Flux up and available. He's going to take a bit of damage here on the front line, as is the rest of the non-tanky members of Boise State. They have so much pressure here right now. We can see the Gravitic Flux coming down. Cheesebreaker going to eliminate Salad on my ski. And on the back line, Cheesebreaker does end up going down to Modern Frost. Basilisk finding what he wanted there. Caplaps and going down in this fight. Nerdy Bird going to burn that Coalescence. Haxel does have a Blizzard available. Was getting dangerously low, but trying to get into position. And Nerdy Bird eliminates her before being able to use the ultimate.
Right now, Boise State is just trying to push past. You see Modern Frost here pushing Utah State back into their spawn point, so maybe they are going to be able to take this payload. Right now, it's all going to come down to the next engagement, or Utah State's just going to give it to them.
Yeah, I feel like they could have jumped onto that. Cheesebreaker was actually behind the point there.
That was an interesting idea there from the Aggies, maybe trying to wait for a full team. So we will head into overtime. The Broncos still up against it, though. They will have just a minute 50 left on the clock versus 4 minutes and 14 seconds for the side of Utah State.
Soulpan, I hope you're not making any funny faces, because they're all recorded.
Especially on your last match, you know, with what a way to go out.
Oh, yeah, and they're all zoomed in fiercely, so... good luck. Good luck there. It is his last semester, and we can see just how much Soulpan offers to these games. He's been with Boise State Esports from the start, initially with League of Legends, and then swapping over to Overwatch, and just, I mean, carrying that pressure and ferocity with him for sure, being a primary player on both teams. He just excels at being a team player and being a good leader.
See how Boise State wants to attack this overtime here. Utah State, when they were on offense, didn't lose a single fight. I don't think the Broncos can afford to do that again. They will definitely have to mount a defense. See if they have an answer for that Pharmacy Cup. It worked extremely well for the Aggies.
Yeah, very, very well. Such incredibly precise shots. I mean, even utilizing the splash damage on those somehow and weaving them in between some narrow areas. I mean, if it comes out, we're going to see them creep for sure.
Indeed we will, and it is going to be the Broncos setting up with that bastion right on top of the statue. Utah State not ready for it. Cheesebreaker going to be the first one to go down, and Salad on my ski. His screen is tinted blue by the teleporter, but he's still doing a ton of damage. And he's going to pick up a 5-player kill streak.
That is what they were looking for. Jem kind of hinted at it earlier on, how he wanted to see it, and we should have known the second we saw Modern Frost on the Symmetra. There we go. Boise State taking that one. A great start considering how aggressive Utah was before.
Boise State was like, you caught us off guard with the Pharmacy. Let's get you off guard with the basket. Yeah.
Show you something of our own, and it was very successful. Utah State's not going to fall for that one again.
Unfortunately for the Broncos, the ice wall is going to isolate two of their members. Sound on my ski taking very low. Cheesebreaker taking a lot of damage as well. We see Modern Frost. He is trying to get him. He will get the elimination to start the fight onto Cheesebreaker, and he almost picks up another one as well. Haxel taking very, very low. Both Coalescents are going to come out, and now the Broncos are starting to rack up some kills.
Solid on my ski, taking down Caplabs. Modern Frost finding out Jeppy. Maximus needs to be very careful, but not careful enough because Basilisk takes her down. And then Silpan finds another punch to the face there, and Boise State has been dominant so far.
They are going on a tear, and if they can get to this next checkpoint, their time is almost running out, so they're going to have to stay on this payload, but that's going to be huge. That 1 point could make all the difference. This next engagement is going to be so crucial to Boise State's chances in this overtime.
Especially if they manage to clean these kills, or clean these fights like they have been, with pretty much nobody going down on their side.
We will start the fight with one ultimate up for Utah State, but they're going to be one player down as Cheesebreaker, the first one to go down there. The Broncos continuing this amazing offensive push. They're going to do a lot of damage. Capslap being taken very low, but Haxel will turn it around. He will get the first kill onto Soulpan, but now we're seeing Sound on my ski and Nerdy Bird picking up a couple more for the Broncos.
Modern Frost, they're focusing the backline very well. Jeppy is not able to prevent those hits, and Boise State once again finds an overwhelming victory in a single team fight here, and now they are sitting on 5 ultimates, 86%. It is likely going to be 6 at the very, very start of this next fight, and Boise State needs to win this one. They're sitting on overtime. They have been since before that fight, but they did not have this upper hand.
Supercharger immediately used by Capslap there. Both Coalescents going to come out. Now we're going to see the Sound Barrier and the Death Blossom going to be used. El Uno is going to be the first one to go down. Jeppy being taken very, very, very low. Meteor Strike did not pick up a kill for Sound on my ski, but Modern Frost is going to go down for the Broncos. But Sound on my ski will pick up Cheesebreaker, and the Broncos are once again in control.
And a good avoidance of the blizzard there. Nerdy Bird, Sound on my ski, Basilisk, each finding a member there of Utah State. Will they have enough time to even get to the point? They should be able to send one member, but if Boise State can take them down quickly, this won't even be able to sit in overtime, and they did! Boise State taking game number 2.
They did what Utah State did in the first round. Not a single engagement went over to Utah State. In 1 minute 50 seconds, they pushed every single point, getting all 3 points that they possibly could. What an amazing comeback. What an amazing drive from Boise State. If there's anything that I've seen on Kings Row, it's a map that's given trials and tribulations for Boise State, but oh my goodness, have they been able to stage some incredible comebacks on this map.
Absolutely. That was very, very impressive. And looking at the first round with that overwhelming push from Utah, I would not have expected the outcome that we just saw in that final round. And Boise State pushing that payload in overtime, a good portion of that round as well.
Yeah, we'll see what the Broncos can do on defense, though, because that was the Achilles heel last time, is the Aggies just really did whatever they wanted to when they were pushing last time. That's why they have 4 minutes and 14 seconds left on the clock. I'm assuming Boise State will be ready for the pharmacy. Would not shock me to see a McCree to start this fight, but it looks like it's going to be the Doomfist there. So I'll be curious to see if we see Utah State pull out that pharmacy, because it's a very long run back to that first point for Boise State.
It is the aggression, though, is what you need to look out for here on Utah's side. Because Boise State both times has been able to find the push.
Uh-oh, I see a pharmacy.
It's the push from Utah that is the dangerous part.
They're going in the hotel, though, so...
Unfortunately for the Broncos, that was scouted out by the Sonic Arrow, and Nerdy Bird is going to be the first one to go down. Cheesebreaker starting right where he left off, putting a ton of damage, and it looks like
they're just giving it up.
Boise State's just going to surrender. They immediately recognize this team comp needs some changes to deal with that pharmacy, and they're just going to give that point right away to Utah State.
An interesting choice there. One member did go down. We saw Nerdy Bird at the beginning fall. If it was more members, you'd consider maybe they would back off. But with 5 still up, it's a bit of a bold move giving them that payload.
And they didn't make any composition changes in that reset there.
So it was really just because they had lost one member that they decided to back away from that fight.
We are going to see the Broncos waiting around a corner. And first, that Sonic Arrow from Haxel is going to scout them out, so sneaky outplays aren't going to be as effective for the Broncos this time. But Salomai will start the fight. He is going to take down Maximus, and the Broncos are immediately all in. They're going to jump right on the back line. Another kill. Catflap's going to go down. Haxel as well.
Salad on my ski on fire there. Modern Frost finds El Cuno. And now it is a chase down. Salad on my ski is taken down. They're trying to 1v1 Jeppy. When you get CC, there's not much you can do there. Only one member, though, of Boise State going down. Utah State now having to back away from this.
They need just a couple good engagements here. The time doesn't go up if Utah State gets the checkpoint here. I have a feeling if they're able to get a few good engagements, this could come down to the wire.
And it was interesting there because Boise State only lost the one member. They ended up actually basically being victorious in that fight, and they still pushed back and allowed Utah State to reconvene.
Cheesebreaker is going to pick up another kill once again on Salad on my ski. CBMX being taken very, very low, but his health bar will stabilize for now. Coalesce is going to come out from Nerdy Bird, but Soulpan will go down as well, and the Broncos for the first time really facing against an uphill battle.
Coalescence now coming out from Maximus there. Cheesebreaker has the barrage available. Modern Frost is going to go down right before his Death Blossom goes up, and Nerdy Bird is quick to follow. Basilisk not able to survive on his own. Haxal taking a lot of those eliminations, and 3 ultimates now up on Utah State's side, not needed for that fight.
I mean, I do wonder what Boise State's logic is in leaving this pharmacy up, because it's just been such a crucial change in such a crucial factor in every single engagement that they've gone up against in Utah State.
Cheesebreaker is really, really solid at hitting those from a very, very long range.
And you've got the Rocket Barrage, too.
And there is the Rocket Barrage to start the fight. 2 members of Boise State will go down. Bastards will pick up Cheesebreaker, as you basically cannot do anything when you pop that barrage. Going to see the Supercharger come out here, and Salomai actually died in the Meteor Strikes. The Broncos immediately up against their heels again.
Modern Frost trying to get into a good position to use the Death Blossom. He is not going to be able to. Waited too little too late, as the rest of his team was not able to back him up and getting into position there. A couple ultimates were burned from Utah State. They now are sitting on 2, though. One of them being that Dragon Strike that Haxal has been holding on to for a while. So he's waiting until they get into a big pinch or potentially an area like this. There it is. He doesn't even want it to go into overtime here for Utah State.
Sound Barrier will be used by Basilisk to take away a lot of that damage. Sound on my ski is actually going to pick up one. Catflap's going to go down as well. The Broncos immediately turn that fight around.
Jeppy jumping off the edge. I'm not sure what happened there. Salad on my ski finds El Cuno, and Basilisk is going to boop Cheesebreaker there. Boise State finding, I'm not sure where they found the advantage, but they managed to take it there as Utah State. There's 15 seconds here on the clock. We'll see how much they can push.
This is the crucial engagement. It is, like I said, down to the wire.
Soulpan's going to start fight with a Supercharger. Jeppy's going to use the Gravitic. What an amazing Death Blossom by Modern Frost is going to secure the victory for Boise State.
They did it! They did it! What a comeback!
4 members taken down instantly with that Death Blossom. I guess there was a reason he was holding on to it.
I just, that has to be play of the game. That has, yes, I just got to see that again. That just the one ultimate.
I don't have any words.
I think this was a
This is earlier on,
Oh,
actually.
yeah. Oh. This one was deemed more worthy.
Yes, the one that got 3 instead of, well, he had more follow-ups after that. But I mean, in terms of overall wow factor.
There he is. The man, the myth, the legend. Focused on the objective, always ready to play and win.
I don't know if I have seen a comeback that significant after that. After Utah State just bowled over Boise State in that first offensive push, and then Boise State came back not only to get an offensive push to tie it up, but also that clutch defense they had, and were able to keep Utah, who had 4 minutes 41 seconds left. It blows the mind for me. I can't give, no matter what the outcome, that is a performance to close out the year in style.
And that means that we're going to see at least 4 maps, you know, because you got the first map going in favor of Utah State, second map, Boise State found for themselves, and now that means that Utah State gets to pick this third map. Boise State doesn't have to worry about making the decision themselves here. Do we know what type we're going into after that? It's gonna be
it should be, it says here, Assault.
Assault, all right. Okay. These can go quite well for Boise State. The escorts really, I feel, are more of their struggle. So when it comes to the hybrids and the escorts strictly, definitely a bit more of a challenge. But we saw how well they can come together in those team fights.
Okay, let's go over the options that Utah State has here. There's Hanamura, there's Volskaya, there's Temple of Anubis, which we've hardly seen any of.
Yeah, you're right. I love that map, though.
Yeah.
It's so much fun. It does give the opportunity for Junkrat, and we've seen a bit of that from both teams actually today. That's definitely one of the ones. Junkrat, Farrah Mercy, certainly a great combination. So I wouldn't be surprised if that actually might be something that Utah State decides to go with because of the advantage they've had with those champs.
Yeah, I mean, but Boise State at least maybe cracked the code there on that pharmacy at the very, very end, and that was without hit scan. So, yeah, I'll be curious to see what Utah State wants to bring out. They haven't really, like you said, any map that favors the pharmacy you would think would be their choice, but after that, maybe they're going to go Temple Anubis just to keep us on our toes.
Well, so the thing with that, though, is they were able to take him down without hit scan, but it was also one of the smaller, narrower areas, so you cannot fly. The idea behind, Farrah Mercy is either you're forcing yourself into small areas so that you can just hit shots and go around, or you're going way up in the air so that you can avoid the enemy team popping shots at you. And we know Salad on My Ski likes to pick up the Widowmaker in response to that as well. This is a bit more opportunity, though, for them to do something like that, because on the last map, you can't pick up a Widowmaker in response to a Farrah Mercy. You're not going to be able to ever get in a position to do anything.
Yeah, that is true. Maybe a map that might open up the Farrah Mercy, as unfortunately that time, as they made the game, we didn't get the sneak preview that we were hoping for.
We didn't, and it wasn't like Kings Row where we got a little quick peek at what the map might be.
Actually, I think I did, and we might actually, maybe the paper I have is wrong. It could be Escort instead of Assault, because that's usually the order that is taken. And yes,
it is.
I did see Dorado there in the pick there, but I didn't want to give it away. But it looks
you're not like us. You're not a
what was on my paper was wrong. It says Assault before Escort, but we'll do Escort and then we'll go to Assault here.
And this gives a lot of opportunity for some aerial play. This gives them much. This is a good map for Farrah Mercy, and I guarantee they're going to pull it out here. But this is also a good map to bring out the Widowmaker in response.
Yeah, Boise State's also had a lot of success with the Ash on this map as well, especially setting it up right here where our little flyby is going to be on that little edge to snipe out whoever she pleases. So Boise State might want to bring that out as well.
And a lot of utility coming from her ultimate. My goodness, Bob has a lot of power and offers so much in terms of full-on 6v6s. If you throw him down, you're literally swaying the numbers in your favor.
He basically is a seventh person.
He is. He really is.
It's ridiculous. So we'll have to see. We do see, I believe that is Boise State on the defensive side, setting up a little bit of a cheeky strategy here, hiding behind the building. Wouldn't surprise me if it's Boise State. We've seen they've had a tendency to sort of surrender more ground than what usually makes sense. But no, they're going to immediately pop out, and they're going to try and put that spawn pressure on the side of Utah State. Going to force all of them back in that spawn just to burn off those precious seconds of time and really separate the team and really keep that Widowmaker in an uncomfortable position.
That was a clever strategy. They waited for one person to call that somebody was down, and Hackstyle manages to find the first member there for Boise State.
We're going to see Bastos is going to go down as well. Nerdy Bird taking a lot of damage. Out on My Ski, the next one to fall. So the Broncos, they've done this in the past. They've got very aggressive to burn off time. That time, though, it didn't work.
And I think as well, Yeah, I think we saw a little bit. I think Soulpan, yeah, on the Orisa there. Focused that Mercy just a little too hard. As soon as you realize you're taking damage and you're not going to hit her, you got to adjust.
Okay, Salamaiski has switched to the Widowmaker. We have seen such incredible picks. I want to see this Far Mercy be taken down by this Widowmaker. It is so amazing to see the skill and precision timing it takes to use her effectively.
Coalescence going to come out from Nerdy Bird. Soulpan will pick up the first kill on Cheesebreaker. We're going to see another one go down. Haxel is going to go down on the fair. Cathlaps will go down to that Coalescence as well.
And there's a good time to swap over to the Mercy as Modern Frost chases them back down to their own spawn. So Boise State, it looks like, has really found the footing that they needed up against Utah State tonight.
This is... I want to see this as a comeback. I mean, this is just insane because Utah State took the first match. After that first offensive push, the mood was so negative, and now it's completely flipped around. Boise State is having good engages with Utah State. They're taking this to at least a fourth game. I want to see this go. I want to end the year off right here. I really do.
Barrage is going to start this fight immediately. Soulpan is going to take down Haxel. No kills there. Modern Frost is going to get Jeppy. Coalescence came out from Maximus, but the Aggies are back on their heels.
And that ultimate not doing much there for Haxel. El Cuno deciding to use the Valkyrie there, actually, after the fight really seemed to end. Boise State has a lot of ultimates up for the next one.
And we're going to see a swap over from the Aggies. They'll go on to the May and the Hanzo there, as well as the Lucio. Something to point out is it was the Pharmacy, different DPS though. Haxel was not the one playing Pharmacy last time, and maybe that's why it was a little rougher.
Cheesebreaker, I think, was
Cheesebreaker was the fair last time, so interesting swap there. Supercharger comes out from Cathlaps. Modern Frost is trying to set up something cheeky. Riddick Flux is going to start the fight though.
And now he's on the back line here. Modern Frost getting the help that he needed. The Supercharger still up and available. Boise State's still on 5 ultimates that are not necessary as CBMX finds 3 members.
I was so excited to see maybe that Death Blossom, a cheeky play there. Boise State didn't need it. They didn't use any ultimates there. They've now got 5. This is so insane. This is the kind of performance that we saw from Utah State in the first match in Kings Row. Boise State is just being insane, and now we're going to see Widowmaker pop her ultimate, give Boise State a bit more information for this next engagement.
The infrared sight will come out, so the Broncos know exactly where the Aggies are here. See if we can pop another one. There is the Coalescence from Dirty Bird. Comes out for Maximus, as well as Modern Frost pick starts this fight off. He will get a pick onto Haskell. Unfortunately, Soulpan being taken very, very low. He will go down, so maybe this fight is being turned around by the Aggies.
A couple ultimates burned as well by Boise State there, and they did not pick up what they wanted to. Modern Frost going to follow it up. CBMX, the next one to fall, and Cheesebreaker. You know, it doesn't matter the hero that he's on. He's going to do a good job with it there as Haxel and El Cuno both find themselves. I'm not sure if it's El Cuno or El Cuno.
Yeah, I couldn't figure that one out either.
But he finds one for himself there. Some pretty solid charge. Now heading into overtime for Utah State.
Utah State will be able to capture
for 1 second.
Yeah, it was overtime for a brief moment. The Broncos did surrender that one. They didn't want to die and just give a free push over to the side of the Aggies there. Good idea. The Broncos have shown a good willingness to sort of fall back when it is required and not just take every single fight presented to them. They will have 3 ultimates up for this. We did see a swap, by the way, Salamaiski over to the Doomfist here after that early start on the Widowmaker. Let's see what they want to throw against it. There's the Supercharger to start this fight. And we're going to see Modern Frost immediately on the back line. Looked like he was trying to set up a Death Blossom, just never could get in position. Maximus is going to use that Coalescence. Dirty Bird answers with her own as well, so health bars are being continually stabilized there. Salamaiski being taken very, very low, but he is going to go down, can't quite escape, and now the fight is being turned around for Utah State.
What a blizzard, locking down a few members there of Boise State, and the rest of Utah was able to clean it up. That is a full wipe there for the Broncos, and Utah State feeling pretty good.
You can't count either team out here. We have seen so many amazing comebacks and so many. Boise State had all the momentum leading up to that first checkpoint, and Utah State turned it out around in one fight, and now they're looking to get their second checkpoint with time to spare if this engagement goes well for them.
Supercharger comes out from Cathlaps. We're going to see Soulpan is the first one to fall there. The Gridiron Flux will take down the Supercharger. Modern Frost is going to use that Death Blossom. He'll pick up a couple, and the Broncos turn that fight around.
Modern Frost goes down, though, pretty quickly. The back line is now the focus here for the rest of Boise State, as Utah State is a little bit staggered in terms of those respawns. And there we go, Salad on My Ski and Nerdy Bird each finding another. That's going to stagger those respawns even more for Utah State. They have plenty of time, though. Luckily, they are relatively close to that checkpoint. They've got more than 30 seconds to get back here.
And Boise State doesn't have any ultimate utility available to them now. This is just going to be all skill for them. They just got to push through. But they've done it already. When they had 5 ultimates, they were able to come out on top without using any. So maybe they can do it again here.
Gravitic Flux is going to start the fight off there for Jeppy. Won't pick anyone up, but CBMX will be the first one to fall to Cap Labs. We're going to see the Coalescence come out from Nerdy Bird. Those Sound on My Ski and Bassless are unfortunately going to fall, and it looks like Utah State is turning this around.
That Coalescence certainly helping. Haxal finding another Soul Pan, conceding this one, as he is one of the final members up and alive in that fight. A good stagger from Utah State onto Boise State on their respawns, and now they're at checkpoint 2.
They only have a little bit under a minute 30 left, though, to push to this point. So a good engagement or two is going to be. And one thing I think is a sleeper kind of really big factor for Utah State that we've been calling out, the May walls have been so good. They have been popping out exactly where you want them to.
New strike from Saddle on My Ski is going to start this fight. Cheesebreaker immediately answers with the Blizzard, though. CBMX and Saddle on My Ski going to get frozen, and both of them are going to get eliminated.
A great pull there to follow as well from the Orisa. Haxal finds himself 1. He finds himself 2. And Jeppy finds himself the 3rd there. Boise State making a couple swap overs. The Sound on My Ski switches to the May. He's like, hey, those Blizzards are working out pretty well. I should probably use those.
But can he get a charge up? And he's going to have. They're going to have a good engagement if they want to even have that ultimate on the table.
The wall could potentially offer a lot of utility though here.
We're going to see the Bongo is going to start the fight for Cap Labs. We're going to see the Coalescence as well. Cheesebreaker, the first one to go down there. Both Bongos are out building ultimate charges for both teams, and the Broncos have a good advantage until the Death Blossom came out.
And then Nerdy Bird tried to get into position to heal, but those same members were falling back. So as she dashed forward to get into healing range, they moved backwards. A little bit of miscommunication and a good advantage taken from Utah State.
Riddick Flux will start that fight as Soulpan is just trying to keep this into overtime there. Unfortunately, he will go down. We are going to see Bastos go down as well. CBMX is going to use the Gravitic Flux. The Broncos just trying to find a stall for time. Unfortunately, the Death Blossom did not connect for Modern Frost. As we do say here in overtime, the respawns are very close, but the Broncos being picked off one by one, and the Aggies will eventually take that.
That's just the first round, though? So
yeah, but only by the skin of their teeth. Boise State managed to burn all the time, so if they may manage to get a good offensive push here, which we've seen by Kings Row, they can do that.
Yes.
If they're able to get some spare time up to force this into overtime and force Utah State to play with only 0 seconds stored up for them, then they have a good chance of taking this away.
We'll see if they are capable of bringing it out to around 3 again, as we saw for both of those first maps. Usually we don't see that as often, or at least as consistently in Overwatch, because some of these maps are just so one-sided. But even when we think it is going in one-sided, the other team finds a way to knock down that door that has been put up in front of them. And it's been a very exciting set of matches here. It is best of 5, so do keep that in mind. We're going to be seeing at least one more map after this, depending on who wins and who takes that. We're only 2 maps in, though, so, you know, lots more Overwatch for you guys.
Yeah, tons of Overwatch ahead of us, maybe even potential overtime here if the Broncos can mount another great offensive push. Interesting to see how they want to use this. I do believe they are setting up what looks like a Bastion, so maybe they're setting up with the pirate ship there for the Broncos.
I swore I heard the bell going in the background.
Well, we have seen the pirate ship work out really well for Boise State. They have been able to push through offensive points really well with that composition.
We'll see if it works as well for this time and what kind of strategies are taken. As you see a Bastion there, it looks like. Yeah, there is the May, pretty standard. The Bastion there.
We are going to see, it looks like, I thought it was a Bastion setup for Utah State, but unfortunately they were just hiding behind a shield there, as we are going to see the Broncos have established the pirate ship, and they are going to be cruising right along. Saddle My Ski going to set up, it looks like he attempted a May wall, but unfortunately no block. And then immediately, the sneaky play by the Aggies, they're going to jump right on top of Boise at the Immortality Field. Might have been able to save the Broncos, and Modern Frost is going to start this fight off with 2 kills before he goes down.
He was able to get a lot of good momentum there. Unfortunately, he was taken down by Haxel, but Solpan and Basilisk are going to pick up the slack immediately, and it looks like this, especially with the Resurrection coming out from the Mercy, is going to allow this engagement to go in favor of Boise State, and they're just going to push on through.
Good charges as well on the ultimates that they accumulated there. Definitely in the advantage when looking at Jeppy compared to CBMX on that one. Utah State feeling pretty far behind. And Salad on my ski on this May is going very well. I'm surprised they didn't pull the May out a little bit earlier on.
As we will see a couple walls come out. The Aggies want to stop this fight, but Modern Frost almost in a perfect position. He will get frozen. Solpan is going to take down Haxel to start this fight. The Implication Matrix going to come out. Unfortunately, Caplaps is going to pick up a kill to resurrect. Comes down onto Modern Frost, but Nerdybird get frozen and taking a lot of damage.
And the elimination there by Jeppy taking out Basilisk, and now Modern Frost is going to allow Utah State to hold Boise State for the time being. But Salad on my ski is going to have something to say about that. Are you kidding me? They have been able to turn this around, are going to push this to the first checkpoint. That is insane. Salad on my ski and the other surviving members of Boise State now taking out Haxel, getting a good stagger there on top of that. That was amazing.
I don't even know what happened there. We saw Utah State take down 3 members of Boise State, and then all of a sudden those members go down instantly. And at that point, Utah State was so scattered, they didn't know who to turn to. They didn't have any focus, and Salad on my ski was able to just kind of run rampant there in the back. At one ultimate charge, Modern Frost at 99% and Dirty Bird at 99% now. So pretty good position going into this fight.
Blizzard from Cheesebreaker is going to be the starter of this next fight. Nerdybird going to get frozen with the Valkyrie up. Going to get some healing up, but unfortunately Modern Frost is going to go down CDMX to pick up Cheesebreaker, but Catflap is going to pick up Soulban, and the Broncos are going to have to run away on this one.
This Blizzard has been so instrumental for Utah State in upsetting Boise State's plan. Basilisk and now CBMX is going to go down by Jeppy there. And it really has been a very good ultimate for Utah State, not only on their offensive pushes, but their defensive pushes as well, in interrupting Boise State's strategy in 2 engagements now.
And now they're sitting here for Boise State, 3%, 2%, 2%. Utah State has 3 up, 2 almost up as well, now 4. So they have a very big advantage going into this next fight.
Supercharger going to start this fight for Solpan, maybe just even to build some of those ultimate charges for the Broncos. Cheesebreaker going to be the first one to go down, and the Broncos go on the offensive. Coalescence is going to come out from Maximus, and Catflap will use his own supercharger. Jeppy is going to pick up Basilisk there, and the Broncos start to take a lot of damage on those health bars.
But that is a trade that I'm willing to take there as Modern Frost and CBMX go down. Basically, at this point, the Broncos just have to reset. But they only spent 1 ultimate there and were able to draw out 2 for Utah State. So a little bit of a silver lining in there. They're going to set themselves up, especially with CBMX and Salad on my ski, for a better engagement.
One of those ultimates was the Coalescence, though, so you can't put too much on that.
Yeah, that's true.
Moira has so much utility in all aspects, damage and healing, and she gains charge on all of it. And so she's constantly got her ultimate up and burning it immediately on these fights.
Riddick Flux going to start the fight from Jeppy, but the Broncos do a great job disengaging and then immediately going back. Solpan going to take out El Cuno, and now we're going to see CBMX use his own Riddick Flux, and the Broncos immediately turn this fight around.
Jeppy is going to be just probably go off the side of the map himself, allowing Boise State to continue this engagement with a great advantage. Salamaisky is going to be taking out Haxel as well, followed by Solpan taking out the Moira. And Salamaisky has been, he's gotten so much with this May here, able to block the other May off with the wall, stall out for time, and the other May wall is going to go up.
But
Basilisk is going to chase after. What just happened there? That was insane. That was just almost stupid at this time. This is just about honor at this point. This is about respect. He has to take down this other. Who's the better May? I don't even know what's going on anymore.
The Blizzard's still available.
Yeah!
Oh, there it is. Salad on my ski, claiming the fame to that one. Had he gone down, would have been a lot of salt in the wound there for Boise State, but now they're going to this next fight feeling pretty hyped.
Okay, so maybe the engagement as a whole didn't go off well there, but that was a moral victory,
yes.
And that's what really counts in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, not actually winning. We just want to morally win.
Exactly. As the Broncos are about to start fight, they will have the Blizzard and the Death Blossom available. Blizzard, though, starts it from Cheesebreaker, and immediately the Broncos have to back off. Sound Barrier used by Basilisk. One enemy frozen for Utah State, and CBMX taking a lot of damage. There's the Blizzard Blossom, and it only picks up 1, unfortunately, but Cheesebreaker is dropping very low. He will go down, and the Broncos have finally turned this fight around.
They've been able to turn this fight around. They're going to have a minute left as Basculus and CBMX do the final cleanup work. The Maximus is also going to go down. A nice little bit of stagger there for Boise State. They are ahead of Utah State so far. They have about 2 minutes to get to the last point.
They're going to get a good push here, but they are going to engage on the next fight with 4 ultimates up for Utah State. Not really a situation that we've seen for them here. Every time we have seen 4 ultimates up, they tend to burn 1 or 2 and come out ahead in the fight. So Boise State's careful.
Well, just like that, they'll burn 2 of them. So will the Broncos, and immediately Modern Frost and Soulpan are going to go down. Maybe the Broncos got a little bit too chippy trying to go into that fight.
They're definitely being chippy as the engagement continues on here. Haxel was looking like he was going to go down, but instead Nerdyberg and CBMX are going to be taken out, especially with the Lucio boot. Basculus is going to split the difference a little bit by taking out Cheesebreaker as well, but for all intents and purposes, this has to be a reset for Boise State.
And only 1 ultimate there used by Utah State. So like I mentioned, the couple of times we've seen them go in, and as you mentioned, Jem, the ultimate utility is just so good from Utah State. They use them so incredibly well that when they line up, they end up using less but having more prowess.
That is the case. The Broncos do have 1, and it's the Gridiron Flux, and they're going to start the fight with that. That's going to knock up 3 members of the Aggies, but the sound barrier from El Cuno is going to negate a lot of that damage. Death Blossom used by Haxel, and it picked up nobody. We do see Cheesebreaker dropping very, very low. The ice wall almost saves him. Haxel will be the first one to go down there in a very prolonged engage. Modern Frost finally able to take down Cheesebreaker, and that might be the kill the Broncos needed to turn this fight in their favor.
And the momentum keeps going on with Modern Frost taking out the Orisa, and now their Sigma is going to go down as well, followed by the Moira. Boise State can just chug on through as they head through to the final checkpoint, and that was amazing, Jolly, with the disadvantage they had and the ultimates Utah State had on there. Boise State was able to hold out for so long.
And the timing on this ends up working really well. They can keep the pressure, run ahead. You can actually see a little bit of a turnaround here. Modern Frost starting it off well.
Modern Frost used that Death Blossom. We saw a Sound Barrier and Coalescence come out as well. Blizzard going to be used from Cheesebreaker. It will get a double freeze, and that's going to take down a couple members of Boise State. Maybe the Broncos got a little bit too aggressive.
I mean, I don't know about you, but the rivalry between these two Mays is giving me so much entertainment right here. Unfortunately for Boise State, Utah State is going to take this.
That was rude. That was rude. Gravitic Flux just to prevent Wrecking Ball from putting it into overtime.
And it felt like the Boise State had the advantage. It just felt at the very end as they pushed forward into that spawn. They maybe overexerted some ultimates that they should have saved. We're going to see the play of the game here from Maximus.
And it is match point now for Utah State. They have taken 2 of those maps. Boise State managed to find success on Kings Row. We'll see if their selection in the map in this next one will lead to their favor as well.
We are finally going to go in. Okay, we had this conversation before, but now we can talk about Assault. And now Boise State, does that change any bit of the strategy now that Boise State is choosing the maps? From the ones that we've gone over, I know I'm probably leaving a few out, but mainly we've seen Hanamura, we've also seen Volskaya a lot. Tempo of Anubis we haven't really seen, but are there any of those, and I know I'm probably leaving 1 or 2 out, but any that come to your mind that Boise State could pick?
I do actually really like Boise State on Hanamura. There are so many points of contention in that, and even if they are either assaulted or attacking from one angle and it is not working out, there are lots of other opportunities to kind of make some cheeky moves, some cheeky plays there. So I wouldn't mind seeing Hanamura.
Yeah, I think Hanamura would work as well. It felt like the Broncos have had a lot of success on that map, and when you're up against match point, you want to go with something that you've been very successful on. So it wouldn't surprise me if that is the pick for the Boise State Broncos.
I am looking at the stats here just in SR, and we have been seeing, Cheesebreaker has been such a clutch play for Utah State. No matter what role he's been in, he's been doing exactly what a damage role is supposed to be doing. But Boise State also, it's just hard to pick out, which one is more than the other. It's something you really have to think about. I know we need a little bit of time for our Broncos to kind of reset here. You can think about it in the chat about, have you been seeing any advantages of one team or the other? We'll get back to that discussion after this.
Boise State Esports is brought to you by Gamepants Arenas and Equipment, Omen by HP, and Archon Clothing, makers of official licensed Boise State Esports apparel.
Welcome back. We are currently in the middle of a very intense Overwatch match between the Boise State Broncos and the Utah Esports Aggies. And Utah is up 2-1 in this best of 5, so we are going on to Game 4. And joining me is, of course, Jolly and Fish. And it's hard to say which way this is going to go because both teams have been able to carry out the matches to their very bitter end. And so many comebacks in so many matches. What do you see playing out here as we go into Assault?
Now, the first map was Control, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Control, I guess, being the most comparable to Assault in terms of the map style, as opposed to, Hybrid and Escort being the two that are really comparable there. That first round went pretty heavily in favor of Utah State. So it is going to be a little difficult for Boise State going into this next one, at least just kind of reminiscing or looking back on that.
And Paris instead.
Really? We actually haven't seen a ton of Paris. We saw when it first came out. I feel like we were seeing it pretty often, and then as strategy started changing and things like that, it's one of the lesser picked maps.
Well, Boise State clearly picked it for a reason, so it'll be interesting to see what their strategy was. They had to have something cheeky up their sleeves because, especially going into Game Point, picking a map we rarely see usually means there's some sort of secret sauce recipe in the background cooking up for Boise State.
And what better place than the center of cuisine to find your secret sauce recipe than Paris?
We.
Thanks for the follow-up.
That was all the French the three of us knew, probably.
Yeah, all us know. I know no. It's no.
Yeah.
No.
I figured that setup was coming, yeah.
Well, I know that's probably what the whole
There's
audience is
Vespa.
saying. Just no, get to the match.
Yeah, right. And we can see a little bit of that, breaking off the barriers here. That is actually a strategic way to go about this. They're not just doing it for fun. They're doing it so that they can set up. Normally you break off a little piece, and then kind of set up the barrier right there. But they've just decided to destroy everything, I guess.
And we see Boise State is the one setting up with a Junkrat and a Bastion, so a very defensive play that we're going to see coming out right now. Right now, the trap is going to be destroyed right off. Utah State isn't going to have any part of that.
Bastion and Junkrat spells defense for you?
Well, if you want to keep someone from getting through a choke point, you know what I mean? Certainly, ACU is going to be taken out immediately, followed by Solpan and Basilisk, not the way they wanted this to start out.
Yeah, unfortunately for Boise State, they had to use that Immortality Field very, very early in the fight. We will see a res from Nerdy Bird on to Solpan, though, but we will see Maximus pick up another one. We're going to see Haxel get one as well. CBMX will fall, and the Broncos, that defense strategy, not sure it spelled defense.
Yeah, right. It really didn't on that one. Not going really at any point in favor of Boise State there, and it really hurts to have Nerdy Bird use the Resurrection and immediately have Solpan go down again.
I mean, you can see what their strategy was. They were trying to keep that choke point as something that Utah State couldn't pass, but Utah State just barreled right past it. And now we're going to see as this next engagement comes up, as they push through the gate here towards this beautiful palace. I don't know if this is going to be a beautiful fight for Boise State. They got their work cut out for them.
And 5 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock for Utah State as well.
Yep, we're going to see the engagement start right here. Basilisk is a little bit, isn't up with his team. He's going to go around these stairs trying to get in a better position. The Maywall is going to block him, though, as Utah State continues to push through. No major damage coming out on either side as both teams are trying to push through. They're going to go right into this. Basilisk is going to push the May toward the point. Cheesebreaker is going to be the first to go down as Boise State continues to try to leverage this. And yes, they are going to be able to get Haxel a good start for Boise State.
Immortality field, not enough to save the Aggie. CBMX is going to go down, but Lake is going to start putting in a ton of damage. He is going to pick up his second kill of this engage. He's going to get another one as well. Jippy goes down. And Broncos, after a rough start, actually take that fight.
A little bit of dancing coming out from Lake there, who now has his ultimate up and available, very close with CBMX and Asu as well for the next engage. Looking at Utah State's side, you got Maximus, who just used the Coalescence, so he's sitting at almost nothing, and about 2 up for them. Definitely ones to look out for, but Boise State having an advantage for this next one.
Yeah, they are going to have the advantage. Maybe that's why Lake was dancing. He just knew he had the Riptire in his disposal and was ready. The Maywall is going to come up, try to prevent anything. Here comes the Riptire. Will Boise State manage to get anything off that? No, Lake is instead going to be taken down. The Gravitic Flux comes out as well. The Bongo is placed down on the side of Utah State, gave them a little bit more offense. But right now, Boise State is finding subs down. The Coalescence and the Blizzard as well comes up. It is back and forth with Utah State finally finding what they need to come out on top.
And I think that is going to be the match. Not enough time for Boise State to send anybody there. 4 minutes and 7 seconds left on the clock. Utah State finding a lot of success in Assault.
And that fight really changed when Asu used the Death Blossom and picked up 0 kills. That was a lot of the Broncos' damage that went right out the window and right into shields. And after that, it really felt like they never had any more follow-up.
But don't forget Kings Row. I mean, we have seen if tonight's the night for comebacks, if there's a night for comebacks, it's tonight.
Yes. Yeah, that was an incredible response there. And you know, it was the map selection from Boise State, and they lost the first round. Boise State took round 2 and round 3 to take that map. So, you know, this is very reminiscent of that. It's not a horrible place to be in. Again, my concern is how dominant Utah State appeared in the control game, and then Hybrid being so very similar. That first one going heavily in favor is going to make things difficult for Boise State for sure.
Yeah, and it really is interesting. Neither team's defense throughout the night has been solid. That could be one thing Boise State could take advantage of. Utah State, they've looked dominant on offense, and then on defense, they just look like a wet paper towel and just get run through. So it'll be interesting to see if Utah State can finally mount that defensive pressure, if the Broncos once again can just sort of cut through like a butter knife.
The butter knife
through a paper towel.
That is your metaphor for the night, brought to you by Fish.
Cut through them like a butter knife, which, you know, on its own, a butter knife doesn't seem very intimidating, but when you're facing a paper towel...
As soon as we get to Paris, all the food puns come out.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, there's nothing... there's
Les deux escargots.
Baguettes, probably.
Because when you see a title that has escargot, you immediately think, wow, they must have bread products.
They've got to have baguettes.
Yeah.
It's France. Everywhere has a baguette, right? And croissants.
That's your quote from Jolly. It's France. Everyone must have a baguette.
Yeah, a lack of baguettes so far.
Yeah, but back to business. We are going to see the first offensive push from Boise State come out here, trying to peek around the corner. We see the Orisa shield is put up, and Utah State is also going to do the Bastion perched up on the second floor of that building. A nice Maywall there is going to allow Boise State to get up close and personal. ACU is going to be stunned, though, but Lake is going to get the first elimination on Jeppy right now. That's going to allow Boise State to hopefully push forward, not with that Immortality field push down and the elimination near Bird, but Basilisk with a great boot is going to allow with Asu is push this back in Boise State's favor, as they are able to probably take this first point, and a great accretion there to probably wrap the bow on this.
And that's going to be 2. That will likely be a full clean pickup for Boise State. No point in Utah State trying to pressure their way back to that one. Might as well just set up at the second objective. And about the same amount of time for Boise State moving into this second point.
Yeah, and Boise, like I said, nobody's defense has been solid at all in this game. So Utah State, they've got a tough task in front of them if they want to try and hold off Boise State. But the Broncos can't get too cocky. Just because you have 5 minutes doesn't mean it's an easy overtime.
Right now, they're going to try to push through this choke point. A nice May wall there is going to allow Boise State to go around. But actually, the May kind of ice shelter has blocked them, so they're going to have to go all the way around the statue. And with 2 eliminations, this isn't looking good.
No, Boise State, Lake, CBMX are both going to fall. Asu joins the party as well. Basilisk will just have to run away to his team. So a great first stop by the Aggies, but there's a lot more of those in their future.
And now a staggered respawn as well as Basilisk gets taken down as the final member there for Boise State. They do have some pretty solid charges on their ultimates. Utah State kind of in the same boat where they're close on a couple and not so close on the others. Basically an even playing field coming into this next fight. And 4:39 on the clock, so Boise State has plenty of time.
Looks like Boise State is thinking about taking the same route. They're going to push up through this central choke. The shields go up as both teams try to chip away at each other. Basilisk has the ultimate available to him. Now comes the Gravitic Flux if they choose to use it. The beat is going to go down from Lucio. That's going to allow Boise State to push through with their offensive. An accretion poking 2 coalescences toward each team. And the first elimination is going to go on Sopan, but a nice Gravitic Flux is also going to take out the Lucio. And finally, Boise State comes out a little on top. No, it's still back and forth.
It is very back and forth. It's a 3-on-3 right now. The problem for Boise State is that the Aggies have a much closer spawn point than they do. CBMX trying to do all he can. Bass was trying to sustain his team as well, but CBMX and Nerdy Bird are both going to fall down. Basilisk not able to get a tick on that point as well, so the Broncos will have to fall back. The spawn point's just killer for Boise State.
Once again, though, had it been, 30 seconds until the end of the game, they likely would have backed off a lot earlier on. They've got 3 minutes, almost 40 seconds on the clock still. So a lot of opportunity to get up some of those ultimate charges, even lose a couple of fights in order to push that forward and find an advantage.
Same route, same plan for Boise State. Try to push through this central choke point. Right now, both teams have a good amount of ultimates should they choose to use them. The Maywall is going to block Boise State. That's immediately going to get mowed down. The Blizzard is going to come out from late, but the beat from the Lucio is going to give him a little bit more survivability. Nerdy Bird is able to pick out Jeffy. Soulpan is going to go down and followed by Nerdy Bird. And now with the Coalescence, this isn't looking at another reset.
Yes, it's once again another reset. Asu didn't get another kill with the Death Blossom as well. The time is slowly ticking off, and it feels like Boise State at this point should just be fighting to build ultimate charges, not fighting and then using ultimate charges.
Yeah, you guys only have so much time, and that's kind of what I was referring to earlier, saying, they can lose some fights in order to find that advantage, but wasting those ultimates and just trying to get this point as quickly as possible is not going to lead to an easy victory for them because, again, Utah State has a very, very close respawn point. Even if you wipe the team, it is likely that before all 3 points are taken, they'll be able to engage.
And they are still using the same strategy of pushing through this choke point. Right now, you probably can guess Nerdy Bird is probably going to use this Coalescence to engage. The Maywall is going to allow Utah State to stay alive for a little longer. There goes the Coalescence out. Jeppy has the Gravitic Flux if he chooses to use it, but right now Haxel is going to go down, followed by Sopan. So that back and forth that we've been seeing between the two teams is still carrying on, but Asu, that's going to give Utah State, followed by Vasquez CBMX, another reset.
Yeah, just another reset for Boise State. I don't know why they keep running through the same area because this is what the definition of insanity is, doing the same thing and expecting a different result, and they just had the same result.
And of all the times to hold on to an ultimate, I felt like there was a really good opportunity for the Gravitic Flux. Multiple points in that for CBMX on the back line before the rest of the team ended up going down, and he just kind of face-checked all of them. So maybe, I guess not too late to take up the strategy of focusing on just getting the charges on those ultimates, but with everything being so low. Oh, and there he decides to use it. Wait.
He decides to use it, but Asu is going to be the first one to pick up the elimination. The Bongo's going to be used on Utah State, and plus the Death Blossom, that might be able to turn it around, but Boise State, it does. The Blizzard actually helps turn it around for Utah State.
Yeah, the Aggies, once again, not quite sure where the Broncos chose to attack from there, but it didn't matter. Same result. And now the Gravitic Flux is down. Every ult is down for Boise State. And that time that we thought at one point was, oh, that's a lot of time. It's down to a minute and ticking.
It is a long trek to go from their spawn to this point. Utah State, not the case. So they're all right with losing a couple members and staggering that respawn. It's a point in the game where that is more than acceptable. Part of the strategy. Asu is taking on a different strategy. We can see Asu on the Symmetra and Lake on the Bastion. I can only imagine what they're planning on doing there, but I do see a statue on the point.
Yes, another statue, another Bastion. Can they do this again? Right now, they're going to go through the front door again. Out comes the Coalescence from Utah State. Bastion's going to be set up right after the shield, but isn't going to be able to pick up anybody. He's able to drive it down, but the ultimate, including the beat from the Lucio, is going to allow Utah State to survive this, and finally, with that survivability, get the eliminations they need.
Yeah, and I saw very briefly on Asu's screen that a teleporter had been created. Didn't see where it went. Unfortunately for Boise State, it didn't matter. Their cheeky play did not work out, and at this point, think no one is going to be able to get back, even with that wrecking ball speed. This should be a victory for Utah State.
Might be the last second.
No.
No, Utah State taking it. That was round 2 of Game Point, and that means Utah State University is going to win the overall match 3-1 in Gridiron Rivals tonight.
We're going to see this final play of the game, the final play of the game in the regular season of 2019 for us at least, and it's going to be this Death Blossom here on the point. Actually, no, it's just going to be him doing what a Reaper does best, and just going up and getting people in the face.
I think it was post Death Blossom, so he got credit for an assist on every single person who died.
That's
Cheesebreaker, though, playing out of his mind. He was incredible, and not one of the ones with the highest SR. I mean, he's kind of up there. He's like the 3rd highest SR on the team, but my goodness, he played as though he was the captain there.
Yes.
But that is not to discount Boise State's performance for the night. And a very sad farewell for those who are leaving us. But of course, we wish them the best of luck in their future endeavors. And they certainly showed at multiple points throughout this match why we love them so much.
Yes. And we won't never see them again. If you want to see these players, come on down to events. And they'll be hanging around, supporting their old teammates, watching the school that they support as well. So lots of opportunity to still meet and hang out with these people if you guys enjoy their company. They're awesome.
Or you could type in !free sub in the chat and watch all the replays. If you subscribe to the Boise State Twitch channel, you can do that as well and relive all the glory days, even the fat shatters.
But do you know how you get a subscription? Man, as soon as the season starts, the season stops and my mind goes. Yeah, the season's over for me. No, but you can look into subscriptions to Boise State Esports by looking into Amazon Prime subscriptions, because with every Amazon Prime subscription, you get a free Twitch Prime subscription. So anyone you know with an Amazon Prime subscription, your mother, classmates, anyone you know can sign up and support everything we do here at Boise State Esports. Remember, as always, your subscriptions fund scholarships. And that is going to close the book on the regular season of 2019. And the next time we broadcast a regular season, it will be 2020, a new decade.
Oh, my goodness. A new decade and a huge new opportunity for collegiate esports in general. The last year has been amazing. Thank you to everyone who tunes in and watches. Thank you to everyone who comes out and supports the players here in person, or just, supporting us emotionally. There's a lot that goes into this, from the players to the production, to the and I know I'm cutting in and out, but I would love to get one last shot of production. I know you guys are in control over there, but if we could get one last shot of you guys at least, giving us waves. I'm not sure if the camera's still they don't have a camera anymore. All right. Well, then all of you actually come out.
You got to come out on the stage right now.
I feel like production doesn't nearly get enough tips of the hats. We've got, 3, 4, 5 people at a time in there working their butts off.
Yeah. Okay, quick rapid fire with the little time we've got. Favorite moment of the past season?
Well, you can't ask me that. I've been here like every day.
They blend together.
They really do. I don't even know what today is. Just the whole season. I can't pick a moment. Every minute is amazing.
Every win. Let's just put it down.
Every win.
Okay, I'll do a specific moment. Actually, it was probably that May on May fight. That's like my new favorite moment. That was just so wacky and absurd. What a way to close out. But we aren't done, because we've got some final interviews to close out this season, so stay tuned for those. We will be right back.
Boise State Esports is brought to you by Gamepants Arenas and Equipment, Omen by HP, and Archon Clothing, makers of official licensed Boise State Esports apparel.
welcome back. We have some interviews to close out the rest of this season. Joining me at the desk, I've got Saladin Maisky and, of course, Solpan, who has been with us for so long and given us so many memorable performances. Someone we're definitely going to miss. And I'm going to ask you two guys what I tried to ask, Jolly and Fish, but they just said we like it when they win, which is a good answer in all cases. But what were some of your favorite moments in this past season that really stuck with you?
This past season, probably locking Ryan on Busan and forcing my team to lose. You just got to do it regardless. It's a sign of respect to the old ways of GOATs.
Yeah, definitely my favorite moments is carrying this guy on Ryan, having to put him on my back.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned GOATs, because another question I have here, because GOATs is kind of the anti-answer to this question, but what have been some of your favorite comps in playing with?
GOATs. I'm being serious.
Oh, really?
If GOATs came back, I would enjoy this game so much more, but the fact I have to play Orisa is super lame.
Go back the dive.
No.
Dive was the way.
GOATs first, then dive.
So was it because of GOATs? Okay, let's just go a little bit deeper into this. What was it about GOATs that you really liked in the way you played? Was it just because you got to play like heroes you like Reinhardt?
No. Well, that was part of it, actually. So I really enjoy playing Reinhardt, right? The second part was actually that I come from a League of Legends background. So I was really good at resource management and, kind of navigating around the map. I wasn't so great at aiming at the time, and so I had to kind of learn that skill. So playing Orisa was really hard at first. Reinhardt was just like the perfect pick for me. I could navigate the team. I could pull him around, tell him where to go. I just can't click on heads, and Orisa's kind of supposed to do that.
Well, what did you like about Dive, Saladin Maisky?
Not playing tank.
Or Brig.
So the same answer for both of you is you were able to play heroes that you liked in these comps. Talk a little bit about some of the cheese comps that we pulled out a little, that moments that you've enjoyed from playing those.
Where's the camera? I needed to switch to me really quick. Where is it? Camera. You, right there? Listen to me.
That's why the camera wasn't switching.
It's called the Statue of Liberty. The Bastion teleport strat is called the Statue of Liberty. Statue of Liberty. Don't listen to Doc. Statue of Liberty play.
True.
I was talking with the other casters about how much I love that strategy right there, and it was great that we got to see that in that row against King's Row. What a match. What a comeback. What was it like playing that match? Just to come back from such a dominant performance from Utah. What was going through both your minds?
Just play the comps we know and keep going at it. Manage our ults well and frag.
It really is that simple. Kings Row is just such a snowbally map, so it's you just play better. It's literally just a mental reset in comms and then just play better. Like that's just how you play Kings Row.
Well, you certainly pulled that out. I want to talk to Saladin Maisky, as Solpan is going to be one of the players leaving us as he graduates. What's it been like playing with him?
Friend for life. Gonna miss playing with this man. He's a great teammate. Really gonna miss him.
Trevor, please hold my hand.
Well, it's certainly I can hear production. Production in the other room just exploded. So certainly a great. It just shows what great team membership we have here, and certainly the thing that I like most about esports is just seeing the special relationships that are formed throughout, and like you said, friends for life. Are there any final parting words that you want to say, Solpan, as we end out this last regular season with you in it?
I always kind of thought about this, and I really don't have an answer for you. All I can hope is that this program keeps going strong. I put in tons of hours, and I really, really want to see it succeed. So keep doing what you're doing. Thanks, Doc Haskell. Thank you, production, for keeping us at the stars of pretty much at the forefront of esports production. Thank you, all the casters, for everything you guys have done for us. Jolly, Fish. Jolly, Fish, Adam, Paul, who's graduated now, but it's been a wild ride. So thanks to all of you guys. Thank you so much for everything you've done.
Well, thank you for being with this program. We wish you the best in your future endeavors. And Salomaiski, we wish you the best as you continue on in this program. And we also want to thank the viewers as well for tuning in throughout this whole season. For the next regular season, we will see you in 2020. Now, don't think we're over this year. We do have some special events coming up, so keep tuned in to esports.boisestate.edu for anything we have in the future. But for this regular season, thank you for watching. We'll see you later.
Lost, walls are closing in. How did I get here? I'm still alone amongst the strangers. I'm anonymous. Through the clouds I see an angel. Gotta open my eyes, open my eyes. It's beautiful. Gotta open my eyes, open my eyes. It's beautiful. Like a phantom. I don't own that house in the Hamptons, and my 2 chains ain't gold at all. I can't buy you a diamond necklace. Being good with money takes practice, but somehow I don't mind at all. 'Cause no one's got what we got. We hit it up on rooftops. No matter what they say, we will do this our way. We ain't clothes for you later, but you say you don't need that at all. This world is ours for the taking. Just me and you got me thinking. I swear we already made it. 'Cause no one's got what we got. We hit it up on rooftops. No matter what they say, we will do this our way. We ain't in it for the dollars, no. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Is this a fatal attraction or something brand new? I got a strange emotion. Do you feel it too? Tell me what's on your mind. Used to be perfect strangers. Maybe I fell for you. Maybe it's nothing major. Just trying to speak the truth. What's love? What's love gonna do? Gonna do with us? Been having these conversations. There's something about you, more than just undercovers. I can't forget you. Tell me what's on your mind. Used to be perfect strangers. Maybe I fell for you. Maybe it's nothing major. Just trying to speak the truth. What's love? What's love gonna do? Gonna do with us?
Welcome back to tonight's Boise State's eSport broadcast, still coming to you from the Gamepants eSports Arena in downtown Boise, Idaho. I'll be joining you now as your host, Jacob Gem Mountain Palmer. We are currently in the midst of our Gridiron Rivals Night. We are playing up against Utah State. We have finished our League of Legends match with Utah taking that first one, and now we move on to Rocket League. Joining me on the desk to help call the action, I've got Lisa Jolly Mauhaus and Adam Fisher. It's nice to have you two here. You two have already been here, so I guess you should be greeting
Yeah,
me
we
as
should
I'm
be-
joining the desk.
I mean, you've been here the whole time too.
Yeah.
You are just now joining us on
Yes.
desk, but it is always nice to have you, and that means that I don't have to host. So makes my job a lot easier.
Yeah, load off your shoulders. But certainly still a load on Boise State's shoulders because we're going up against Utah State. Boise State is often regarded as one of the first, one of the best, but Utah State is such a tough school to go up against, and we certainly saw that in that first League of Legends match. How does that carry on to Overwatch, and what sort of mentality should the team be in right now since we're going up against such a formidable school?
Luckily for the Broncos here, this is a team that we've played against a lot. Utah State, League of Legends, Rocket League, really all of them, we have played against this team pretty often. So going into this, luckily it's not one of those things where any of the past games are dependent on what happens from here on out. They can go in with a clear mind, knowing, all right, this is Overwatch, this is our game, and I think they'll go in with a steady head.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of pressure because you want to make sure that Utah State doesn't win the series. They won League of Legends. You don't want to let them win 2 out of 3 or even get the sweep. So a little bit of pressure, but as Jolly said, new game, new players, clear mind should help out a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, hopefully Boise State can come back. There's still a lot of game to play, and what do you think? Actually, first off, we are going to, acknowledge that this is the Boise State Broncos versus Utah State Esports, November 22nd, 6:30 p.m. as we are moving into the second game of the night. That is Rocket League in this Gridiron Rivals match. Certainly, we got a lot of support from the crowd here and also from our special guest. That's going to be Washington Technology Magnet School. We thank you for watching us tonight.
Yay.
As we get into the first match here, Jolly.
Yeah, we're already 15 seconds in. Ace Pocket with a great save there. Some good aggression coming from Boise State, but it looks like, as of right now, it is sticking on their defensive zone.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see which team comes out on top in terms of raw aggression and pressure applied to the other. Right now, Utah State is going to get the touch off that 50-50, but LC Crow is going to clear it off toward their goal. It looked like they were trying to set up a shot on goal, but Rex was able to deflect that. Right now, trying to get some sort of setup. It looks like Boise State is holding back just a little to make sure they have some boost to play this. You can see LC Crow trying to set it up there. Got a shot on goal, but it was deflected, so we are seeing some solid defense so far from Utah State.
A good move there by Ace Pocket to keep it on Utah State's side, though. What are you seeing, Fish?
Yeah, it really feels like Boise State is holding serve right now. They're keeping the ball. For the most part, as I say it does get cleared down in the Broncos' end. But once again, it's immediately cleared right back down. A follow-up from Cosmo Buster. Shot on goal by LC Coro! And he's going to get the first goal.
That is just beautiful to see. That is your textbook example of being disciplined on your rotations. There when your team needs you, playing it right over 2 members of Utah State, scoring the goal and having some momentum as they start out this match.
And that was a couple rebound plays as well. We saw Ace Pocket with a potential shot there. It was a really good setup, just a little bit early, but Boise State was still able to play off and capitalize on that. Ben is going to find a good shot, and the carryover from Cosmo Buster. Soy Captain is going to find the demolition on him, but that is not going to stop Boise State from sending this one over and keeping it back onto Utah's side.
So far, they have managed to keep up the offensive pressure. It will be interesting to see. Cosmo Buster was able to get the save about 20 seconds back there, but it will be interesting to see how Boise State manages their aggression without leaving their net open, because that has been a common pitfall for them. Right now, LC Coro is getting the demolition on Rex. Ben trying to get some sort of shot on goal. That was a little scary from this angle. Boise State still managing to keep the defense up as they clear this to Utah State's side.
3 minutes now on the clock, and LC Coro finds another. That's going to be 2 for him and 2 for Boise State.
This is a great play here by LC Coro. Takes the ball, plays it around Rex, plays it around Ben for the goal. Fantastic job by LC Coro.
And 2 minutes through, one goal in the first minute, 1 goal in the second. That's a pretty steady pace for Boise State to be going at. And Utah State must feel a little bit on the rocks at the moment, because Boise State has had a lot of control over this ball. The majority of the time it has been on Utah State's side, and the few times that Boise State has had to move over to the defensive, it's generally a quick clear for them to be able to make an offensive play immediately after. Ben there finds a great aerial play and a really solid clear. Cosmo Buster, the only one there is the savior. LC Coro finds a demolition onto Soy Captain there. Ace Pocket making the aggressive play. Cosmo Buster is going to follow him up here. An attempted setup fails there. Boise State still maintaining control.
Right now, Ace Pocket is looking to clear this out, trying to get some sort of save. We don't want too much bunching up of the ball as we're going to go toward the clear here. Boise State, are they going to be able to make an offensive play here? All the members of Utah State are trying to defend it, and it gets cleared back toward Boise State's side of the field. They are still looking for the opportune time. A bit of bunching up around the ball. I wonder if Utah State might have done a double commit there. It was a little hard to see from this side of the field. Right now, Boise State around the corner. Can they set up something here? Ace Pocket looking for the assist, and it goes in right by the skin of their teeth. Another goal for Boise State. That is their third.
Not quite sure how Boise State drew that up. I doubt they wanted the 27-kilometer goal. I think they wanted Ace Pocket to get a solid touch. All the same, it's 3-0.
And just like that, 1 minute is all it takes for them to find another goal, as we're looking at just over 2 minutes left in this one. That means the final score should be 5-0, because Utah State has been making some solid plays here. Just not quite as aggressive and quick to the ball as Boise State. It seems like so far Utah State has been struggling pretty badly with boost, because when they do grab some of those large ones, they're able to make some pretty solid plays off of it.
And especially their defensive rotations have to be a little bit more disciplined, because it does seem like some of them scramble to the ball right now. It's going to be going in front. Can Boise State make some sort of play of this? It gets to clear off Rex. Unfortunately, actually, Cosmo Buster sets it up. Ace Pocket was trying to contest the 50-50 there, but lost on that side toward the goal, and Utah State is going to save it. Such a weakness that we've seen from Boise State from out the season, just getting a little bit too energetic there, trying to save it. It looks like LC Kuro was actually trying to get up there, but like you said, Jolly, it looked like it was a little low there, probably didn't have the boost he needed.
Really a great play, though, from Utah State. A great drive home. I think it was Rex that made that one, if I'm not mistaken. Just a fantastic play. And right over the head of LC Koro. Boost advantage, like I was saying.
Yeah, exactly.
And they did, at that point, they did have the boost advantage. We saw them pick up a couple of the corner boosts, and it needs to be on, more than one player. Oh my goodness, what a shot! Cosmo Buster's gonna steal it, though. It might not have been necessary for him to follow that one up, but that's gonna be another one on the board for Boise State with 1 minute left.
Oh, I think he did need to steal.
He
needed to help out.
He did. Never mind. He didn't steal it. All right, my bad, Cosmo. And that at least puts one on the board for him, because we have one from Ace Pocket, one from Cosmo now, and two from LC Koro. 4-1. Boise State can keep that trend of one per minute if they find one more in the next 50 seconds here. But Utah State is slowly finding their footing.
And LC Kuro right off the bat is going to start where he left off. Toss your hats into the ring, gang, because LC Kuro has got himself a hat trick. His third goal in this round. Beautiful, right where he needs to be.
Still 46 seconds left for them to rack up some more points here. Utah State, we've talked about how tilty this game can be, and Utah State likely right now is in a pretty tough mindset, because 5 goals in the first game is certainly a lot, and especially from Boise State, who sometimes takes a minute or two, a round or two to really find out what works for them, but definitely has the capability to stay level-headed. I always like to encourage that. I know they're not listening, but don't fret, guys. As Cosmo Buster finds another. I'm trying to keep him. I'm really trying.
You're really trying
to give him a little bit of motivation here. This is just proving, though, in the growth of this team on Boise State's side, of the Broncos here. In particular, not even in particular. I would say the 3 newest players probably grown the most, but man, these 3 players really showing at the start of the season that they needed a couple games to find their teamwork again, but they've fallen right back into it, and it's so incredibly impressive to watch these guys play together.
It is like a well-oiled machine when Boise State gets their rotation sound in front of the goal again. No one there to follow it up, so LC Kuro is going to push it over to the corner. It looks like the ball just has to be grounded here for it to end. Utah State isn't going to contest that much. Give it over to Boise State for the first win. And I'm thinking, Utah State, you were talking about tilt a little, and I think the best strategy for Utah State right now is to not let it get to them and instead use this first round as kind of a learning opportunity. Right now in this match, Boise State Esports versus Utah State in Rocket League tonight, part of the Gridiron Rivals series. And we've seen this a lot in these types of matches. Sometimes you just got to take the first match and just try to get information on the other team. We've seen Boise State in that situation. They might be a little slow in their first match, but you can also use that first match as kind of a scouting opportunity. Look for the weaknesses in Utah State's playthrough, or in this case, Utah State looking for Boise State's weaknesses, and try to capitalize on them.
And I think that Doc's keys to the game are definitely in effect here. I don't know if we have a slide for Rocket League, but I do have them here. Great passing. There we go. Great passing. Disrupt rotations. Thank you. Production's the best. I love these guys. Punish the double commit and position to follow up. And it seemed like all of those were fully in effect in round one there for the Broncos. Brought to you by Boise State. Doc's keys to the game there. And now it looks like we've got those for every game, which is fantastic because, seriously, he is so good at teaching these kids to adjust to these games. So this is advice for everybody.
And like you just said, Doc's Keys to the Game are brought to you by Boise State University, where you can choose from more than 200 areas of study and have the chance to combine minors, certificates, internships, hands-on research, and more. To make your educational experience unique, visit boisestate.edu for more info. And the Broncos are going to be looking to live up to Boise State's reputation as they continue on in this second match. Right now, it's going toward Boise State's goal. They're going to have to try to save this off the bat. It goes off the crossbar. Cosmo Buster looking for the clear here. And now Boise State can try to turn this into an advantage on an open net. And they score the first goal, not even 30 seconds into it. And Utah State getting a little bit too greedy there, and Boise State punishing them severely. Ben, trying to come in at the last moment. Not enough. A classic overcommit on the offense there leaves Boise State up to a great counterattack.
See Boise State here on the 50-50 die right in the mid. Cosmo Buster can't block it though, and Ben immediately is going to score for Utah State. Watch it again here in the Idaho Central Credit Union replay. The 50-50 dies. Ben just drives around everybody. Just enough boost to put it in. Great job there by the Aggies.
Yeah, great cheating there from Ben, being ready in case the ball didn't go any particular way. And now they have found the equalizer. The 50-50 goes off to the side of the arena. Utah State's going to be there to follow that up. Boise State needs to clear this. Ben with a shot on goal, ace pocket with a save there. But you know, Boise State, they want to try to be proactive in this. They're going to set it up in front of the goal, and they tried to get it there, but just a little bit of a miss there is going to send it back over. And now with the game, it has been speeding up, Fish. It does look like both teams are now being a lot more aggressive with their plays. As Utah State, we can see counterattacks forming for both teams, them trying to set it up for their goals now. It looks like Utah State has gotten the mojo back in them.
Yeah, and Boise State's done a great job, for the most part, just controlling this ball, try and get a redirect. Anything can happen when the ball is on the opposing side. As a demo is going to come out there on to Rex. Boise State unable to take advantage of that, though. But if the Broncos can just keep control of the ball, keep putting shots on the goal, eventually the ball is going to bounce for your way, and it's very hard to score, Jolly, when the ball is on the other team's side. Just like that.
Just like that. Ace pocket there, going to take one. LC Coro now with a goal and an assist as he sets that one up. Cosmo Buster, though, setting that one up as well. That's the teamwork that we see from the Broncos here. And not just that, I want to bring up that this game, this is a very reaction-based game, but also an action-based game. So it looks like Boise State, especially in playing up against Utah State, for instance, Utah State is making a lot of actions, but when it comes to their reactions, it's a lot slower than Boise State is here. And so that is definitely an advantage that Boise State recognizes and the Broncos are taking for themselves, because reactionary play is huge in Rocket League, and they have a clear advantage.
Right now, Boise State is looking to take that advantage and put it into some more offensive pressure. LC Curl with the ball is going to try to play it around Rex, but Rex goes up the side, looking to clear it out. Ace Pocket gets the ball, hits it over to the corner. Now can Boise State push this into any sort of goal, shot on goal? It doesn't really look like it, as Utah State is pushing up a decent defense. Now it goes over toward Boise State side. Cosmo Buster is going to get the demo. That's going to put a little urgency in that. These saves need to be on point as Utah State tried to get a shot on goal there. LC Curl there for Boise State with the save, tries to clear it out there. Instead, the ball floats a little bit around the mid of the arena. A save there from Ace Pocket is going to be good, and Utah State is taking some offensive pressure, trying to find their equalizer. Boise State back on their heels a little bit from the last 30 seconds to a minute.
Yeah, they really have been. But Boise State, once again, they did get the ball down just a little bit. A great clear there by the Aggies. A shot on goal is going to come out, but LC Coro will pick up that save. He'll play it around Rex as well. Ben able to stop that dribble. Now we're going to see Soy Captain come in. He will keep that ball down there. Play it right off Ace Pocket. Unfortunately, no follow-up there. Cosmo Buster tries to play it around one. He will do that, but there's no follow-up, unfortunately. So that cannot turn into another goal for Boise State. Ace Pocket, though, going to keep that ball over there before it is cleared down. Turns into a very scary situation for Boise State.
Yeah, they need to watch that. Make sure they're not overcommitting. Ace Pocket there with an unfortunate miss. Luckily, it's going to bounce off the post and keep Boise State's chances alive as we're 1 minute 35 seconds about left. And Jolly, that's a scary play. I mean, I'm glad it didn't go in the goal, but I don't want situations like this.
Yeah, lots of shots on goal, and not seeing the little halo immediately after means that really it's the luck of Boise State that made it so the goal didn't go in. That, or, they disrupted the play initially and didn't actually touch the ball. Soy Captain finds a good one. It's going to be high, go up the crossbar, and the rebound shot is not good. Boise State able to find a play off of that. LC Coro coming around the corner, trying to line that one up, and Soy Captain finds it. Boise State, though, very quick to defense and very quick to keeping control of these major boosts, as we can see them being spread and distributed very, very well here. Great save from LC Coro. Even though he wasn't accredited the halo, he got one in my heart.
Hey, come on, Rocket League. That was a fantastic save. Boise State has been back on their heels.
Yes, Psionics. Come on, get on it.
Come on, Psionics. They deserve that. No, Boise State's been back on their heels. A fantastic job by the Aggies, recognizing they need this equalizer goal here in the last 40 seconds. They have been maintaining complete control of this ball, just putting shots on the Broncos' goal, hoping either one goes in. Maybe you get a crazy redirect. Anything can happen. LC Coro and Cosmobuster almost run into each other. A demo is going to come out onto Cosmobuster, so the Broncos are down one for just a little bit. He will respawn, and LC Coro is going to clear it. Actually, Ace Pocket to LC Coro, and the Broncos capitalize there.
LC Coro tonight is on fire. He is so hot right now. That's going to be his second goal here for the game. And Utah now doesn't have much of a chance to come back from this one, as it would take 2 goals to equalize and only 17 left on the clock.
Anything can happen, Jolly. Don't discredit them just yet.
I didn't say it's impossible. I said it was very unlikely. I watched them, somehow manage to do, which, overtime, Boise State does very well in overtime, and there's one. 6 seconds left. Rex with the setup. Soy Captain following that one through. Again, I didn't say it's impossible. Don't see. If it happens, you're the one that cursed it. It's not me.
Now the thing here is, usually on the 50-50 ball, you go get boost. I think for Boise State, you've got to stay in the goal to avoid some crazy ricochet shot, because with just 3 seconds left, that's really the only way Utah State can score. That ball's going to bounce right in front.
That save, that Ace Pocket clear. I mean, the 2 clears, the one for the goal, but Ace Pocket narrowly hit that ball before a member there of Utah State, and that easily would have been a goal for him. Yep. So really good defensive play and obviously offensive play.
And part of the thing to watch as we look at the rotations here, something for everyone in the arena to watch, something that Wash Technology Magnet School needs to watch out for in terms of our rotations, is looking at how they play out, because kind of the structure that we want to be going off against is, you need resources, you need boosts, so you rotate to back posts, but it's really important that while you're in there, you're not staying in there, you're still being proactive in your plays, finding the boost, calling your play, and letting the others know you're now back on offense so someone else can rotate back in. And it's so easy for us here to, say, oh, that rotation, is great, or oh, they double committed there, but it really shows when you kind of get into the intricacies of it, just how much discipline and communication it needs, these strategies need to fully play out to their fullest potential.
And it's working. I mean, it has been working since minute 1 for Boise State, which I talked about in that very first round. Normally it takes a round or 2 for them to really get, more than a couple goals. They had 6, was it 5 or 6? 6 that first round. Not quite as many the second one, so that means that same exact strategy is being used there by Utah State. They used that first round to kind of find their footing, and Boise State really took advantage of that. And Boise State did end up winning that one, but it was close. The Aggies making that, I think 7 seconds or 6 seconds in, that almost tie-breaking goal or tying goal there. So Boise State just needs to continue doing what they're doing, continue smiling. We saw them there on the stage, high-fiving, drinking their water, staying hydrated, and smiles. And continuing the confidence, even if it wasn't as devastating of a win. They won.
Exactly. I'll take a win as a win. One thing I do want to hope for is we did get a couple of really lucky moments there where there wasn't someone to save there. And let me just tell you, I'll take luck any day, but in the end, this is Rocket League, not Hearthstone, so let's leave the luck and so-called top-decking to the card
RNG.
Game. Yeah, and then let's hope that we'll have someone back there rotating that can keep our heart rates in check, so to speak.
It's trusting the
Talk
forward.
about heart rate, it almost goes in.
Almost.
Utah State's goal from 1 to 100 right off the bat. Boise State's going to look to try to keep the play alive, but it gets cleared back into the center. Can they push this forward? We're going to see. Right now I'm going to toss it back to Jolly, who had a thought before we were so energetically interrupted with that shot on goal. I thought you did.
I had a thought, probably. That doesn't mean I have a thought.
Okay.
They don't stay up here for very long. They either come out or they're gone forever.
And with them play
And
like
hey,
that,
I mean, you know, no time to react to that one, neither for me nor for Utah State. Cosmo Buster with the perfect angle, going just above. And actually, who was that? It looked like
Captain, I think?
no, Soy Captain. They got knocked out of the way by LC Coro, I believe it was. Yeah, it was LC Coro because he's in the smaller car, the Octane. I think maybe it is. But that was a beautiful play because Soy Captain would have been in position to prevent that goal from going in. And thanks to that teamwork, my goodness, Soy Captain found a demolition too at the very beginning of this one.
And look at this also. They managed to, I believe they did manage to get the boost steal. Cosmo Buster was just setting himself up in case that follow through didn't work. But with someone like Ace Pocket to drive it home in there, you know you can count on your teammates for Boise State. Right now we're going to see the 50-50 go off to the side. Ace Pocket is there to follow up, push it toward Utah State's side. He's setting up for LC Coro with another shot on goal. It goes just to the right. Now Utah State is going to try to mount some sort of counterattack. Soy Captain playing it around the side. Ace Pocket is going to keep it from going in front of the goal. Boise State wants to try to get some sort of defensive pressure in front. A little bit scary there. LC Coro is going to play it. It goes toward the backboard just in front, and LC Coro is going to be right there to push it back and hopefully get some sort of offensive pressure, because those are the scary situations we're talking about, Fish.
Yeah, we are. But Boise State with a great immediate capitalization, a shot on goal, and Cosmo Buster is going to shoot. We got a perfect angle of that from the member of Boise State, LC Coro, who is in the goal. A great job by Cosmo
And
Buster.
that's all he's shown us today is perfect angles. Whether it was that first goal, whether it was setting Ace Pocket up for that second one, which somehow he was going forward and sent the ball backwards directly to Ace Pocket. Just perfect lineups. And these players are so on point right now. LC Coro tried to hit that one. He did go a little bit high, and Utah State there managed to snag that full boost away from Boise State. It was on their side, so it wasn't a steal so much as it was really just them keeping what was already theirs. LC Coro finds a save, even though that shot was high from Soy Captain. He has been very, very aggressive here, and he's been doing a good job of kind of adjusting his focus towards some of the boost.
Yeah, he has indeed, as we're going to see. Rex will try and play it around Soy Captain. Unfortunately, a little bit of a double commit there by Utah State. He'll play it around one, but Ace Pocket there, able to pick it up. Bounces it away from Rex as well, but a shot on goal by Soy Captain right to Cosmo Buster. Just one Aggie back. Cosmo Booster tries to beat him, but a great save there by Rex.
And Soy Captain with the follow-up as well, the demolition happening immediately after there. LC Coro finds a good drop. He can't follow up the ball, though. Utah State manages to find a successful pass there, which is always good to see, as we have seen so many coming from Boise State. Speaking of great passes and lineups, Ace Pocket hit that one a little off the corner of his vehicle. May have been another goal, but Boise State is feeling pretty comfortable right now at 3-0.
They're feeling pretty comfortable, but they don't want to let their guard down, especially when Utah State is mounting such persistent counterattacks against them. Right now, the ball is going to go right toward Rex. LC Coro tries to get the dunk on him, is a little bit successful in keeping the ball going toward Boise State side. Cosmo Buster is going to look to set this up. LC Coro with the assist toward the left side of the goal is just going to miss. Can Ace Pocket come here, follow up? Doesn't get the hit that he wants, so it's going to go off to the side. Utah State trying to clear this, mounting some sort of counterattack. Cosmo Buster right there is with the save. Ace Pocket again looking for the assist right now, and there it goes with Cosmo Buster right there with the follow-up. You can't count Boise State out. They are so persistent that you can always just anticipate someone coming out of the corner of your eye to follow it up and drive it home.
And that has a lot to do with the reactive plays I was talking about earlier. The fact that Boise State is so incredibly good at both making active and reactive plays. So while they start these with an active play, maybe getting the ball, hitting it off the crossbar, maybe getting hit by one of the opposing teams, they're so quick to react with the other players while keeping their rotations. But LC Coro, as I'm speaking them up with a long shot here, Cosmo Buster knocks it. Wow, look at that teamwork. Cosmo Buster knocking it up. LC Coro getting in front and lining himself up for the rebound, following that through.
these plays, it can't just be chance. There are so many beautiful plays coming from these guys. It's got to the point where, like, everything's planned now.
Ace Pocket right out there to cheat out the ball toward Utah State. Right now, Utah with a good clear there, but Cosmo Buster is going to be able to push it back. It goes toward the corner. Can they set up something here? It looks like Rex is going to try. Both of them fly past the ball, so the ball is going to stay high and pretty. So LC Coro with a shot on goal off the top. Cosmo Buster not there with the follow-up. Soy Captain is going to push this out. Clear toward Boise State, up the side of the wall. Ace Pocket is right there to push it back towards, saying, we got to play to keep alive. Ben there with a great contest is going to win that 50-50, pushing it back toward Boise State's side. Right now, Boise State, they have such a big goal. They just can't get too greedy with this, and they got to keep their defense up to a respectable level.
And that's something that they do a very good job of. Even when they are, I don't want to say, I keep thinking a big word, like decimating. Even when they are, not that they are right now, but when they do get into double digits, they still play in a slightly reserved manner here. And we can see now a shot on goal being saved there by LC Coro with a fantastic jump around and more boost control as two members pick up the corner and the side. Cosmo Buster finds a beautiful clear, and look at this empty net. LC Coro pops it up, and Ace Pocket touches that one. Gorgeous play. Boise State seeing, hey, we've got an open one. LC Coro with the most incredible pop-up. And at that point, it was just a fight for the finish for Ace Pocket and Cosmo Buster. Ace Pocket getting the last touch.
Yeah, that's the one time you're okay seeing a double commit for Boise State. You knew the goal was wide open. As long as they didn't run into each other, which they didn't, they just wanted the shot on goal. They got it. It's 6-0 Boise State. And the thing, we talk about great defense here, so you're going to see a clear down right over to Rex. A great pass from Ben, but that's going to be stopped. A great defense is a great offense. Boise State's shown that this game. That one will go out to the fourth member of the team, the crossbar there for Boise State. So they'll get a little help there, pitching that shutout. Ace Pocket going to play it around. Rex ball gets cleared over to the corner. LC Coro going to go up and clear that one away as well. Just 2 seconds away from ending game 3. Here, just a matter of time until the Broncos claim this victory, and that's when the ball touches the ground. But Utah State could always use a goal. They're going to keep it alive for now. Ace Pocket plays it off the wall right over to Soy Captain, who wrecks it into the ground. Win Boise State.
And Cosmo Buster got MVP of that one as well. And actually, thing to point out, too, he got it last round, even though he didn't have the most goals. LC Coro got the hat trick, but he had an assist on, I believe, every single goal on that one. So Cosmo Buster leading his team. He is the captain here up against Utah State Esports and Gridiron Rivals. He's got his team on lockdown, man.
It's great to see Boise State victories, but if there's one thing that I like seeing, along Boise State doing well, I want to see close matches. I want to see things being contested. And right now from Utah State, we have seen good plays from them. We have seen skills from them. We've seen Boise State lapses in their defense where they haven't been there to get to their goal. Utah State's backs are up against the wall, but I think they can find it in themselves to rally back. I want to see Utah come back with a strong performance and make this a real close match that we all can get into. As much as I can, being unbiased for Boise State, I'm rooting for Utah State to come back and really show the talent that they have in this next match.
Yeah, I mean, we're Boise State casters. At the end of the day, they can complain about bias all they want, but they're not listening to Boise State radio going, he said he wants Boise State to win. He's biased.
Well, with all the blue and orange around us, it's kind of a joke.
They still like to point it out.
But I really do mean it. I love seeing exciting matches, and I hope that Utah State can pull as close as they can off to a reverse sweep while still allowing Boise State to come out on top.
I would say, considering we're Boise State casters, we are incredibly unbiased because we do like to see the other team do well. We like to see Boise State kind of put to their wits' end in certain instances, and sometimes it's good to see them lose because you know that they will learn from those matches. 50-50 starting out in round number 4, though. It is match point here for Boise State. Not really going in anybody's favor. Velocity does pick up that. Oh, and Velocity actually is a sub for this team. So we were seeing Soy Captain has been swapped out. Rex and Ben are still the same, but Utah State is bringing out their big guns on this one. I believe that is one of the Grandmaster players they have.
LC Coro with the shot on goal there, isn't able to drive it home. Cosmo Buster trying to set it up. Rex is going to clear it out. Velocity with the assist, not quite getting the touch that he wanted, so it's going to go over to the corner. Ben is going to try to set this up. Utah State can do this if they apply themselves to it. Cosmo Buster with a great contest there. He is going to get credited with the save. Right now, Rex and LC Coro are going to run into each other. Utah State isn't getting the momentum there. There it is with Ben, almost toward the front of the goal, but Ace Pocket is going to be able to save it. Right now, Boise State looking to turn this into a counter. counterattack. LC Kuro off the backboard, looking to set it up. Cosmo Buster with the contest, but Rex is right there. And now on an open goal for Boise State. What did I tell you? Utah State can apply themselves and come back as they get the first score in this round, a little bit, almost a minute in, and an open net for Boise State. One of the things that I said was a weakness that Utah State can capitalize on.
Yeah, that's Ben making his second one, I believe, of the series there. And certainly Velocity assisting a lot in terms of defense. He was there many times to prevent Boise State from lining up the ball on some of those easier shots that it seemed like they were making. Cosmo Buster gets a great save. It almost looked like a member of Utah State was going to knock it out of the way, smack it down. But Boise State, still, it's only 3:40 into this game. Lots of opportunity. There is one right there, but Ben and Rex have both decided they are going to be goalkeeper for now, and they managed to make the save even though there was a potential double commit there. LC Koro now trying to line himself up for a shot. Cosmo Buster sets it up, and the beauty continues as the tie starts here at 3:27.
Boise State with a great equalizer here. It's just so seamless, and all three members of Utah State, that's a little bit of sloppiness in their rotation. They were all to the left side of the goal, and that just left it wide open for LC Kuro to come in there and drive it home. The Boise State finding the equalizer. 50-50 is going to go off to the side. Cosmo Buster push it toward on an open net, and it's right there for a second goal. Like I was just saying, Utah State, they can push forward with good offensive pressure, but they've got to keep an eye on their rotations, because in the last two times they haven't been there to push to put a good defense there, and has allowed Boise State to score 2 goals back to back.
As we see the 50-50 ball, this time the Aggies get the advantage. It's one of the places that they have been the strongest. It consistently feels like the 50-50 ball for the Utah State Aggies has gone in their favor. And once again, it's going to stick down on the Broncos' side. A shot on goal there by Ben. Rex going to follow that one up. We're going to see Cosmo Buster clear it, though, once again. There is Rex to get that stop. Velocity making a brief appearance, but Ace Pocket will push it down to LC Koro. The demo comes out, but unfortunately, there was no follow-up for Boise State. Thought they had another great shot on goal.
Rex and Ben, it seems, are rotating as these double defenders. They are, it almost seems like double committing, but they are communicating better than they have been in the past couple of rounds. Velocity working to set up a lot of these shots, and then the defense staying on those two players, and it's working out very, very well for them.
I mean, it's working out well in terms of defense, but you need to be proactive in these plays. Utah State, you know, they were 1 up, and they can't just sit back on a 1 lead. They have to keep making plays. Boise State is now in the driver's seat, able to push some offense here. Ben is going to try to clear it out. Cosmo Buster with the dunk on him is going to set this up. Cosmo Buster with a great angle is able to make it 3-1 in this match.
Ace Pocket here. These are what impressed me the most, I think, and we've seen Cosmo Buster do the majority of those plays. The setups, the beautiful pops from an awkward angle directly to one of your own teammates who is also moving at the time. So it's an anticipative play. You have to know where they're going to be. There we go, the Ben and Rex combo there in the goal ends up working out well for them. Boise State continuously keeping pressure on the boosts here as they tend to snag the majority. And as I say it, Rex finds himself one. And can they make an offensive play off of it? They can!
Oh!
Not offensive enough, as one of those Boise State members, I think it might have been Ace Pocket in there, bumped that member of Utah State away.
But look what Ben did on the side of Utah State before that. He was able to steal Boise State's corner boost, and when he had those resources, it was a great shot on goal there. Utah State needs to come back in this. It's all or nothing for them, but Ace Pocket is going to look to drive a nail in the coffin with a 4th goal. Doesn't quite get it. A little bit of an odd angle. Velocity is now going to dribble it up the side, trying to set it up for Rex here, who's going to contest with LC Kuro. Gets the better of that 50-50. It goes toward Boise State's side of the field.
See,
Cosmo Buster there with a great save is going to push it out. And this is certainly an entertaining match here.
It is. Those are the ones that I like to say, you know, that was intentional. It looks like Ace Pocket actually accidentally kind of hit it towards their own goal. He barely touched it, really only tipped it, but it went directly to Cosmo Buster, who was able to get the clear on it. Now we're coming down to 1 minute 60 seconds is all these guys have. What a save. LC Koro didn't get the halo, but again, he is sitting on a stack of them in Maya Hart. 3 members of Utah State will be enough to defend their goals. We're counting down to 45 minutes. They don't have much time to get 2 more and even this up.
I mean, this is doable for Utah State. They are trying to set something up there. Ace Pocket has already committed, so Ben is going to play it up around him. That was a great angle there, but Boise State was able to push that out. It gets dribbled up by LC Kuro towards their goal. Ben is going to be right there with the save where Utah State needs it. Ace Pocket is right now going to put it up the backboard, going to be right there with the follow-up. Cosmo Buster for a second follow-up off to the left side of the goal, and LC Kuro not quite getting the touch that he wanted. Boise State is going to try to reset this here right now. They can't leave an open goal, allow Utah State to go on it, but it looked like Ben, which was trying to get some sort of redirect here, actually pushed it off course, not allowing them to get the goal, and Boise State can now just sit back comfortably and ground this ball, driving the stake home and allowing them to take this match. Once it hits the ground, if Utah State can't keep this alive, it's going to, someone just needs to push it toward the ground if they can here. Boise State just needs to, they need to stop playing with their food, guys. Come on, just take the win when you can get it. There you go.
Cosmo Buster once again the MVP, a clean sweep from Boise State.
A clean sweep, and Boise State really dominant there throughout all of their plays. Utah State, though, certainly did try to make a match of it, especially in that fourth round there, scoring the first goal. Boise State had a great matchup against Utah State in this Gridiron Rival Series tonight. And Fish, what were you seeing just in overall general impressions from that match?
I thought it was a great job by Boise State for the most part, maintaining control of the ball, basically putting shots on goal, knowing something good is usually going to happen when you do that, as long as you don't overcommit, which we saw a couple of times. Utah State, they had a couple of great plays, a couple of missed plays. I think they almost had the second goal, and it got knocked away by a teammate being a little bit too greedy in that fourth game. But they were excellent on the 50-50 balls as well. That's what kept them in it. So overall, it was a great match and a great overall effort by Boise State.
Yeah, I think that was a real crucial turning point there, like you said, getting a bit too greedy. The goal was wide open. They didn't even have to touch it. All they had to do was let it go in there, and just getting a little bit too excited. And that can happen. We talk about tilt when you're far behind, but also kind of an anti-tilt. So when your excitement gets the best of you and your nerves start to, you got to score the goal. You got to go in there. And unfortunately, that messed up the play for them.
Yeah, so Utah State, you guys make sure Ben is okay. Make sure Rex isn't gonna attack him, because it was a shot on goal for Rex, and Ben I'm sure immediately hung his head there and was like, I'm really sorry, man. That round might have kept them in there, but Boise State was still one up on the goal. Either way, a great series, and that evens things out for Gridiron Rivals, with Utah State taking League of Legends, Boise State taking Rocket League now. That means we've got a tiebreaker coming up.
Yeah, we have got a tiebreaker, and what an important tiebreaker it is. As we said, this is going to be the last broadcast of the regular season. Can Boise State pull out a win in Overwatch, though? That's going to be a tough matchup against Utah State. A lot riding on this final match, trying to end the season on a high note. We will be right back to bring all the action to you after this.
Boise State Esports is brought to you by Gamepants Arenas and Equipment, Omen by HP, and Archon Clothing, makers of official licensed Boise State Esports apparel.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Your normal casting crew is, well, they've been escorted out by security. Things did not go, no, I'm kidding. They are taking a short break, and we're taking over the desk here. Joining me right now on the desk, of course, Sulpan and Nakoba. They've got a lot of explaining to do. Did you guys break into the lockers and eat all the peanut M&Ms? First question.
I plead the fifth.
Okay.
I plead being allergic to peanuts.
Said, yeah, I was going to say, pleading the fifth, said the guy who smells like peanuts. No, I wanted a chance to get up here and to just kind of ask you guys some questions. Now, for those at home who may or may not be aware, these two have accrued enough credits to not have to go to the university anymore. In just a few short weeks, these two are going to graduate. They're going to walk. They're going to get their diploma. They're going to get to wear their fancy clothes, and all their friends and family and their grandma's going to come and see them. These guys have been with us at Boise State Esports since the beginning, and it sounds like it's a long time ago, but it's only 2 years. And so I just have a couple of questions, just a little bit of just kind of flashing back for you guys. What do you remember the first time that we gathered other gamers together on campus and said we were going to do this thing? What do you remember about that moment?
Oh, were you there?
Yeah, that was in the meeting in the mathematics building, right?
Yeah, I was in the building. Mm-hmm.
I don't remember the meeting too much, but I remember afterwards, everyone that played League, Daniel Wujin, gathered us all up in the corner and kind of took a picture of everyone. So I'm sure that's still around somewhere from the initial meeting.
Yep.
I still have the picture. I remember preparing a introductory speech for you, Mike, and being nervous as heck because I was presenting to, I think it was like 150 people in that room. I was the most intimidated.
Right. Because we had talked before, and I said, like, do you want to just talk about League and just talk about what we want to do?
I had to hold. That was actually me holding student elections for the club because the club was about to disband.
That's right. It was about to disband, and so you had to.
No one else ran. No one else ran.
Right. I totally forgot about that.
Yeah.
And then you came forward and said, I've got a buddy, he'd probably be willing to do the TESPA thing.
Yeah,
and
poor guy.
Mike, yeah. We all know how that turned out. I didn't know that TESPA had articles of impeachment, but Mike earned them. No, I'm kidding. Mike was great. What else do you remember from those early years? And we'll just go back to a very specific time. Before we had computers, people at home may not be aware, but we got a signature, and then we were official. But we had zero equipment at the time. We weren't even borrowing equipment or using a computer lab like some of the programs out there do. We had zero things. What do you remember those early days when we just first started organizing?
Do you remember the scrims we played?
I remember watching them.
Wait, you weren't?
I wasn't starting on the team.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I was in the background always. I would control the camera for your games.
I may have benched Koba.
Oh, that's right. You were like our prime observer for the first year you did it. Mm-hmm.
I was saying more like the pre-even being broadcasted stage when it was 2 teams of 5. I believe the rosters were me, Coslet, Unfolded Taco, Fade, and who was the support at the time?
Wiseman.
Yeah, we had Rich.
Rich Wiseman.
Oh, that's right, Rich Wiseman. Yeah. And on the other roster was it? No, it was Gedhawk in top lane.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who's the other jungler? Oh, LYU. LYU, Luther. Yeah.
Luther. Yeah. Absolutely.
And the bot lane was Red Hots and Adopted Lemons.
So for those who don't know at home, this is not your all-star lineup back in the day. It's your all-star lineup of people, but it was just people who loved the game and just wanted to come together and play. And it was maybe not the most organized thing that we ever did, but it was 100% fun. Okay, so you guys have both been around long enough, 2 years, to witness a number of big changes. This arena being one. We won't go back through the history of all of the places that we played, and some of those. I believe that architects would call those spaces janky. I think that's the official architecture word for what those are. But you've been able to see other people come in and be part of a program that you guys helped build. What has that been like? And is there anybody you think of when you say new people that are now getting to enjoy what you helped to build?
I'd say it's been really cool for me because I've been, as I was on the one team last year, now I swapped over to help our other team. I've been taking a bit more of like a coaching and assisting role. It's just been really cool to kind of help create and help foster this talent as they're going to take over the program eventually.
Yeah, and so maybe people don't know this. So you played in the first Mountain West tournament, right? You got to participate in that. You've gotten a starting position. You were starting top laner for a long time, but as you get into your senior year, there were more things that required your attention, and so you can't put as much time into the game, and fight for elo that you used to. So what have you learned from that process of having to be able to communicate much more and not just worry about your lane? And top lane is really on an island.
It's been a lot more learning about like the rest of the game. I've bounced around with roles I've been 3 different roles this season, top, jungle, and support. So I've really just had to learn not just what goes on your island, but we have to learn everything. So then we can like VOD review and just help everyone else learn. It's been really cool just kind of changing this role up, but I really enjoyed this semester.
Are you angry enough to be a jungler though?
I'm not sure yet.
So I don't wish that fate on anyone.
Yeah, it's tough. And you started as a jungler and came after the first year and said, "Hey, I think I want to do something different."
Yeah.
Can you talk about that decision?
Oh man, it was a lot of burnout.
On the game?
Yeah. So league
or just
changes.
The friends.
The game.
Okay. Good.
League changes every 2 weeks. And jungle is the role that changes the most between competitive play and solo queue play. And so it was a lot of learning, and it was a lot of frustration for me playing characters that were really bad in solo queue because I was trying to learn them for the competitive side of the game.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I remember just being super frustrated, like the way I was playing in matches and just being kind of fed up with the game, so I ended up switching over.
Okay, so you switched to Overwatch, and what do you like about playing Overwatch, about target calling, shot calling, about everything that you've gotten to do and understanding that meta? What have you enjoyed about that process?
I think the best part about Overwatch is the characters that I guess you get to play. Like the difference in roles is much more defined. There's no like character crossover. It's like, okay, you play these characters. This guy plays these characters.
Right.
It's just like learn your role, know your role better than the next guy.
There's no Ryan support build.
Exactly.
You're not going to play Ryan bot.
But the alternative, the other thing to that is that the mirror matchups are also super fun.
Yeah.
Ryan v Ryan, total blast. Orisa v Orisa, snooze fest. Ball v ball, amazing, fun to play.
Really
Ask
fun.
Matt.
Ask Matt. Really fun to play. Okay, so as you guys are moving forward, you're gonna graduate here shortly. Everybody else is going to ask you, what do you have planned? We're not going to do that today, right?
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I do have some advice on what you can say to those folks. We'll talk about that later.
Mm-hmm.
As it relates to as this last season for you, you knew roughly when you were going to get done. What are some things that you thought at the beginning of your final semester here that have actually come to fruition? What are some things that you were kind of hoping for, goals you set for yourself that have actually happened?
I was a little bit afraid of, I guess, the Overwatch team kind of being left out. Losing the person who's been shot calling for them for 2 years, 1 year. I don't know how long it's been.
Yeah, I mean the roles switched a little bit and times in and out. And
but I feel very comfortable now leaving the team with Guac and Baz both coming up.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Really, really smart guys who can play and chew gum at the same time. No, I mean it's a
talent.
Maybe even talk about that for people watching. Just the ability to do the mental math in your head and to be able to definitively and sometimes precisely go, yeah, I think Lucio is probably 85 to beat, and I mean just they can run these clocks in their head, and we're looking at the observer going, how does he get that? That's pretty impressive. You just talk about that skill set of being able to think on.
Yeah, ult tracking itself is just super hard to learn. It just requires a ton of like game knowledge of, you have to be aware of every single character's doing, how much value they're getting per fight, and then being able to add that on to values you've been keeping in your head about the last fight. And so that process is just super hard to do when you're doing anything else. So anyone who can do it off the bat is really impressive. Anyone who can do it while also calling like movement calls in the team, it's doubly impressive.
So here's a question for the both of you, and you're both welcome to answer it. So you chose to play the games that you love for your university, not just while you were going to university. What's different about your graduation now, having had this experience on a team, getting to play for Boise State, that would not have happened had you not?
I'd say just because I always lived off campus, and so I was always just not really interacting too many. I'd do class projects, but I didn't really get to know anyone until this team started. And now I've made a whole bunch of new friends that actually continue watching and supporting and just talking to about the game and just having fun with them. It's just made a whole different college environment for me because I never got to know anyone, really.
Yeah, I think that's super, super important. Whenever you go to college, especially for out-of-state students, it's really important to find a support group to kind of back you up, because you no longer have your family to do that for. You don't have those people to go home and be like, oh, how was your day? And you explain that it was total garbage.
Right.
The esports team, you can kind of vent to a little bit.
That's true. That's true. So social is a big part of it. what are some skills do you think that you guys have developed or been able to develop because of your roles on these teams that you're going to continue to use after you leave?
I guess the give and take of teamwork, compromising things that you are very, very adamant about, while also giving a voice to the people on the team who aren't quite so vocal.
What about you?
I'd say probably just like taking charge, just like, okay, we're a little disorganized today. What are we going to do? Like, okay, we're doing this. Just I'm deciding on something. Just kind of taking steps forward so you're always working to improve, always taking that next step.
That's cool. Okay, so I'm very carefully avoiding getting into the sappy zone, right? Because this began for me with just a couple of short meetings, and one of the first was Paul, who came in, and he'd done this really nice job of preparing all the reasons why, and he said, "I'd like to talk," and I said, "Yes, here we go." And he was like, "Oh, now what do we talk about?" It was just awkward, just kind of staring at the floor.
What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just argued immediately. But I want you to know, so this is not a question, this is kind of just a statement to the two of you. I want you to understand that, we started this project a couple of years ago without any idea of how it would end up. We'd never, imagined this space or these cool people or cowbells or frozen water bottles or any of the weird stuff that we get to think about every day. And by the way, for those who don't know, in our fridge backstage, we keep water bottles, but there is one like extra evil zone where if you put any water bottle, it will freeze solid instantly. It doesn't make any thermodynamic sense. It just happens. But you guys dove into something that was more time, more work, more stress, but the rewards were always possible. Sometimes they were really small. A win on a stage surrounded by paint things in the library, right, as we're waiting for stuff to happen. That's not the same as the Mountain West stage, right? But you've had big wins against folks that we shouldn't have beaten. We've had frustrating losses in close contests that we've had to just say, okay, well, that's the way that went, and move on. But in 5 years, in 10 years, in 15 years, and by the way, you're both first ballot Hall of Famers. Because you graduated and you contributed, you'll be a Hall of Famer here. And we're getting those printed up, and they'll be in our arena. I want you to know that everybody who's gotten a chance to work with you and to play with you holds you in the highest esteem. And you're not really gone. Yeah, you'll lurk around here, like that creepy, he graduated last year's, super senior, who's getting a couple credits at community college, right, before he moves on. You'll always be welcome here, and we know that we'll always see you. But tonight is the last time you get to play in those colors, and you just need to know that you made us proud, all of us.
Thanks, Doc.
Thank you. You bet. And you made it super fun for me. I don't know that this conversation will be the same when Daniel's up here. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. I'm just kidding. I like to give Woojian grief. But you have to stay close to us. And if you love them in chat, say so. And we're really glad. We're really glad that we got this time. And it's not goodbye. It'll just be different. Mm-hmm. Gosh, I sound like I'm breaking up with you guys. Look, no, it's not you guys. It's not you guys. It's me. I don't know. It's just, we're just different people now. You have a degree, and no. But thank you. Thank you for being awesome people, awesome friends, and model Broncos. Seriously, so cool. All right, that's all we've got for now. I'm going to go cry in a stall in the bathroom for a little bit, but we're going to come back in just a few minutes with an amazing game. May not actually be amazing. We'll see. In Overwatch, Paul's going to try to organize his folks one more time to win the point, to win the cart, and to see if we can't edge a very, very powerful Utah State. So we'll see you right back here. Make sure to like and subscribe and such.
Since 2016, universities have been adding varsity